It's F-Flex on the beat. It's F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat.
it's a lot easier to play retake when it comes to the pick of your sentinel. And Haven, again, 3 sites. Sometimes you do have to give it up. So Killjoy being that, well, I think Meadow's been a Killjoy player for quite some time. So let's see how that goes on him, right?
Here we go. Map 1, BO3, Focus versus HS Deer. Their start to this split has been pretty unoptimal for HS Deer in general. Obviously, these guys, they've played 2 games so far, and they've played the top 2 teams. This is number 3 on the list. It's a great start from Arle. Lime trades out yet again. Focus trying to show what's up, right? Having a good look towards the A side of things, seeing if they can pick up any information. Not going to happen right now. It sits silent, 4 versus 4. Focus given some time to rethink.
Yeah, it's nice early pressure. Like I said, there's a reason that you pick Breach on this map, right? And they are just going to cut sound on short. You look, see Vicious and Meadow kind of just playing off of each other's contact here in case Focus do decide to walk down and try and take space. But Meadow, he thinks differently. There's 3 players backside though. KP's there, your boy Lewis.
1 enemy remaining.
I mean,
one left.
It's too quick. It's too quick. Nothing happened apart from 4 headshots. That was... I feel like they must have burnt all their utility. Nothing went onto site. You know, there was nothing to go onto site apart from bodies falling to the floor. That was it. And that's the first round on the board for Focus. And a good start. A very confident start from them.
Really nice first round from Focus. They sit a bit patient, understanding that the re-hit could have been something in the HS Deer arsenal. And that certainly is the case. These attacking forces put down to just pistols here in the second. It's 4 sheriffs and a frenzy. Mr. Fredan opting for anything that isn't the one-shot headshot machine. Focus, no position to give up the early lead that they've established. I like this from Arle. He's trying to get aggressive. Unfortunately, the utility from line just too overpowering, and unfortunately for this attacking side, all the pieces are just here to respond. Yugi, nice double. Gonna try and get out on top as well, forcing into the open, although to be fair, Lewis, yeah, he does find 2 eventually, but at the cost of a couple more. HS Deer will concede a second, but a couple of kills is exactly what they were looking for.
Notice how Lime put his Nano Swarm a little bit deeper. It was as if he kind of knew that Nano Swarm was going to get the A-Link push, which in pro play you see so much. You do see trying to take A-Link control and then planting for A-Link, right? Because it just sets you up for a nice post plant. And quite commonly you will see that breach stun into Link and that jet dash into Link as well, just to take a little bit of control. But Lime, beautiful Nano Swarm placements. Hopefully he meant it, otherwise everything I've just said is absolutely useless. But yeah, I'm gonna give him some credit for that. And look at this nice turret. All it's gonna do is tell Focus that someone is trying to pressure Garage. Nano Swarm goes down, but look at this. Lynx is gonna take the first fight, and Yuki wins it. Lewis with a kill as well, and Arle picking up Lewis. Lime takes out Arle. Nice trades coming from the side of Focus here. And HS Deer got off to kind of a rough start here, Retro, on their buy round. This is a round that you kind of want to see, you know, HS Deer come on top with.
Now a 2v4. Got to pick up the spike. That's the first port of call for Meadow. Walks forward into no man's land and will be given some respect to pick it up. But for Focus, their attention wasn't to keep a hold of it. It's just to play very, very passive. Defend these sites. Allow HS Deer some space that they want. But just make sure we're going to lock in any attacking pressure from any part of the map. Meadow trying to look through the doors. Lime has been spotted, but there is 2 players on the other side. And while Lime falls back, KP's able to penalise. Gun's going to get juggled about. And eventually they'll pick up the remaining weaponry. Double Vandal, 1 Phantom, 1 Spectre saved. For Focus, that was played as a bonus. And for HS Deer, all their eggs were put into that basket of round 3.
Yeah, and look at this round they're going into. The loadout value difference is wild. So we are going to be seeing HS Deer not invest at all. They're going to be trying to take orb control, although it looks like they are just going to be sending it towards the alpha site. The alpha site. That just came out naturally. That's really weird. That's really weird. But Yugi's already got the operator online. You can see him. Arle, is he going to check it? I mean, he is, but look at the jet dash. It's like an anime battle. And Ale picks up Waddle. I'm not too sure what was going on right there. There was a little bit of freeze time, even though they were dashing on each other. Lewis is just left to anchor the site.
If there is one man you want to be leaving to pick up the pieces, it would be the man on your screens. Unfortunately, Fredan, he'll say otherwise. Vicious Meadow, both with frags as well. All down to Lime, 1 against 4. Spike plant.
Spike planted.
Alarm bot picks him up now. They know for certain that Lime is in and about CT. He was expecting a peek from Vicious. Left-hand side sight does eventually go for the spam, but swings between the bullets. And for Focus now, I think they'll finally meet their maker. The denial is finally out in full force. HS Deer on a wacky half-buy, going to bring themselves an eventual first.
They have lost the operator now, right? I mean, unless Lime can kill all of them and save it, but I think that was I believe they invested into that round. Okay, Lime. This is...
oh, wow.
Okay. Maybe...
We're gonna win. No other option.
I'm actually a bit speechless.
Let's go.
That's big. Like, look at Lime now. He's got the lockdown on. They are 1 off Rolling Thunder. Blade Storm, not quite there. Hunter's Fury, in the distant. You know, we haven't got that yet. But Focus, or Lime, shall I say, just single-handedly potentially made this next round a lot easier to win. And again, HSD, they're kind of just sending it as 5. Like, we're gonna see Yugi on the operator again, and he's gonna be the first one to take contact here.
Oh, Yugi, nice first shot as well. Dashes into cover, but he's got to be careful because he's very much pinned by utility, and Lynxy able to spam him down through the smoke. 4 on 4. Lewis still sits on the back of site. Focus getting ready to stand their ground towards C, but just here aren't interested in what's in front of them. They want to relocate maybe. They sent the Owl drone in, to be fair, so maybe it's just a slow of the tone rather than a complete rotate. Vicious having spotted the Killjoy at back sight. Lime enough to create a bit of a deterrent. I think, as you can see, HSD looking now to try and take elsewhere, towards Garage maybe.
It's interesting to see the way HSD are playing, right? They're kind of just grouping up as 5 and hoping they can brute force their way on to the site. But again, it's super nice from Focus to be able to counter that. And it looks like we're going to be going in for a fast B hit now. They know that the site is clear. Lovely recon dart to clear everywhere. And, well, there's that lockdown I was talking about.
This is sick, because look, the lockdown forces them out, so now they're forced to take the fights towards A-Link, but it does get destroyed. Hunter's Fury, gonna be good. Lynxy picking up Lime as well. 4 on 3. Oh my god, Lewis, that needed to be his kills, and instead it doesn't go his way. Rolling Thunder brought out as well. Waddle get some information. All players back of the site needs to hit some nutty shots right now, and unfortunately, Shock Dart prevails. Smoke goes out. Waddle's seen enough, and it will just be a save. 2 against 4. Focus concede a second.
That's not common for Lewis to, you know, whiff shots like that. I think they were near-sighted as well, so it was kind of a couple of free kills for Lewis, and you would have seen that most likely in his next YouTube montage. But fortunately for him, he didn't get the kills, and you know the round goes to HSD. Again, that's the second operator that Focus have invested that hasn't been successful. Like, it got the first pick, great, but unfortunately no one shot that arrow for Yugi, so I think he's actually going to be kind of mad about that. The arrow was just obviously backside C, and as he walked out of his jet smokes, well, he got tagged and killed. Would have been a good start for Focus if Yugi was to get out of that alive. They would have been able to post the operator up elsewhere, and well, just having the operator posted up would have taken a lot of space. But again, we're going to be going for the exact same play. Ale onto the site, and it looks like they're just going to have to fully retake it retro, and we're going to be into a 5 versus 5 post plant right here.
Lewis has got his ult. Ale brings out his, but it's not as important as that breach. Of course, now it's going to get expended. Now they're going to start looking on in. Ale pushes further behind it. Lewis and KPZ both with kills. Lynxy able to pick up another. Lewis, he's going to find a third. 3 on 2. Man advantage now for this defending side, but they still got to get on the spike. Shock Dart goes deep. Meadow Lives, though, to tell the tale. That is going to be very important. And Lewis, he'll pick up a third of his own. Looking for 4. Vicious will deny. It's Vicious in the clutch. Massive damage. Not quite the kill. Not even half yet. Waddle still taking fights. And there's not enough time to do it all. Eventually, Waddle will find it, but I don't think he's got it.
Yeah,
Oh, he does.
Oh,
Plenty of it, in fact. That's a sick clutch.
2.1.
I couldn't hear the beeping in my ears. My mental clock clearly very off. Either way, focus. Yeah, I mean, look, not a lot of time left, but they do get it done. 4-2, and they've put their cushion. They've bumped themselves back up to that double, and now HS Deer, they're going to pay the ultimate price because while their money keeping has been good, they have to spend everything they've saved up, every penny in the bank right now, pushed into round number 7.
You've got to give credit to Focus, right? The way they're playing as well, they know that HS Deer are playing as 5 and brute forcing sites, so they're just simply playing retake. And with utility from Sova, from the breach, retake should be fairly easy for a team like Focus, right? Very, very utility based. And we saw it. We saw 2 early kills get picked up, and the retake was super different. But again, look at this brute force. They're just brute forcing straight in. Ale kind of don't really know what the play was there, Retro. It was kind of just like a dash in and let's hope that there's no one window. There's 4 people though. Look at this. Look at this. They're ready for the B hits. They're so ready. There's 4 people ready. They're just gonna push HS Deer away. They can't brute force their way in. They're a man down. They have no control of the map. You can see Yugi holding A long. The only place they can go here is C long, and they're just going to go straight in to a focus stack. Look how many people they've got waiting outside of C.
Take their time with it, HS Deer. Don't want to make too much noise until they're all ready to go. There you go, recon backside. Flash goes out to the near site.
30 seconds.
Bringing all the information they need. Stun goes out as well. Linksy gonna just try and hold on as best as he can. Stun near side combination now for this defending side. The second flash is good as well. Line does eventually pick up on one. Couldn't quite finish his dinner in the first engagement, but a second attempt at it certainly will. Fredan with a double, and now is the op of Yugi against 2. Has the dash engaged, needs to find them both. Does find the first, but Vicious trades out, and it will be a round on the board for HS Deer. Fine margins, but they do get it done.
I actually can't believe HS Deer turned that one into a 1 round, to be honest. Focus were 1 man up. They had so much control of A. Yugi knows there was no one posted short, so he just sat there long. Technically, that was a 4 versus 4, but they had no bodies on the site. Now, that's the thing that does confuse me sometimes, is if you have so much control of one site and one area of the map, surely you should be stacking onto a site on the other side of the map, right? Surely you don't want to be playing retake. In the 5 versus 5, it's kind of okay. But again, it's gonna be, well, HS Deer trying to take that A space, trying to secure the orb. But Focus have kind of read this. The dash is down, the counter stun. Yugi's got to be very careful here. He hasn't got a dash. And I've got a feeling HS Deer, they're most likely just going to cut sound or even back away. Meadow hasn't found a kill yet on this lurk. He knows they're being super, super passive. Focus have got a read. Lewis, KP, they're joining Lime on the C site. Let's see if they've guessed this right, Retro. I've got a feeling this could be a B hit here, or just some noise onto B into a garage push. Look at the bodies.
I don't know. I don't think so. I think this is just going to be a straight B take as soon as the recon picks up on nothing, right? It's quite high up on site. You're going to be spotting anything that isn't close. And an updraft dash straight in. Waddle cooked in that engagement. Lewis spotted out by the turret. I think he was looking for any garage pressure. Swiftly denied by the utility of HS Deer, and in this post-plant scenario, you're never expecting a round to go their way. Stun pretty nice, and Yugi, that's a very nice shot to go with it. Lewis calling that one to perfection, telling his teammate to swing off that contact, and all of a sudden, now they try and look to get on the spike. It is tapped a second time. Yugi hitting another one. Surely this round doesn't go their way. It's a nice shot from Vicious. Meadow to follow as well. Fredan, he'll find the last and deny the diffuser in the smoke. 4-all, it's tie game, but Focus, to be fair, probably leave HS Deer with a lot to worry about heading into this one, because that gets way too close for comfort.
Yeah, they definitely made them work for that. I'll be honest with you. Beautiful utility usage coming out from the side of Focus. Yugi picking up, well, that was 1 kill. A couple of kills, I believe, or maybe just 1, but it's enough to put him back onto the operator. And this is one thing that I haven't seen that's really that successful yet, Retro. It's Yugi posted up with an operator, because right now he's only really been able to get 1. Lewis is in a really tough situation here.
Oh,
Fredan's got a perfect ult. But look at the counter. They don't know where the Omen is, so they're trying to force him out. They're trying to force out the Omen to push.
Fredan.
Oh,
my
what's
words,
doing
yeah. KPZ. I don't know how he's managed to get himself into the heavens, but he drops down and takes the head of Fredan off. 5 versus 4. They do know about that Omen TP, and they were concerned about it. And the resulting frag leaves Focus 1-0. 5 versus 4. It all sits silent. Aldrome from Vicious to clear back out towards middle. HSD thinking about a plan B.
We've seen this before. We've seen a 4 versus 5 not being successful. I mean, look at this. KPZ just picks up Ale. There's no teammates seem to be helping Ale out at all. Lewis, clean shots.
Oh, Lewis.
Spoke about his YouTube montage. 1 more for a clip. He's going for it. There it is. Absolutely beautiful. He's so clean with it. He is so clean with the Vandal headshots. He's already, look at it, 12 kills already. 12 kills on a breach.
Very, very sustainable frag up for the side of Focus. Leaving them around up and around enough. I'd argue Focus now 5 on this defending side of this BO3. First map, of course, so it's still early doors, but you can only think, right? Like, sure, Fracture, obviously the decider. This is Haven picked by the HSD side. That you'd be a little bit worried right now, right? If you're on this attacking side, you'd be thinking in your head, well, Focus, they start defense, and currently they're leading, and we've only got a few more rounds to play out.
Yeah, I mean, you do have to think, though, right? This is picked by HSD, and usually when you pick the map, you don't get the side that you want, right? You don't really get the side, but look at this. Look at the counter. Is Meadow safe here? He is, but Waddle knows he's in that corner. And he's already walked down, and the beautiful flash.
Sick first frag, 5 versus 4 yet again. Focus, what do they do immediately? After finding the frag, they back up, and the same with HSD. They're looking towards B. It's open for the take, and the only thing they need to be cautious for is that Killjoy turret. Thinks he will be hearing it in his left ear. Meanwhile, Lewis about peeking and taking it off from his right. Unfortunately, not going to be. And Fredan, now's the shot. 4v4 site control.
It's another one of them rounds where it's kind of thrown the advantage, right? The solo peaks, and here we go. I was talking about it earlier on, the A link control. Retro, look how fast they're pushing here.
Oh my word, KPZ, he will get caught off. Vicious, just so aggressive. They won't quite know that there's Waddle in heaven as well. They'd expect to swing off the back of it, maybe. And Yugi's having a look back in from C. Giving up all of that control. The spike not exactly planted for them. Waddle, nice shot onto Fredan. Should know that there's a breach in and about the back lines as well. Wondering if it's going to be looked after. Ale going to find 1 and a second kill for Ale. Oh, Ale with 3. Heads are rolling right now for HSD. And it's all tie game at 5-all. Sick response. And the boys are back in business. 5-all, but that was sickening from the Sheriff.
Ale really showing why we brought up their head-to-head earlier on. This man right now is looking crisp. He's got the Blade Storm online, and if he can do that with the Sheriff, imagine what he can do with those knives. Just imagine. Meadow still with the lockdown, although they do have the Hunter's Fury to counter the lockdown. So it'll be interesting to see how HSD navigate this round. It looks like Yugi's just going to be taking some very early presence towards mid, but they never pressure mid hard. No, Yugi! Just bad timing.
Yeah, Lime ready to trade though, and he does deliver. Should know there's a second piece of this contract that he needs to fulfill. There's a second man towards Garage. He's got to be careful for Meadow, waiting on the other side of it. Playing slow. KPZ, oh, it's great, but the counter U2 is brilliant. Meadow going to find 1. KPZ trades out. The Killjoy dropped for both parties as well. Another clutch scenario. It's another headshot from Lewis. Lynxy quick to put him to sleep, to put numbers back down level. 2-on-2, Ale, he will swing, and it's massive damage. 3 points of health is all KPZ's left with. The swing on out, and Lynxy, he'll win it. Another 1 versus 1 that goes the HSD way, and it's 6 on the board now for the attacking side.
This is looking better. This is looking much, much better. We have a lot of ults coming into this next round, though. A couple of people who are close to their ult as well, so I want to see it. This is always like the scenario you get, right? You get a lockdown online, the enemy team, they get a Hunter's Fury online, and it's kind of a battle between who uses it first. Sometimes no one uses it, and sometimes you'll just go the whole distance without a single one of them use it. But again, HSD, you know what? Let's brute force our way onto site again. And Ale picks up KPZ, and it's just an absolute disaster for Focus. This is a full buy, or as much of a buy as they can get. Like, they just, everything seems so 1-by-1 right now. Little bit strange from up.
Oh my word, Waddle has just sniped 2 straight out. Yugi, gotta be careful, trying to keep his life in check, know that the spike's down. Waddle looking for more. I'd feel confident going back into this round. 2 long shot kills. The peak is out. That was expected to be held by Yugi, and he will find one, but Vicious. Yet again, the cohesion from HSD, swing in unison. And it's 7 on the board for HSD, but now switch things over. They're on defense. Focus get to attack, and 5 has set the bar pretty high.
The half felt very fast. Like, I know HSD were kind of setting the pace with some of their brute force plays, but half ended with a few ults still being left online, which on a map like Haven kind of surprises me. But yeah, like you say, the sides are now switching. We're going to see Focus setting the pace, unless HSD feel like taking some space. You know, we might see HSD. They like to play together. They like to try and, well, again, I keep mentioning it. We saw it last game, right? We saw them like playing as 4 or 5 all together. Let's just see if Focus can do the same thing. Does look like it's just going to be a default play. KP going to be putting a thought into their head that they could have crossed A, and look at all the sound information Meadow's getting. Just playing together. We're about to see the first piece of aggression here come out.
Caught off. Oh, Lime finds it through the smoke as well. Lynxy trying to revenge. He will find a nice shot, but Lime is just so quick. And it's all down to Vicious. 1 against 4. Frenzy in his hands. Looking to do his best from this spot. Unfortunately, there's going to be no round win. I don't think there's any way back in. Spike continues to wind away as well. Vicious knows time is finite. On this defending side, a pistol round would have been nice, but Focus giving themselves an opportunity back into this game. KPZ flies through the sky. It's in with a harsh right click, and that'll be that. 6-7 Focus, only down by a single round now.
Yeah, it was a nice round from Focus. I feel like the trades were kind of there for HSD. At least they tried to, and you can't fault a team for trying to trade. That's the main part about Valorant, right? Trades are super, super, super important. But coming into this second round, it just is going to be quite a free round for Focus, I feel like. They've got 3 Bulldogs. They've got a Guardian. They want to try and build up the orbs, pretty much. They want to try and build the Ultra online. They want to try and make that next round, after this round, a little bit easier. But I mean, HSD have stack retro, and it's going to start very aggressive.
Redan sits him in smoke, waiting. It's Waddle that will find first blood. Lynxy drop dead. It's a nice shot from Fredan. The Frenzy will get immediately the same treatment. The Avenge Focus able to bring it all together quite nicely. 7-7. Scoreline level heading into number 15. Impressive performance here at the start of this attacking side. But of course, we were never focused on what HSD could provide us in the previous round. It's this one here with the rifles, light shields, utility at a lot as well. Go for it. See what sticks.
It's a very close game. I did say we most likely will be in for a good series of Valorant here, and it's already not disappointing at all. Retro, HSD, they're set to win this round. When you look at the loadouts, they are the team that look like, you know, we have the better buy. I mean, look at that position by KP. That's disgusting. What an off angle that was. And Lynxy's like, where's he gone? It's an omen. He's just TP'd away. That was beautiful. Such a nice read coming out from the side of Focus. They know that Arle's most likely going to get aggressive. And they're going to be hitting this again, Retro. Like, I mean, they've got, what, 1, 2, 3, they've got all 5 there. All 5 there. And Lynxy can't hit the shot, and Waddle picks it up. I don't know what Focus said about that round, but I mean, whoever made that call for KP to sit up on that box, well, that's just opened up the whole round for you.
5 on 3. They need to focus on converting this round win. Spike's still in the back pocket here of Lewis, so try and make his way across. Tapping away, does eventually hit the shot. Mr. Fred and removed. Spike planted as well. Meadow and Vicious don't seem interested one bit. It's going to be a save call, and Focus regain the lead.
Yeah, it's the right call here. It's the right call here. You don't want to just go in and lose your weapons. This is most likely the side that you're most confident on.
Can't use that yet.
I feel like I don't know what you think, but I feel like when you get to a level of Valorant like this, I feel like the attacking side is maybe better. I feel like a lot of this game revolves around good communication and good set plays, right? On the other hand, you then have obviously good set plays and good retakes, but I feel like if you have a good, strong team who are attacking, I don't know. I feel like it's probably going in the way of the attackers. Most people do say it's a defend-decided map, but that's like, you know, your average rank game, right? In competitive, I feel like attacking is the way forward for most teams.
Definitely is for Focus, to say the least. The sample size we have, although small, effective for this Focus side. And as you said, right, HSD from 7-5 up, that's where they left off in the first half. Rethink a little bit, right? You know, place the scope back on really what you want to be doing. Ideally winning rounds, but having that previous round just been dropped from beneath them. Bonus buy for Focus turned into success yet again. Kind of wondering what the HSD need to do differently. A lot of these timeouts are used just to regather some thoughts and try and, you know, bring up a plan between you where everyone's happy and you could try and put Focus back into their place, because if they win another round, it's 9-7. Sure, it's pistols. If they win the buy after that, 10. The eco after that, 11-7. And you notice how like 1 or 2 gun buys can make the difference between HSD going up 10-8 and then being down 12-7.
For sure, yeah, it does spiral out of control, and we spoke about momentum earlier on the side of the Petit Bouffons. This could be some momentum on the side of Focus, and I just want to go back to what we said earlier on, that the last 2 times these 2 teams have played up against each other, Focus have won 2-0, and HSD haven't managed to get a map. So, even though, Focus have got somebody new, right? They've got somebody new in. So HSD haven't actually played them since the addition of Waddle. And I must say, Waddle has had great impact on this game so far. One thing to note, HSD, their first 2 games this split have been Hookahs and Coalesce. So I wouldn't say it's 2 of the highest tier teams in Polaris, but they have still got that practice under their belt. So slow.
Yeah, dead silent this round from Focus. Giving him a bit of silent treatment, I think. Just trying to earn the respect. Think about it. Let it simmer.
Yeah.
Now HSD try and get a bit aggressive towards mid, and that's exactly where Focus look to penalise, right? They fall right into the trap, although it doesn't work and they don't get a frag. A lot of information. But Lynxy has crept all the way up, but Arle is looking the wrong way. The problem is, because he's looking there, it sells the play even further. Lynxy's going to pick up 1. KPZ trades out. Now it's a 4 versus 3. Nice shot from Meadow. Got to find a second. KPZ able to hold the fort down quite nicely. And the last 2 is a double push towards mid. Should just mean a plant towards C, and the round shortly to follow.
Yeah, I'm expecting a very disciplined post plant here. Like, even this, I'm not too sure about. It's not really the greatest plant for anywhere. It's just a safe plant. I guess they don't have the information where the players are on the side of HSD. But again, they could have played potentially from your long. Nah, actually, you know what? Scrap what I just said. And I will always say this, you never play from long if the enemy smokes are up. It's disastrous. It's absolutely disastrous. And look how close KPZ is to this smoke.
Alarm bot down.
2v3 still. HSD left so much time just as dead air that you have to walk away from this round. Second best, it will be number 9 on the board for Focus. Great response considering.
Didn't invest though, did they? HSD didn't
No.
really
No,
invest
no.
into this round,
But-
and time was
Yeah.
their enemy.
Yeah, and agreed. Like, you've got to look at it as quite, as you say, like, frontally as possible in the sense that that was an eco, and this is now their gun buy. But it's 9-7, and so the repercussions of losing the full buy is even worse.
Oh, for sure. Oh, for sure. But we are about to see Ale pick up the operator, though. Now, let's see if he can have more of an impact than Yugi did. Because, in my opinion, I feel like Yugi's had quite a quiet game. Considering what we usually see come out from Yugi, I feel like he's had a little bit of a quiet game this time. And look at this. I mean, Ale chose the right site. It's just if he can get the kill or not. Is someone going to make that mistake? It's a perfect set piece from them. Oh, HSD. They don't know what to do. Fall back, play retake. What have they got to retake, though? What have they got to retake? Yes, they have the Omen flash. But a couple of breach flashes. This could be dangerous for HSD. This could be super difficult to get onto site. They might not even make it onto site with the current utility they have. Honestly, Retro, I'm nervous for HSD in this situation.
Right side heaven cleared out. Focus still playing with numbers. They still work against the clock. Focus just happy to wait because they know it's seconds that HSD are going to struggle to have later on. Vicious going to find the first. Waddle trades out. Sova finding a double. Make it 3 for Vicious. Yugi sits in the smoke. Fredan will find one more. And now it's all on KPZ. But they don't check him. They don't check him. KPZ nearly with it all. Fredan will stick the defuse. And HSD will have Age. Backs are against the wall. But they somehow make it stick. And it will be an 8th on the board for the Swedish side. Focus. Bit disappointing to see.
Well, Vicious just... Where did Vicious get them kills from? He's just got 3 really quick headshots and there was nothing in return. I ate my words. I know they call it the caster's curse, but they managed just to walk onto site and Vicious was free reign just to get 3 kills. Like, that was beautiful from him. Absolutely cracking shots. KP, it was unfortunate that they didn't, it was unfortunate that they kind of had an inkling that he was going to be there. I mean, I say that, they all did turn around. But I mean, in a 1 versus 4 in that situation, when the bomb's not planted for you, I feel like it's going to be super difficult for KP to make that work, right? I feel like if KP made that work, then, well, hands down to him. But it was all down to that 1 kill, the most important kill, and it was KP trying to kill Meadow. Unfortunately, Meadow came out victorious on that, and it does force a Focus timeout out. So, interesting. One round difference between these two teams. This map is picked by HSD. If you have missed out on that, you got the little graphic at the top left. HSD, they're gonna need to win this map if they wanna go into the next one with confidence. I do feel like Focus on Icebox, it's quite dangerous.
Yeah, and not to mention, right, like HSD, despite winning that previous round and Focus good discipline to call for a tactical pause. The fact of the matter is, they are still a round up. Focus's attacking side hasn't lost its value. It's HSD that are trying to meet them at the same level. Early up aggression towards A did take a bit of damage. Nano Swarm dropping they're down to 63 points of health. But ultimately, right now, Focus. I don't know. Like, what's the call now, right? It seems to be a bit of a C split, but you've left A very vacant, and HSD know this because all the controllers just been hoovered up by the jet.
Well, here it goes. It's gonna, the ult already cancelled. What are Focus gonna do? Yugi dashes onto site. The Rolling Thunder comes out. Oh, Retro. Is Yugi gonna find this kill onto Fredan?
Wow, he doesn't. Lime, he's able to pick up 1 though. At least it's a decent trade-off. Lewis and KPZ, they both find kills. Vicious and Ale, 2 against 4. Shock Dog goes out once onto site. Lime is just going to stick the plant.
Spike planted.
No one to stop him.
Player
Ale might even be
standing.
considering an op save, and he certainly will be now. Waddle finding 1 more. 9 will turn 10. And Focus leaving this in a very difficult scenario. Nice shot at least from Ale. But again, it's all for naught because Focus is going to walk away with the round win anyways.
A bit of whack-a-mole onto Lewis's head just then. I do have a weird question. Now, going into that round, I don't know if it was just like a UI bug, but it did say at the start of that round, when all 5 players were alive, that Lime actually had a classic. He had a classic. He had no weapon. So I'm... Oh, bad timing. Ale's going to die here. I don't get it. If you were to go back, he just had a classic.
Yeah,
But he had
buy.
As a bowstring, the fight demands it.
Like, he forgot to buy or something, is my
He had
guess.
7,000.
Yeah, well, yeah, like, I just did the math quickly in my head. If you have 7,600, right? The max you can get in this is 9k. That's well over 2,900. You know, the gap between his money and max amount. So he didn't buy himself a gun. So he just forgot to do it entirely.
Yeah, I mean, oh well, obviously it doesn't matter too much. I'm actually pretty sure he got a kill with a classic. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know if you saw. He actually got a kill with a classic, which is great. And early aggression coming out. Look at that. Oh,
Ale, first is his, looking for more. Vicious finding a second. Keep giving him 1v1s, and they will penalise. Yugi's able to swing out off the back of the contact and will deliver level numbers. 3 against 3. Waddle now going to try and obtain some space towards this C side of things. And while the information is good, they're not going to walk with it. Instead, try to use it as a deterrent from A, and that's exactly what's just happened.
look at the ults though. Lynxy, he's got Rolling Thunder. Meadow, one off. Lockdown. Lime also has the lockdown as well. So the post plant here could be super easy for Focus if that lockdown is done at a great time. Are they going to plant first or lockdown first? I feel like they're going to... Oh my god, the fast retake comes in. Lime doesn't get hit, but it's a perfect nano swarm and a second one. They're going to have to run through it. He gets one. Fredan got through though. Waddle picks up Fredan and it's just down to Lynxy. Can't be
MVP
done.
of the round, Lime.
Oh yeah.
What? The double nano swarm, as you say, quite literally saves the entire site hold. And it stops the ultimate being invested from Lynxy, right? Despite him obviously bringing it out and trying to do some good damage and force Focus further away. It's HSD that walk away second best. And ultimately now, I mean, you look at the utility, they didn't lose out on anything. Waddle has still got his ult. You've got Lime, obviously, with the lockdown. Yugi can bring out the knives. And sure, Fred and Meadow both share their ultimates for HSD as well. Look at the round count. 11 to 8. They've got 2 more rounds they can afford to lose. HSD, they lose more than one. If they lose 2 or more, they're done.
Yeah, and look at the ults that are online for Focus. It's looking like a scary round. HSD, they're gonna have to respect what Focus have. They are really gonna. I mean, Lynxy, is he gonna clear this close right corner? I don't think he is. I mean, he kind of does. He kind of does a what I like to call a so Marcus check. You check it, and you still don't get the kill. But Ale, well, I mean, Waddle's stuck here. This is a
Oh, yeah. Easy.
domed. Waddle.
Head straight off his shoulders.
Headless.
Yeah.
Still, though, look at the ults.
Do mention attack inside. Focus still having the knives, still having the lockdown. Not quite Waddles as well, but might as well be there. 40 seconds left. Ale still repositions, having a good little jiggle. Lewis, he's going to try and pick up something, but Ale finds a collapse. And now it's 2 bullets, 3 kills, looking for more, fires off again. One more shot, could line them both up once more. Jet dashes in, trying to create space, nice first frag, and the second as well. Ale finds 4, and that is a sick defense for HSD. One man to rule the world. It's Ale's kingdom out towards C, and it's HSD up to number 9.
That's what I mentioned earlier. Ale's having a really strong game. And Yugi's kind of sitting in the backlines, you know. He's not showing the flair that we're used to seeing. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, right? You can't show the flair every single game, but we are used to seeing Yugi do a little bit more. But it is nice to see players such as KPZ and Lime as well that are topping the scoreboards. And Ale, he's going to go for the aggressive peek again. And
wow.
Well, look at this tracking.
No charges left.
I think he's going to...
Oh my words. Waddle blind fires and nearly takes him still. Very fortunate to be alive. And that's worst nightmare. Ale tagged up, not down. But he's going to have to back off completely. That ultimate is killer for his sight hold. And now Focus can start to just made their entrance well known. Vicious will be known that he's in on heaven. Lewis's job
Spike
here to hold
planted.
him off. Operator fires across. Waddle finds the first. Just don't peek. You've got 4v4.
They have
Don't
lockdown.
overextend.
Revealing area.
I don't get why Ale went so aggressive there when they have Meadows lockdown. It could have been a 5 versus 4 retake, but it looks like they're actually going to try and push this, or at least wait until the last seconds. But it's perfect.
The stun,
Waddle
the
finds
stun.
one.
Waddle, oh, it's brilliant. They shoot the Killjoy all down in time as well. Vicious last man standing. That was set up to perfection for HSD, but Focus wander on in, and Focus will deny. It's looking like 12, it's looking like map point. It's a nice shot from Vicious, but there's not enough time to do it all, and Lime will give him a quick exit to this round. It's 12, it's map point, it's Focus.
Match point.
Super confused at the call there. It felt a little bit, maybe not, no, it was rushed. Ale kind of ran into the CT tunnel. I'm not too sure what the play was, right? It was a 5 versus 4, and you have lockdown. Surely you just pop the lockdown, and you wait. You wait. And if you pop that lockdown nice and early, probably like 5 seconds before they did, they're still going to have enough time to play retake. Very strange. Like, you know, I like to analyze plays, but that one right there, I genuinely can't wrap my head around the reasoning why. But I mean, Yugi has just said, boys, I'm sending it. Oh.
Space. Been giving it as well. Fredan in the smoke. He knows. He heard the tag up. He's going to drop into both. Try and find a good medium to be able to spam him down. Waddle. Shock dart connects. 4 players to go. Lynxy will make things level, so the table doesn't tip in one favor. But it is still a 4v4, and it is still a very promising situation for Focus to find 13. Not to mention, right, the Spike's only just made its way across. They've got a lurk, they've got everything set up, they're ready and raring to go. Ale going to try and drop over the top of the smoke. Second attempt, and it, oh my god, Ale! Lewis finds it in response through the smoke, though. And now Lime, his position enabled, just here to hold the flanks. Vicious peaks, and Lime will take him down. It's a 2-on-2 on the site, but a 3v2 in the context of the round. Meadow to bring the numbers back down. Lewis kept honest. It's a nice shot from Lime, and it's just Meadow left. 1 against 2. It's 79 points of health, 7 points to the shields as well. The jump spot is brilliant. Meadow will take the fight. Nano Swarm dropped in, does find the first. Tap again, but KPZ denies. It's Focus that win map 1.
Yeah, and not to mention that is map 1, which was HSD.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
What is this from EA? He is currently unstoppable. He is just a consistent demon. El Diablo.
Hey guys, it's EA. Welcome to my course on optimal VALORANT training. I'm going to be demonstrating now some angle clearing. I'll slowly come around the corner as well, making sure no one's on these off angles.
First. First. First.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another week of VCT EMEA, coming to you live from Messe Berlin. As you guys can see, we're in the heart of the Coliseum in the pit right now with the crowd surrounding us. Welcome, by the way, everyone, for taking the time out to come and join us today. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I've got Lothar and Cougar with me. Welcome back, you guys.
Very happy to be here. Another week. It looks like I could be like this the entire year. I think that everybody feels the same way.
Yeah, I stopped playing Viper, but I'm still enjoying the pit, you know, here.
You
He
stopped
just
playing
said that.
Viper?
He literally just said that.
Are you okay? Are you good?
Well, I play Yoru, you know, so it's fine.
Okay, well, that's a whole other conversation. But as you said, Cougar, it feels like, you know, we could do this for the rest of the year, but unfortunately we can't because playoffs will be the thing that stops us, and these teams right now are fighting for a chance for playoffs. Fnatic, they are still undefeated, and Lothar, it is looking a little bit more dire for BBL down there.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I still believe in BBL. I hope they also have a change in coaching staff that we're going to talk about later on.
Yep.
But I do believe that BBL still have a chance of going into playoffs.
Mathematically, they do.
Yeah, exactly. And not only that, look at all the possible ties that we still have. We know that we're still in the 4th week of competition. So I think that still there's a lot of things that could go down.
I mean, the crazy thing is mathematically, BBL can still make it, and Fnatic cannot make it,
yeah.
which is kind of crazy. But speaking of the standings, I don't know if you guys been keeping up with VRLs. I have, and I want to big up Polaris real quick. I was watching it during the week as well. If you guys think that Fnatic are doing well in our league, Apex, this standing is technically wrong. They do have another win. They are 3-0. Apex, who are made of ex-Fnatic players, are currently leading their league as well. And out of the 6 maps they played, they've only managed to concede 13 rounds, which is absolutely crazy.
Okay.
That's great. That's like 2.1 rounds.
Mad, yeah.
I think that's crazy, but you know what? You've been keeping an eye on this one. I've been keeping an eye on my own league because it's way better. We have the best casters in the world, the best teams, yada, yada. You know what I always say, but I think that when we take a look at what's going on in Spain there with Rising, the things are looking a little bit different, you know, especially at the top. We have something that most of the people did not expect after Case were the winners of last split. seeing them there third and fourth with Team Queso, the big surprises are UCAM and Theta, especially because Theta didn't even make it to playoffs. And right now, it's not only that they're 5-1, it's the performances they're giving week to week that they're actually giving people what they expected from this. Same goes for UCAM. I think that, you know, a lot of surprises still do happen on the second half of it. I think they only have 3 matches left before the first half ends.
For me, the surprising thing is Rebels gaming with 2 and 4. That's kind of awkward, right?
I mean, it is, but I think that in general, the situation in Spain is a little bit different from the rest of the leagues because they have to have at least 3 Spanish players.
Ah.
Yeah,
So
well,
that changes things a lot.
And the important thing is that any of these teams, they could potentially be joining VCT next year and be competing here as well, which is going to be very, very exciting. You guys, the audience are clapping because we have Liquid and Heretics taking the stage right now. But also, I have a little fun thing I want to do with you two. I feel like every week we're here, we are doing something completely deranged, and that theme is continuing. It's continuing. You guys might not know this, but I actually own an archive of EMEA relics. They are ancient relics. They are very, very famous here in EMEA. In fact, we own one from Team Liquid, which I'm going to show you guys in a bit as well. I'm going to give you two the chance today of being able to become the proud new owners of some of these relics. So
you're getting rid of them?
I'm not getting rid of them. I'm selling them in my VCT auction. So I'm going to give you both a cap, probably of around 50,000 VCT bucks, and I want to go 2 overboard. And whoever outbids the other will get to keep the item.
So
do we get to actually keep it?
Yes, you do.
Oh, okay.
You do. This is
privately.
completely real.
I don't know
Then
how
we'll
I'm gonna
actually
put it
have a
in my
motivation to
suitcase.
bid.
The catch is that I'm not going to show you what it is. I have a wonderful auctioneer assistant here, Stevie. He's going to come and deliver a mystery package here. We have 6 of those. I'm going to give you a brief description of what it is, and I want to...
That's a scarf.
Oh, so we're not even going to see what we're bidding for?
I will give you a description, and then you can... I'll show it to you once you win it. Well, we're going to start off really, really strong. Okay, this is an extremely rare item, a highly sought out item, and if you are the owner of this, and if you have this on your person, it grants you 100% win rate in all of your ranked games. 100%.
I desperately need that, thank you.
It's kind of broken. So we are going to start the bidding for this lot at 1,000 VCT bucks.
2,000.
2.5.
You guys really need the ELO points?
I definitely need. I lost from Immortal 3 to Immortal 1 in 1 week.
Okay, well, Lothar, 2.5 is the one to beat.
Yeah, well, then I go for 5k. I have 50k, right?
Yeah, you have 50k.
I go for 5k.
But there's 6 items.
Yeah, but this one is important.
Oh, Kakuka?
I mean, no, it's not important. It's not important. I don't care.
You're
you
a morning
can
person.
whatever.
I play at night. How about we share it?
One of you have to pay for it.
Okay. Yeah, but he's already bid. What did you say, 5k?
Yeah, I said 5k.
Okay.
All right, okay. It's going to go to Lothar. And Lothar, everyone in the Coliseum right now, you're going to be very, very happy that I have the actual item, the rare item of Boasters Brazil 100% win rate headband.
Look at that.
There we go, there we go, there we go. And Lothar is the proud owner, new owner. This is the real actual headband. Well, you can take it afterwards. Stevie's going to look it after for you. Make sure you collect your item on your way out, Lothar. Thank you very much,
Do I have to wear it on my head?
Sweaty.
You do, but it's 100% win rate, Lothar. You know, it's a pretty good item. So, Lothar, item number 2. Dun, dun, dun. Well, you guys have had a taste of what we're working with here, what we're dealing with here. This will buff your stats in game and your ability to carry by 150%, but it will nerf your entire team by 50.
Is it the mouse?
Everyone else that you play with,
it looks like a box.
Is going to be nerfed by 50%.
This looks like a mouse box. All right, so I'm going to say 1k.
It's new. 1k?
You're willing to get a 150% buff but nerf your teammates by 50%? You're fine with that?
Am I playing ranked still?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't care then.
Okay.
Is it something that I can, you know, if it's a mouse, you can plug it in and out, you know? So if no one's doing anything.
It's an EMEA relic.
I gave 6,000.
6,000 higher than
I want it. Come on, Lothar. I was good with you.
We have 4 more items,
yes.
right?
You concede?
Yes.
All right, okay. Kakuka, congratulations. You have won. Oh, this is a little bit difficult to open.
Time I win
but you have. You didn't win it. You bid for it. You have won. You have
won the auction.
Yeah, you have bought yourself the EMEA back brace, previously worn by the likes of Scream. Safe has worn it a couple times as well. Kellogg's as well. So we do have the EMEA back brace. Congratulations, you're going to be able to carry your teammates.
I already have one of those.
I think I kind of let you.
Thank you.
I misled you because this looks kind of bugged.
I
mouse
thought it was
box,
a
right?
mouse.
Well, item number 3 coming in. You guys are bidding a lot of money so far. So the
We still
next
have
one,
40
this is a
something.
fun one.
45K.
This is a fun one. This is
Oh,
a
it's big.
high risk, high reward, but it's really fun. It's fun.
Is it also
So it's like
EMEA?
it's like neon, right?
No.
High risk, high reward, but very fun.
Yeah. I'm not gonna. That's all I'm gonna tell you.
What's the bidding price?
We're gonna start with 500. It's just so fun, but it is very high risk.
1K.
I love risk. I'll give the 500.
500, Lothar?
I said
You have
1K
a
already.
family. You have a family. 2K. You
2K?
have a family. I'm alone.
I still have 45K in the bank.
Okay, carry on then. What are we
I say
going?
3K.
5K.
Let her
6K.
have this one. Okay, okay. 6K? I'm gonna have to hurry you up because we're
Okay.
running out of time. but-
8K.
Pass.
Okay, well this, congratulations Kakuka. You have won Angel and Doombross's random champion select dice, which basically lets you, if you roll it, you can get whatever draft you want.
I like it,
any
yeah.
any lineup, any champions you want. So congratulations, this is gonna be really fun for
If
you.
you're wondering if you're gonna play Breach or Omen, just roll the die. And
I'm just
you're gonna play.
great at wasting money. Why
Perfect.
not?
We have the next item coming up as well. Now this is actually something that it took me a long time to find because it's been lost in EMEA. I've just
piece of the
discovered it.
trophy?
I found it. It's also a Twitch chat relic, I would say. It originally came from Twitch chat, but we lost it and we found it. And the resale value is extremely high. So we're going to start the bidding at 1 VCT buck.
1,
Yes.
2.
3. All right, 1K,
2K.
3K.
I still have a lot of money. I'm gonna do another 6.
Oh my goodness.
Wait, I have 45K. What am I thinking here? 10K.
15.
Oh my goodness, you two.
Come on.
How much does she have?
I've lost
I have
count.
38.
You going to concede this one as well,
No,
Lothar?
yours was 15, right?
Yes.
20.
He gets it.
All right, 20K, Lothar. 20K. But you
resale
have
value
to,
apparently
you
is
have
big.
to make sure you look after this because this is the caster start game button.
Oh,
so I need to be a
perfect.
little bit careful because if we press this, then we immediately go into game.
But
so
what about, does it
it's
have an
pink.
option to do a tactical pause as well?
No. This is
Technical.
I'm being very careful with it because I don't want to accidentally go into game too early. So cast the start game button, Lothar. Make sure you collect this afterwards and be very, very careful. So you guys at home know that Lothar is currently the owner of this button. So if we don't start
spam
game,
at me.
spam at him. We have 2 more items left.
Yes.
The next one is one that's very close to my heart. It is from Turkey, and of course it grants you raw aim. And I'm gonna make this quick. So hurry up. We only got
2K.
1 item left.
5.
Take it.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Kakuka. Oh, I really don't want to let this one go. I don't want to let this
What
one
is
go
it?
because
Is it food?
this is the Elder
hungry.
Flame Dragon. This is the red Elder Flame Dragon that gives every Turkish player
like a Bushu.
aim buff. This is where they draw their powers from in the red Elder Flame.
I like it, I
Vandal.
like it.
So yeah,
I'm
this
happy.
is kind of heartbreaking for me to let this one go, but it's gone to a good home. Yep.
So I used to.
Stevie,
I'm
last
doing,
one,
I'm
please.
doing my math. How much do I have left?
You
I
don't
think
have
I
more
a lot
than
left.
me.
I have more than you.
So
So you can go
but
fast.
not
'cause-
least, we have a collector's item all the way from North America. So bid at your own risk.
Well,
And it's also the largest one for some reason. Bid at your own risk.
So
I can give whatever I have, which
because I
think
will
is
use all the
15.
money that I have
Yeah,
left.
and she has more, so
Okay,
she
I
wins.
guess Kakuka gets this. Well, this is a bit of a sad one. Like I said, it is from North America. It is actually the exact pillow that Barla cried into when Gambit split up. So this is soaked with
He has
Barla's
Barla's
tears.
tears?
It has Barla's tears.
So that's his
the
DNA.
day the Gambit broke up. So this is a
Yes.
collector's item. So congratulations,
I like it.
Kakuka,
I love that a lot.
for this. And thank you for participating. Maybe I'll bring a few more things out of the archive. once we have time. But I feel like I've already displayed a lot of things here, so...
I'm just happy I'm not the only relic in town, you know?
I got so many things.
There you go.
Finally,
there you
a
go.
decent payload.
And maybe our players can make some more relics this week as we take a look at the schedule and see which games are going to be played. There's only just one game today, one best of 3, but we have 2 coming up on Thursday and 2 coming up on Friday. Lothar, which one are you most looking forward to?
I think I say for both of us, Kakuka,
Oh, yes.
that we are looking forward to Foot versus Giants.
A lot.
This is gonna be such an exciting match.
Yeah, I think because of the level that both of them have been showing in the past weeks, we're very excited for that one. And also, maybe this is the week that BBL find their first win.
It's not gonna be easy though. Vitality
No.
is definitely an opponent to be a little bit afraid of. But exciting week ahead of us. And definitely looking forward to the Foot game because I hope they're gonna keep up the trajectory of getting better.
I just want some Mata Captain race again, please.
Well, that's all going to happen tomorrow, but let's bring our mind back to the game that is going to be happening today and get ready for Team Liquid versus Team Heretics.
Pues soy Jorge Madeira, soy de un pueblito de aquí de la Sierra de Madrid, de Colmenarejo, y soy hooligan de Heretics.
Soy Luis, vivo aquí en Madrid y soy fan de Heretics.
Y conozco Heretics desde 2016.
Y soy de Heretics.
Soy fan de Heretics. Llevo siendo fan de Heretics 4 años.
Fan de Heretics desde que se creó el club el día 1. Estuve ahí presente cuando Giorgio lanzó el vídeo lanzamiento del club. Y desde entonces pues he estado aquí pues apoyando al club a muerte.
El primer stand, que era un stand súper chiquitito, la cola me acuerdo, éramos 20 personas como mucho, luego fueron pasando los años y las colas eran enormes.
Para mí ser de Heretics significa pues muchas cosas.
Algo que es casi un estilo de vida.
Privilegio, yo creo.
Y en general ser de Heretics es un orgullo porque es una organización que nos cuida mucho a todos, a los fans.
Tú ves la competición del equipo que más te gusta o del que más sientes los valores y para mí Heretics representa muy bien los míos.
Me motiva mucho a seguir adelante, a seguir mis sueños.
Es un sentimiento un poco diferente, porque al final es un club que salió de la nada y para mí personalmente se comió el mundo.
Definir Heretics es complejo, pero yo diría que pasión.
Es que es complicado, es que son muchas emociones.
Familia, para mí es familia. Ibas 2 años seguidos a un evento y se acordaban de ti, de hostia, tú viniste el año pasado, tal. Con ese mínimo detalle ya sabes que ponían empeño en que la gente se viera dentro del club aún sin estar. Entonces para mí es una gran familia.
Y Heretics en general, pues no sé, como una familia, la verdad. Es todo muy cercano.
Pasión, sinceramente, ya que además es una palabra que utiliza el equipo bastante y creo que es la palabra correcta para definirlo.
Heretics yo lo definiría como excelencia. Es el club perfecto donde tienes la oportunidad de, si eres jugador profesional, darte a conocer y conseguir un montón de ventajas, por así decirlo, porque al fin y al cabo es uno de los clubes más influyentes del mundo y sin duda alguna uno de los más históricos de España sin irme muy lejos, vaya.
Heretics.
Well, it's going to be a big day for both Heretics and Team Liquid. And I think we should start talking about the leaders of both teams, Redgar and Zeke. I think at least coming into this tournament, we had Redgar up there, you know, as one of the most experienced and best IGLs. Lothar, do you feel like he's fulfilled those expectations?
I feel like there's a lot of pressure on Redgar when it comes to performing as an IGL. I feel like when it comes to his personal performance right now, there's nothing to worry about. But the thing is, seems like Liquid doesn't have a consistent game plan that they try to execute. There are some, of course, examples when that actually falls in order, but in most maps we're always wondering what the hell is happening right now. The mid-round calling is always very chaotic.
Yeah, the comparison also with the Gambit that we once knew, the Meg from last year, and the style that we recognized on that team is never going to be there anymore. And Rega needs to find a new path, not only with Nats, but also with a new coach. That changes things so much, and I think he's still getting there. He will get there, but he's still on the way.
On the other side, you know, Zeke, he had to basically just become the IGL after lock-in.
Yes.
It was meant to be Boo. And similarly for you, Cougar, how have you found the way that he stepped into that role here?
I think that Zeke is the kind of person that really wants things to work. And it's not the first time that he steps in and takes a little bit more of responsibility, not only in what he plays, how he plays, but also in the roles that he takes on the team. He's a winner. He has that kind of nature to him. I still think he needs some development in the IGL position, but in this roster and in this team, there are so many things that need time put onto them that I think it's too complicated of a position for him.
You know, it's funny because Zeke is one of the players that always kind of ends up in the same position when he has to be the one that is flexible. In every single team, he had to fill a role that was needed for the team. He always was trying to take over at some point as a semi-IGL or maybe just mid-round game calling. But in this case, he has the entire team depending on him. So that's actually very important.
But that wasn't the initial plan, right?
Yeah, and that's, I think that's a big problem for Team Heretics, and there's a lot of pressure on Zeke as well, because he's also considered one of the most consistent players on that team.
Well, we actually have some footage to show you guys of both Redgar and Zeke leading their teams in pretty frustrating situations for both of them. Check this out.
Okay. Okay.
I couldn't go back.
Let's try to come back to our... Guys, listen. Let's come back to our previous playstyle. Yeah, let's motivate us a little bit. We're not... Guys, let's... If they want to fight, we'll fight back with them, boys. Let's go!
He's gone for this rotation back through mid. I don't think they have any idea where he is. Soulcast finally starting to realize it's a second crazy shot out from Alpha. The turret, but no!
Boys. Pick together, boys. Come on, let's talk. Let's talk. Pick together, man.
Listen to me now, okay? When I say we play side, I said play side before, okay? Okay. You left me, but more confidence. We are kinda lost, okay?
Okay,
Go
drop me.
Take deep breaths before this round. We'll play slow this round, okay? I want to play slow because I want you guys to focus.
Okay.
Take deep breaths when we play, okay?
Okay.
Well, both of those games, it was against Fnatic. They're both on the back foot, but you could definitely see at least a contrast, Cougar, with how Redgar is sort of leading his team in that scenario versus Zeke.
Yeah, exactly. Probably it was a very specific situation, but you can see that the rest of the team is very calm, being on the downside, more being yeah, maybe we cannot do that. He's the one being come on guys, we can do this. Let's just change this. Let's do this. On the other side, every single time that Zeke says something, the rest of the team is yes, okay, I'm getting it.
That's the energy that Zeke always has.
Yes.
Every single moment you will look at him, he is that person. And there's a lot of swearing as well in the way that they speak. Is very passionate, you know, and that's the thing that Zeke is known for.
I mean, both of these guys, they have to step up in these situations. You know, losing against Fnatic, not the end of the world, but if they want to make playoffs, they have to win today. And what better place to start than having a look at the map vetoes? As you guys can see, this is new. We are actually showing you guys both teams choosing their vetoes live a little bit earlier on what was going on. Of course, we have Emil here bringing in Redgar with him, and Neil Xenia with Boo. And Heretics are going to... this is Liquid are going to take away Lotus.
Okay, starting off with...
Oh
my! So Heretics here, that had been banning Fracture mostly, and Haven against Fnatic, had decided to not go for Ascend. Split is going to be the first one, Lothar.
That is actually incredibly surprising. I think I was anticipating the Ascend to be one of the just main maps being played, not even decided, just
no.
And
that is even bigger.
Wait, look at Boo's smile. Look at Boo's little smile when they picked Fracture and logged it in.
I would love to go back, because I think that the looks between Redgar and Emil are changing a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely, I think, a little bit of a surprise, not just to us, but to them as well. Pearl will also not be played, but for me, I genuinely, in my preparation phase, I thought, surely no Fracture.
Yeah, exactly. It's not only a map that we have not seen from Heretics, it's also a map that was so good for Team Liquid when they played against Vitality. Vitality only got a couple of rounds, and it was a very, very strong defense coming from them.
2 rounds.
Yeah,
That's what they... Yeah, oh, okay.
Yeah, well,
what kind of couples do you do?
We are going to have Split, Fracture, and Icebox. I mean, we've credited other teams in the past for being able to bring those surprises. Is this something that maybe Heretics just needed to do?
It's definitely bold.
I would say...
There's a lot of preparation coming onto this, definitely.
My logical point of view from this would be Fracture is a pick because Team Heretics were cooking in their lab, and they have something really cool prepared for this because they banned it 3 times out of 4 in the past. So there has to be something behind this decision.
It's not only that. If I remember correctly, this was supposed to be also the 3rd map against Fnatic. So they left it open as an option. We could have perfectly seen it a couple of weeks ago.
Well, we're going to be seeing Fracture second, but first let's talk about Ascent as we move over to the Telestration segment, because I feel like at this point in the tournament, I think we can break down the maps with a little bit more. And now we have info, right? We have enough information that we can actually talk about what we can expect on Split. So Kukuku, talk me through this.
Yeah, exactly. So basically, both of these teams are coming off of a win against K-Corp, and everybody, literally everybody, even you watching at home, knows how K-Corp plays this map. Both of them were just playing from the defense, and the only difference that they had between them is that on Heretics, Zeke was playing on that Raze, and on the side of Team Liquid, Yampi was playing on the Sky. The other only difference that we could find in that defense was, well, that for Heretics, they would fight a little bit more for mid. You would find Mixwell with that Sage just covering that space. On the other side, Soulcast would just give up most of the space, just put a late wall, there's nothing to worry. But what I mean is that they're coming with a false sense of security, could happen, okay, just because of this result. We also understand that because of the performance that Liquid had against Footballist, that this is something that they want to lean into. But I don't know if I think it's such a comfortable, not comfortable, but like mentally strong pick as Heretics has done with Fracture.
I think I understand what you're leaning into, because from what I remember, when Heretics was playing on Split against K-Corp, Zeke was very confident in the way they played, in a way that he kind of didn't have to do much. Because Kellogg's had a banger of a game, but he was also just using the operator to hold an angle, and everyone was dry peeking into him. And that will assume not gonna happen when they're gonna be playing against Team Liquid. So the false sense of security on defense on this map might be a downfall for one of the teams, and I would say that Heretics might be more prone to it.
I do want to quickly mention Nats as well, because, you know, in the past, all of the other seasons we had at VCT, he was always up there, Lothar, the best player in his role. What's happened to him, and also what are we looking out for from him on Split?
Look, you can judge Nats already, like, and be like a armchair analyst on Twitch chat saying, oh my god, Nats is not really playing well, to not use worse words. But the reality is, right now there's a lot of issues in Team Liquid that make him not perform the way that he should be performing, and I'm not saying even about the numbers, I'm talking about the role. Nats is the one that should be taking the space. Right now, with the problem with the calls, with the planning of the team, he cannot really use the pressure that is being done by the teams on attack to take the space as a Cypher, the main lurker in the team, and that is the main issue that Liquid has to fix to enable Nats more, because in previous teams he had more opportunities for that because of this slower playstyle.
I think he's just following the same fate that Redgar is having right now, where he's trying to, you know, still accommodate to the situation, and there's a lot of things in his mind and in his head that he needs to, you know, improve not only himself but also as a team before we get to see, you know, the Nats that we once met. This is like growing up, you know, like things are going to change, and still Nats will go to shine, will shine again.
Well, speaking of Nats, let's hear from the man himself.
My name is Ayaz. I'm playing for the nickname Nats, playing for the Team Liquid VALORANT roster. Being a esports player always was my dream. When I was passing exams, I wasn't sure that I'm gonna become a esports player because it was a hard time, I didn't get any results. And somehow I decided to give myself a second chance in the VALORANT. And I like that game so much. After that I started playing a lot. Now in the Liquid roster, trying to participate. I'm super happy that I can feeling the same thing as the other professional players. My competitive feelings from tennis, I would say somehow they come to the esports also. I'm pretty sure that if I'm gonna compare Ayaz when I was in tennis and Ayaz that I'm in esports right now, it's two different persons. If I'm gonna compare that, I don't like emotions. In tennis, I was emotional person. That's why I think I decided to remove them in the esports. In tournaments, in official, in the practice, I'm trying to remove the emotions to be more focused on what's happening. Last 2 years I sacrificed like sleep and rest because otherwise it's impossible. We have only 24 hours a day. So if you want to stream, if you want to participate, if you want to study at the same time, so that's the only way that you can find the time for yourself. So I would say now, yes, until I'm studying, streaming, participating, I sacrifice that things. My attitude towards the emotions after the tournament, before the Messe Berlin tournament, before the socials happen, I would say it's still the same. I'm more focused when I'm not feeling them. When I find success, I would say one story. It was EMEA match against Team Liquid. All of my teammates just jumped from the chairs and start like hugging each other. Like, yeah, we qualified. It was incredible for us. For me, especially, I didn't feel anything. So I would say it's like two different things. After when you get the success, I didn't feel anything for the first 2 hours. After that, time by time, it came and I didn't believe that it happened. I can tell a history about the Panda, how it just came. It was EMEA tournament before the Messe Berlin. We lost the game against Asan. Me and my manager went to the big store and we saw a lot of pandas, a lot of other toys. And I just decided to buy 2 pandas, one for myself, one for my girlfriend. I don't know how. After that, I didn't lose a single game. I won 2 tournaments in a row. And I would say it's my mascot now. And first of all, I would say that it's my girlfriend, so she's always with me. I want to stay humble. I want to be the same Nats as I was before, 2 years before winning any tournaments. I hope I didn't change. The only thing is changed for myself. It's like I have a huge support now. Every single game I'm playing in the ranked, in the tournament, I have a huge fan base. Thank you every one of you. Thank you for support. 2 years ago, I never thought that it could be so many people around me.
You know, despite everything that Liquid have gone through, they are still on that upwards trajectory. I think Fnatic, bit of a blip since everyone else lost to them as well. So Cougar, is the pressure on the side of Heretics here?
Oh yeah, totally. I mean, I think it's on both sides. I think that for Heretics, that dream of getting even to playoffs, not only to Japan, is like vanishing. They do have that win against Cougar, but I think like the video that we saw about the fans and the entire community needs to see something more in them. I think that with this map, Vito, they made it at least very interesting.
That's for sure. I mean, I don't know what to expect from the first map, even though we have seen them in the past, right? And then the second one, we have never seen Team Heretics play Fracture. And in general, there's only one map.
Yeah, but it was Chamber.
That doesn't count. Like that's actually maybe an interesting topic to explain to the viewers, that when you try to like gain knowledge from the past of how the teams played it, just one agent, just like Chamber, changes the entire dynamic of how the maps were played in the past, so you can't really draw conclusions from like half a year ago, because it doesn't apply anymore to the metagame that we have right now.
I do also want to, I know I was making a joke about the safe back brace there in the pre-show, but it's not that out of line, because as you can see, when Safe dies first so far in EMEA for Team Liquid, they only win 28% of the rounds. So Cougar, he's instrumental for them.
I think it's also because of the way that they have designed this playstyle, when they want to make Safe shine, when he feels the best, when he's doing so, when he literally isn't, he doesn't even have a leash that's holding him. But I still think that so many things have to improve around Safe and around the whole ecosystem that they're building before it's too late, because they're going to end up building some bad habits.
You know, it's really actually interesting that we have both Team Liquid and Heretics in this match right now, because there's a very similar situation to the other team, and that's Kellogg's. Kellogg's has kind of the same role and the same kind of burden to hold right now as that Jet player, that he has to do a little bit more work himself. And we've seen in the past, Heretics were very successful when Kellogg's is doing his job. And we can say the same about Liquid. When we see just Safe do some crazy stuff against BBL, he literally just single-handedly won a cent for them.
I don't like it. I'm not a fan. It reminds me a little bit of VALORANT 2020 when in Spain, Fitinho was playing back then, and we used to say that his team had Fiti dependency. Like they were just depending on, okay, we're gonna set the ground and our jet is going to shine. And that's going to be it. And then we're going to win because we have a star player. And I'm not a fan of that because I think there's so many cool things that that we can still do. The duelists are still going to be the duelists. They're going to be, the Jets are going to be playing the operators, yada, yada, yada. But I think that the more depth that we find into the game, the more that we get to enjoy it.
I hope that will change when we're going to get new map pool in the future, because maybe there will be more attention towards agents that are not duelists.
Lothar, realistically, that's not going to happen.
He just loves
It's just like not going to happen.
He just loves Cougar.
But I mean, this is the thing, right? We talk about pressure, but sometimes the pressure comes down to just 2 people. Safe, if he dies, the round win percentage for Liquid is so low that he just cannot die. But he still has to be the one that goes in, This is just kind of crazy what both him and Kellogg's have to do today.
Remember that if he dies first, that means that most likely there was an execute happening, right? And the thing is, you have to get great spacing to make sure that you can trade safe, and there were many situations where safe dies in a spot where that's not even possible. So that's another issue to fix in the future for Team Liquid, but in general, it doesn't bode well when your entry doesn't get traded, and that's essentially why that win rate is just so low.
We're talking about trades. I think the Fnatic is the perfect example. So if Liquid learned something from last week, it definitely has to go in that direction. Maybe Save needs, a partner in crime to go with him and actually make sure that these trades go their way.
If it was Redguard last week, all I'm going to say is Redguard was the one that was going in as well. But it feels like both teams, they have so much riding on this. They have to win this game against each other, and it's always the same players on both sides as well that have all of the pressure on them. But that is enough from us here. It's time to see Safe and see Kellogg's in action as we bring them onto stage for the first game of VCT EMEA Week 4. It is Team Liquid versus Team Heretics.
Team Heretics. Feeling like $1 million. Living like Supreme Deluxe. Feeling like $1 million. Team Liquid.
Well, Split will be the first map. Cougar, you mentioned the Raze on the side of Heretics versus the Sky on the side of Team Liquid. Talk to me about the major differences we're going to see if they both stick to those comps today.
I mean, obviously, Zeke has to be a little bit more shining, a little bit going with Kellogg's when they go onto that attack. I think that Solkas has a very big weight on his shoulders today because he has to adapt to not having the same route played on him over and over again. Fun fact, for this entire week, these are the only 2 teams that have played against each other before, and that in VCT, and that was in First Strike. Back then, the only 2 people that are really having a head-to-head today were Avoba in Heretics and Solkas in Liquid.
I mean, both of these guys. I mean, Avoba actually took a detour and then came back again, right? Don't stay there the whole time.
He came back.
Yeah. But speaking of Solkas, of course, he is feeling a little bit under the weather from what I heard from the Liquid side, and he is that player that's been under a lot of fire as well, Lothar. I think the Liquid fans, when they're not doing well, he seems to be kind of scapegoated in a lot of situations.
Oh yeah, he is. I mean, we have to take into consideration that everyone is a human being, and sometimes you will be just under the weather and perform worse. But you cannot hide the fact that he is the second worst player when it comes to ADR in our region at 87 and 7, I think, if I remember correctly. So this is not boding well. Hopefully, he's going to have a better performance in doing this match. Yeah.
I'm looking at their faces here. I love to see that Zeke is happy, that Zeke is feeling well, because they did something funky with the veto, and we can't wait to see it.
Well, we're into agent select. Let's see if we're going to get the double duelist again coming out of Heretics, and see if Liquid are willing to change anything on their side.
Remember that when it comes to the map, Heretics only played it once, and they played only few rounds on
We're
attack.
gonna see it.
So there's
Like
not much.
2 or 3?
Yeah, so they were literally all fast. They planted between 25 to 30 seconds. So I expect the same explosiveness because of the double duelists that they're picking.
Yeah, but
right?
it's such a specific situation, you know.
Yeah.
They're playing against the Gecko. They're knowing that you're in that situation with not only you having the upper hand, but actually everything working your way. You don't even have against a team that has kind of given up to a certain extent. That's why I think that, you know, Team Liquid was predisposed to pick this split today.
Yeah. The one thing I don't like about the composition from Team Heretics is you can see that this is a dive comp, right? We have Zeke on Raze and Jet on Kellogg's, and the only supporting utility that can be used towards the mobility that those two agents have is Avova's Paranoia. There's not much when it comes to flexibility of how you want to do opening gambits on attack here, and that's something that very lax in this composition, and I wonder if Liquid found a solution to stop those opening pushes with mobility and the Paranoia.
Yeah, not only that, Jumpy's gonna have, you know, a little bit of an advantage when it comes to breaking utility from Boo or getting that extra information. Something that, as you were mentioning, none of that is going to be present on the side of Team Heretics. And when you're going up against Nats, you know that those trap wires are literally going to do the opposite of making your day. So things are, in my opinion, looking good for Team Liquid, but we'll have to see, because I am telling you, after banning Ascent, they knew that, Heretics knew that this was going to be a split.
I mean, Liquid, they don't even have the double duelist, but let's not forget, Yumpy had 2 aces against Keiko on split. Not 1, but 2 the last time they played.
Against Keiko.
It was beautiful.
Yeah. Yeah, but 2 on Sky, you know?
Yeah,
It doesn't really matter if he's not playing duelist, if he's getting 2 aces.
That's, if I remember correctly, he had an ult, used it, and then had an ult. And I was like, oh, okay. Well, that's a lot of value.
Jumpy stuff. But he's never had to, Jumpy never in history has needed a duelist to make us go like, oh my god, what did I just witness? Like, his individual level has always been over the top.
The actual worst Yumpy that I remember
Jet,
was the Jet. It's like, no, bro, just
I
play
remember.
everything else. Just don't play the Jet.
I remember I have like flashbacks of him playing on Haven. I remember that when he joined Liquid, every single match that they played, they would lose the first map because Jumpy wouldn't even appear. And then after that, he would turn on his monitor and just destroy
My
everyone.
moment when I remember how Yumpy played was Bind when he
with a judge?
dashed, Jet dash on defense in front of the TP, updraft, but he has a Vandal. And I'm like, might not be the best planning. So please, Yumpy, just play on those characters that are more grounded, and he does well on those.
The judge was kind of iconic though, because he just did it so much over and over again. I will say, Bae, was that the PC that you play tested earlier today? Because you said that you weren't going to give any bad juju, but I'm feeling some bad juju.
I think that my PC was Nats, wasn't it?
Oh, okay.
And you were on Red Guards.
I was on Red Guards, so that's going to be no issues there completely. I play tested.
We checked every single desk, and this is not a joke.
Yeah.
Us and the people here checked all the desks to make sure that we were not going to have an hour delay thanks to needing to.
I also, I dropped 34 kills on that PC. I just want to throw that one out there. So Red Guards giving you my... Hey. We were playing 5v1 in fairness. It was a 5v1, but I did drop 35 kills. But, you know, circling back to the side of Heretics as well, I also want to pick out Mixwell. You know, we spoke about how Zeke is the leader there in terms of IGLing, but Mixwell has a degree of responsibility being the veteran on that team, being the guy that's been around for so long. And let's not forget, also tried IGLing himself.
Yeah, exactly. I think that Mixwell and Zeke have so many similarities. It's not only that. For example, a map that we're not going to see here today is Pearl. They have changed compositions, Team Heretics, 3 times since the beginning of the year. In those 3 compositions, the people like suffering the most out of the changes are both Zeke and Mixwell, because I feel like they sense the same sense of they have the same sense of responsibility with this roster.
the thing that you mentioned, suffering. There's a very good word to use because whenever I see Mixwell swap his role,
I don't think it's going to work out for him.
Every time I remember, Mixwell went from Jet to Killjoy, from Killjoy to Viper, then back to Killjoy, then back to Jet, and then on Sky,
then Cypher on Ascend, and I was like, but what are you doing? You're such a good player. Everybody remembers the G2 days where Mixwell was like the Jet to beat. You know, we're talking about a long time ago. But even with that, it's that point of inflection where he stopped playing the duelist into being more flexible for his team, thinking that probably that would make him a better player. But in the end, it just backfired at him because he wasn't able to catch up when he wanted to go back on the Jet.
But that thing is, when you swap roles so many times, like you need to prep so much for those agents. You need to put so many hours. That's why having a mastery in agents is so important. That's why it's so hard to be a flex player in Valorant, and some players that are actually successful flex players really earn the respect.
Take the example of Starkson, right? You know, he was on the harbor the other day, not so bright, but still, you know, it's early in the year.
Well, we saw a lot of Tom last week casting with Dez, but I heard that his casting partner was getting a little bit jealous. Mitch, man, here he is standing by. Tell us how you feel, Mitch.
This is open to therapy session for me. Thank you so much, Sue. Yeah, no, I feel great. Feel great to be back. Seeing you, Tom. It was fun listening from home. But I gotta say, nothing beats being in the arena.
Mitch.
Oh,
sorry,
thank
forgot
you,
your
man.
name already.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Oh, a little bit awkward, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Almost as awkward as writing down the wrong agents for the agent select. I mean, look, Boo coming in here on a Cypher. We haven't seen too much of it, even historically, career-wise. This guy's played pretty much every single agent in the pool, but he's only got, I think, 5 total. This will be a 6th on Cypher. So it's going to be something different, but at the same time, we know how strong this agent can be on this map. That's why they played it last time.
Yeah, I feel like we've had a lot of shifts recently for Heretics, like trying to find out a mix that works, like putting Mixer on a lot of different things to try and find a spot for him in the team. I do feel like actually going into Split is where they have one of the more healthy agent pools for what I would like to see players actually playing on. Like, okay, maybe putting Boo as a Sentinel isn't like my necessary go-to, but you look at the rest of the roster and I actually think that's where I would place them in terms of comfort picks. I think especially Zeke on Raze is something to point out into this one. I do, however, think that overall this series looks pretty damn good for Liquid.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. Coming in before the veto, I think we all had Liquid as favorites, but Heretics have had a tough run so far, and there's no telling. This could be the series that changes the season for them. We're going into Split, map number 1, and this is going to be a start on the defensive side for Heretics. The pace being set by Liquid as the barriers are already up there away and on into the A site, already surrounding Mixwell and leaving him very much isolated. He has to hold on strong. 1 kill is good, but nothing more will be found.
Yeah, at least getting a trade. That's something. But by the looks of it, the attackers realizing they've lost their flank are actually going to start pushing a little bit more aggressively. Boo holding passively, waiting for them to attempt to reclaim Heaven, and in the meantime, Heretics spending a lot of time clearing out the flank.
Yeah, there's utility refreshing as well. You just saw the deep flash, the indication that Team Liquid are going to start moving all the way into Heaven. There's just been a wall off up top, so they're not going to compete for that control fully. Still having players on site as well, and not worrying about anybody competing out of Heaven on top of them. I mean, it's easy peasy for Solkas. A nice, clean setup in the post plant for Liquid.
Yeah, looking very, very comfortable as they close out the end of that round. I don't necessarily think that much was done wrong in the retake, at least initially from Heretics. Like, they're clearing out those backlines. They're expecting somebody to be on that flank, but they just take so much time trying to get rid of that person, and unfortunately for them, Liquid have adapted and moved further forward. Now, one of the things I want to point out, I think both of these teams have had quite a bit of success, especially versus KC, on that defensive side, like proving that they can have that sort of dominance on that side of the map. I think Liquid didn't even drop a round. So I definitely want to look at this from Heretics' perspective and say, okay, they need to have a strong defensive side. Because the fact is, I think with both of these teams, a lot of their reliance is on their duelist, is on that player to sort of open up rounds. So I'm going to be looking at the likes of Safe, who in this round is manning the rifle. And of course, on the other side, Kellogg's, who versus KC in particular, he got away with a lot of stuff I don't really expect him to get away with in this series.
Well, that was a point that Lothar was very much touching on the desk. The fact that you can see Kellogg's on the operator last game, people were just dry peeking him constantly. And so he could potentially be lulled into that. Well, exactly, right? And not only was he being fed, but then he wasn't being punished for mistakes on the other side. And that could feed into a false sense of security when it comes into those early fights here for him. Although maybe not a false sense of security. Good shot on the safe. That's already one kill for his trouble. Good damage done. But in a round where you come in with classics, that is the expected result. A little bit of damage, but 2-0 for Liquid nonetheless.
Yeah, and they sort of bought in with just a couple of rifles alongside those pistols. So the fact that you basically keep the rifles and don't really lose anything is going to mean that this bonus round is going to come in relatively strong. Unfortunately, it's amazing. Like, I don't even think Pan Pocket here this week, and still we managed to get the technical pauses. Clearly, we haven't sorted out the issue yet. Maybe they were never the problem.
I doubt that, Tom. I'd say it's more
Do you know who's always
they've
here when there's tech issues?
Who's that?
Sue.
And you, Tom. And you.
No,
let's not try and weasel your way out of this one.
Don't blame me.
You ever seen any tech issues at an international event, maybe, Tom? When you've been on the desk or, you know? No Killjoy turrets popping off. I think you requested Boo to swap off that agent, didn't you? You didn't want to run the risk here today.
To be honest, I'm quite happy about that. Although you say that, I've also had a bug happen with Cypher Cams. So it's sort of irrelevant, isn't it? That doesn't really seem to matter too much. But yeah, early rounds, obviously, it started off decently for Liquid. You kind of expect this to be a spot where they're now going to buy up an extra rifle or two, try and make this one more of a full buy. And this is one that, in terms of Heretics, they need to win it.
So, Tom, I have an interesting piece of information for you.
How interesting?
Well, very, I imagine.
Okay.
So what's happening here, the technical pause, we're going to be speaking to Heretics just for a moment. There was apparently a bug spotted there. And now, no, don't panic, Tom. I know you're panicking.
I don't like the word bug.
I know you're
I don't
panicking.
like that word.
But Tom, listen, our admin team have just quickly gotten in there, told Heretics, hey guys, just so you know, that is an exploit. That's not allowed. They know that now. They won't be doing it again moving forward. Nice, quick, and clean.
If you do it
it's
again,
out of the way.
I'm coming down there.
We might jump the barriers, Heretics, if we see it again. But no, listen.
Jump the barriers. We got to go through some
glass
thick glass on the other side.
I haven't seen how thick that is, Tom. I'm willing to put it to the test. But the reality is, for Heretics right now, this is a very good thing to happen in that round. You know, you make this little mistake.
Is it a good thing?
You do something that now you know
You're
you can't do
naughty,
again.
You get slapped on the wrist.
But they were naughty in the first two rounds. Rounds they weren't winning anyway, so that's fine.
You're allowed to be naughty at the beginning of the game.
Listen,
don't be naughty later, though.
Listen, Safe's going to be keeping an eye on their cams, I'll tell you that. As we move on into this third round, Team Liquid have got rifles, a couple, Bulldogs and a Vandal. But it's the rifles and Heretics that are truly scary. Everybody is coming armed to the teeth, and everybody's coming towards the A site. The rotations on their way for Heretics already. They'll play a little lighter on B. For a moment, it looked like they were going to pull the full four of them over to this side, but they have opted instead to play this one slower on that defensive side, not overstack, and instead they're even going to reset into their start around positions, which is a good call, as we can see Team Liquid are looking elsewhere already.
Yeah, just taking their time, feeling out the map. Of course, this is a round where, again, they're playing this as a bonus. Still got plenty to buy in with. In fact, Red God probably could have bought up an extra rifle here. He's looking at 5,500 credits playing into what will be a purchase in the next round. So I do wonder if maybe they're expecting to purchase up an operator or something as a counter. For now, at least, though, just looking to try and get in on that split. Now, the thing I do like with that Cypher is just the amount of information that's going to be had on the other side. But it does seem like the two players on A site are going to have quite a bit to do.
A lot of high-value utility. That Paranoia even used up here to take Heaven control. There was nobody to be caught by it. With 20 seconds left, they're running into a stack. This is going to be a little tough to get that spike down on the floor. There's players absolutely everywhere. 12 seconds still. Boo just now being spotted. They know they've got company, but how are they going to get this one across the line? Yup, he's going to plant it. He's taking a double kill. That might have bought him enough space, and indeed it did. Into the 2v2 post plant. A flash used to try and get out. The slow keeps them in position, and this could be very bad. That Paranoia hit, but they're not able to deliver. Safe got both of them.
Oh, that's got to be frustrating. Ultimately, the initial hold went very, very well. Like, it basically came down to Yumpy and Safe, and well, who said that before, other than maybe every single match this season? Those two have managed to just clutch out games, but I didn't realize how dirty that shot was. And then, yeah, Safe just able to somehow fight them isolated in the end. It's a clutch. We've seen many of them come out for the side of Liquid, and well, this is not looking like the greatest Logitech G power-up round, because ultimately it's just going to be some pistols and a judge.
It's not a normal round to have the push like that coming in with so limited time, such limited time left on the clock, but you have to expect 3 players on A site that they'd be able to have a bit more success, and really it's the fact that Yumpy's able to get that double kill. They had everything running their way in terms of just running that clock down, delaying as much as they could, and making sure that spike could never be planted. They never had enough safe space for that to come through, but that double kill from Yumpy at the last second, literally at the buzzer, gets them across the line. 3 on the board already, and for Heretics that have been struggling all season long, this isn't how they wanted to kick off this series. It is their opponent's map pick. They want to have a, oh, Zeke, hello? He's just running it down after them. The showstopper gets 1, but somehow they still, oh no!
Oh, I don't think that was called. I don't think they realized that Zeke was that close. Res down, actually going to be pretty crucial, because now Zeke can pick up the rifle as well. Avova, if he can get 1 here, he's done the job, but I almost wonder if he's just going to want to try and buy for some time. Has the paranoia, repositioning to take some extra space. I don't know if Redgar will have heard that, but he has. And now knowing where Zeke is just going to swing and find both kills. A little bit more tentative than I think Liquid would have liked, but it's a round win.
Look, there were some serious opportunities. The fact that they come ahead in the vent fight and then potentially have the res. Remember, in that moment, you'd already had Zeke finding a lot of impact. And I think the reality is, when you start out like this, Solkis running in, finding a double, he turns around to go for the res. It's an acceptable move. You just can't expect that you're going to have a Raze already sat there ready to take you down. Zeke just kept on going with the W key. Might have worked for him. Didn't work out for the team this time around. 4-0 down, rifles in hand for the defense, and it's the operator on Kellogg's. This is what found them so much value up against KC. But like you said earlier, Tom, and like Lothar said on the desk, they have to be so cautious, because this is not a team in the form of Team Liquid that will go dry peeking into those angles and gifting you kills.
The other danger as well is Kellogg's doesn't have much supportive utility. Like, it's not the same on the other side where you have a few extra flashes. There is 1 flash on the defensive side, and it's a paranoia. You don't want to be using that just to try and set up Kellogg. So ultimately, he is having to dry peek himself as well. So if opponents are using that util correctly, and, you're playing with fire a bit there, Redgar, but he's going to get away with it, and they know where that operator is now.
Valuable information. You could see that they were toying around with mid as well, showing their guns, trying to get that shot off. That's literally all this early round was about, identifying where that op was, and now to deal with a site push. Boo has a bit of support though. Coming through was Mixwell, but he's being dropped. Boo holding on the site. Again, another player is here to help him, and he dodged the paranoia. There's players all around, but there's Zeke to help. Good double kill, great trade back, and Team Heretics seem to be finding success on holding a site. This has evaded them all game long. That's short of a 1 versus 3 coming out from Redgar. This one seems to be locked down. 20 seconds left. Op trained in on him, and he's done well to do some damage. Still gonna try it, but one hell of a performance needed to pull that across the line. And it's Zeke's 3rd kill of the round to put 1 on the board.
He's looking very comfortable. Like, just on an individual standpoint, this is someone, again, that we mentioned in that legendary Ascend roster, someone who could basically, well, he was MVP of Champions. He was someone who played unbelievably in that tournament, and a lot of the time it was on this sort of secondary duelist role. It's why I said going into this map, it looks like there's some comfort picks there. And on the other side of things, there's been a few moments now where Liquid look like they're just being caught by some of these off angles and slight contact plays off that utility. So I want to see how they adapt to that. They come into this round with a fair few ults, and Kellogg's again trying to get aggressive on B.
We're going to see this same stuff out of Redgar. Again, try to step in, take the control, make it that little bit more difficult for them to actually fight for that B main control, to take it out of your hands. Presumably, I mean, I don't see any reason for it to change much. You'd imagine they'll be doing the same jump spot over on B main in the next 30 seconds, 20 or so. But again, the danger last time, Kellogg's wasn't able to land that shot. But this time, I'm expecting things could be a little bit different. And Redgar, well, he has to get looky on the way through, but the first man is Avova, and he's winning that fight clean as could be. A wide swing, a slow, and a wall. That's got to stop the push of Team Liquid altogether.
At least for the moment. It does seem like a lot of these aggressive plays from Heretics are aggressive as hell. Just dry swings into angles and clearing, but this time it has worked out. 40 seconds left on the clock. Boombot will garner them absolutely nothing. There's nobody on the edge of the wall. Good to know.
Have to check.
Seeker's now going to be popped outside B, so this will tell them that this is likely to be that hit, especially now that the res has come through.
Yeah, at 20 seconds, they more or less have to commit with where the spike is at. They could try to hightail it. That's an awkward fight. And somehow, Safe has come out on top. Team Liquid can't take a step wrong. Zeke tries to force an error. 2 kills. And in many scenarios, that would be enough. But this time around, with just Boo left, he needs to kill on Nats. If he gets this, maybe a chance to fight back to the site. But if he is instead stuck in the middle of the entire enemy team, timinged on a peak as well, there was no way that he was going to get away with that. 5 on the board for Team Liquid, and a stylish take over the B side as well. They looked very dominant.
You know in Pokemon where it's like he hurt himself with confusion, like you know when that comes up. I feel like that's what happened with Mixwell here. Like I feel like for the majority of that, he was just staring at Safe, just like, who's that?
What are you doing here?
Why you stood up on that? How did you get up there?
Solkus down below, right?
No, he's on the same team as Safe.
Oh, it was Safe up top. Yeah.
It was Mixwell.
Yeah, gotcha.
But it's just a really weird fight, and ultimately, his teammate gets killed on site with him above him. He then dies as well, and then the whole round falls apart. That's just a blip, but that's a blip that has cost them an entire round.
I mean, if I'm not wrong as well, right, it's Safe getting the first kill, so, you know, you're looking at him shoot your teammate.
Yeah.
And then kind of like, wait, is that my guy? No. Okay, too late. It's an awkward one, and it's one of those things that, look, when it comes down to those pushes happening, the split-second decision-making that you've got to make, sometimes your brain just doesn't work. 1 and 1 doesn't add together, and I think that might be what happened there. A little brain fart that's called for a timeout as we move on into round number 7. Team Liquid really steaming ahead on the attack side. And look, in this version of Split, it's not, and this version of the game, it's not uncommon to see attack side rounds build up. It's not uncommon to see 5 rounds and a half. Yeah, fine. This is okay, especially with the pistol win under their belt. Team Liquid could even walk out with 7. And you might not bat an eyelid depending on the game, but this many rounds, this early, and this dominant of a fashion, Team Heretics have got to be getting worried. They're going to start this out with aggression.
Again, it is Carmine Corp, but bear in mind last time out, they got every single round on their defensive side, Team Liquid. So you don't want to be playing like that. They're very good at getting aggressive. Yumpy has been playing phenomenal, so you want to at least be going in with, well, I would say 7, but that's seeming pretty unlikely at this point. And with the space already being taken, B site almost firmly under their control. Okay, there's a lot of defensive players here, and yeah, an interesting fight. But Safe just seems to be trading things back. It's become much, much closer than expected. But they're still there, you know.
They've got it all under control, Tom. I wouldn't be worried about that for a moment. You know, it was kind of lucky they on the way through the site, they managed to avoid both trap wires by just walling it off. They're not going towards that side of the map at all. It was right there in front of the wall. You can actually still see the trap sitting deactivated. While Avova sneaks his way back in to try and get some damage done. Rifle picked up, and he's caught in the smoke. He's still holding the corner, got the support across. Good read by Avova. He had a very good idea of how they were holding that, but doesn't help you when it comes to the brass tacks. If it's 6-1, Team Liquid off to a flying start. And like I said, you know, if I'm looking at Team Heretics right now, this is a buy round. This is 4 ultimates online. Look, it's not now or never. But it's now I'm getting real damn worried.
I think it is now or never. Like, you'd have to be so reliant on an attack side that you haven't really tested that much on this map because you smashed KC last time you were here. So I think it's definitely a dangerous prospect. Also, Kellogg's being off to such a slow start. Bear in mind, last time out, he was 20-10 and was just dominating. This time he's very, very quiet on that defensive side. And this showstop has been one of the only sort of things that has brought them something home. Not this time out, though. So much damage. But bear in mind, one of the main benefits of having this Skye Sage combo is you're actually going to be able to heal the majority of players back up.
Yeah, this is a logistical challenge, though, this time around. I mean, the reality is you got to get Safe and Nats there. They almost got naded as well. Nats was above 36 HP before the nade came down that then lit him up even more. I think he probably lost 20, 25 HP off that nade. So this could have been a terrible, terrible start to the round. But Team Liquid are able to bounce back and lose just a couple of shields. Now, the other thing that it's cost them is time. and map control as well. They don't know if B main is taken. They've got a passive hold on it, so it's not too bad.
Surely not.
But mid was taken, but he's committed.
This is matchmaking tactics. He is TP'd straight into the spawn, and now that's something they actually have to bear in mind, that this flank is coming through. Instead, the space being taken, wall going to be going up. I feel like normally you're trying to take a little bit more control, and that's where Solcast's gone through. It's still not expected, even with the use of the wall. He gets the kill onto Mixwell, and now Nats has all the information. He's going to get pinged up again. This might just be a freebie kill. In fact, almost getting a double, and it won't even matter in the end. Redguard basically just held for rotation, and I'm honestly surprised. Like, I see that wall come out of Solcast, and I'm just expecting, like, okay, I'm going to get peek from heaven, but no, he did just easy kill.
Again, just a lost piece of information in the chaos. That was huge. So an updraft used, the HP after was like 2 players on 10 HP, and then the nade comes in to light Nats down to 30. They literally almost lost 3 players to just that raise util at the start of the round.
Instead, they lose 0.
Yeah, instead they go out of there looking like they didn't break a sweat the entire time, in the initial fight, at least.
Yeah, it has been, well, sort of like Zeke and friends at the moment. Like the rounds they've managed to win, I think Boo has had a moment or two with the site holds, but it's been his aggression that's been the main sort of talking point. Everything else has sort of been a blunder. Mixwell's been caught a few times. Kellogg's hasn't really had the impact we need to see from him. And that's the unfortunate truth of Heretics at the moment. If Kellogg's doesn't play well, they lose.
It's been said. It's been said before. And I think, you know, the desk was covering that earlier as a concern. It's still hard to imagine that we reach, you know, 9 rounds in, and we're not really seeing that heartbeat, that sign of life just yet. Heretics have a lot to show us. We know that, and their matches so far have been tough against tough opponents. Good read from them this time. They've got lighter weaponry, so you're tending to roll the dice a little bit more. But they've gone for 4 players over on this A site. Most of them, all of them, running the pistols, right? Bar Zeke. So a ton of utility waiting on this side. Now your Tiger's going to catch the first bit. There you go. But actually getting into this site, it won't be easy. It shouldn't be easy, I'll say. They have decided to move to heaven, though, which is the right call.
Yeah, the problem is the time. 25 seconds left. And by the looks of it, they're going to gamble the rotation back in the other direction. They've also got the wall still needing to be broken before they can make this move. Mixer on the other side, but he gets absolutely nothing. And now it comes down to Avova on the other side. Can he find anything here? 1 player dropped already. That is the spike on the deck. If he can just do a little bit more, they're already on that plant, and it can't be stopped. It looked like for a moment Heretics were going to catch them with their pants down. Instead, Liquid come up with 4 again.
Yeah, you know, they do the right thing, but Team Liquid read it. They knew what they were walking into, and they knew not to walk into it. Turning heel, and you know, the last guy moving through heaven had the spike there. It was Redguard. I'm thinking maybe there's a chance, but they don't fall to these sort of plays. And again, the last guy moving through heaven, yes, had the spike. Everyone else had made it to the ropes at that point, but second last guy, I can't remember. I think it was Yumpy. It actually was. He stayed to lurk after. He turned around and said, actually, I'm gonna guard the spike. Got the kill on the guy that was about to punish him, stuck around, lurked. And again, one of the fascinating things is how Team Liquid consistently managed to make these rounds look like they're under their control. They'll have a tough time doing it this time. Mid already lost, but look at the late play. Right on time, right on cue. Nats is coming down through mid and just spotting 2 with their back turn. An awkward duel to close it, but close it he will. Team Liquid miles ahead in this round, and no matter what, you cannot catch these guys off guard. It looks like they were ready from the get-go.
And that's the thing. It's something that we've always spoken about with this sort of Liquid roster and having Nats in as an addition. Is he going to be able to thrive on that lurk? This round, it's just perfect. Just basically patiently waiting outside that A site, rotates back, catches 2. I don't mind the attempt from Heretics to try and do something a little bit more audacious, and now they're pushing into a stack up of players again. Just so many people just waiting. And that's the thing, when you're running this double duelist, you have to take map control. You have to push forward. Unfortunately, they've walked into, well, every trap that's been laid for them.
Well, coming into today, you know, Split was a map that I think both teams will have expected to play.
Yeah.
I'd be hella surprised if Team Liquid didn't. But picking it, look, it's a confident statement from Team Liquid. If you come into a series with a map that realistically your opponents, they're happy to play. They're comfortable on, and you have other options. That's the key thing. And you still go for this. It's a risk. But right here, there seems to be next to no risk taken.
No. And that's the thing as well. Bear in mind, the only map that we've seen them play on this is that 13-2 victory over KC, which, okay, you're going to learn their comp, but you don't really learn anything about the map because a lot of the time it was just them winning those individual fights, pushing around, getting aggressive. This time, though, Liquid's patience, slow play, has just meant that they've slowly picked this team apart. And well, I think that might be the first kill I've actually seen Kellogg's get with the operator, and right now he's just trying to hold on to it.
That will be a challenge. You can hear steps all around. That first shot missed, and he's right into them. Redgar's classicked him, taking the most expensive gun they had, practically for free. 9-1. Yeah, you can have good attack sides on Split. You know, it's different than it was 2 years ago, but this is certainly getting a little bit ridiculous. I think we're past the point of getting 2 left to compete for, and
get rid of that off.
Yeah, all I'm thinking
the
at the moment,
they've got is Zeke is just going out with a showstopper. Get 2 or 3, and then you can win. That's about it.
All I'm thinking now is let's hope that they really have got something good on Fracture.
Right? Fracture's next. Oh,
I think they've banned it in 3 out of the 4 series they played.
People at home are sat there going, Fracture, they must love this map. This must be like Heretics' home turf. Nope. No, it's actually the opposite. I think I could see any other map in the pool here, and I'd go, oh, they've got a better chance than Fracture at least. But here we go.
Site execution again. Bear in mind, it's just been gambles in this round. No, can't really blame Heretics. Oh, flanking the flanker. Why do I feel like Nats is going to have a sixth sense and somehow turn around and kill him? The thing is, in the grand scale of the round, even getting that kill onto Nats would be something. I don't think winning it is already justifiable. And the thing is, he's going to have to go hunting all the way through mid. They'll likely know that there's a lurk coming, but at this point, I almost feel like Nats' position might become more problematic for Kellogg's than anything else. And he's not even caught him. This is the whole thing, just get rid of Nats, and he's gone the wrong way. Nats is fine.
Well, he's found Sulkas at least. That's something. Damage. That's about all it comes down to.
Damage.
He has to rebuy shields, Thomas.
I mean more so just look at the economy.
Yeah.
They could buy for the next, like, 3 rounds. There's only one left.
Yeah. But at least he has got to get his shields.
Do you remember when
back
we
up?
used to get overtimes on Split? Do you remember that?
I do.
I used to like those days.
Long time ago.
Now we're just getting 13-2s.
You think Heretics are getting 2 here? That's pretty generous of you. Well, maybe Zeke could pop off another round, but
he's almost got Showstopper. You know, Kellogg's got an operator.
Got a res on Mixwell. Taking from the shadows into the attacker spawn. See how that works. A slow on the floor. Okay, completely deterring any peek from Kellogg's, but do they expect him to stick around like this? He's decided to burn his dash early, and that is well worthwhile, forcing the res out of their hands already.
Yeah, it's something that Liquid won't mind too much. They now know exactly where he is on the other side. Did that actually get safe, the Blade Storm as well? It's almost like a gift and a curse. He's now just popped that after being brought back, so something a little bit extra for him to play with in this round. And that's the thing again, leaving Redgar behind, and now the rest of the team start looking to clear into middle. Is Zeke really going to go through this? I think he's heard the Tiger and decided against it.
Yeah, the timing just wasn't right for him to make that play, but look now as they close in the distance, the real danger starts to be seen. That Blade Storm, any moment now, can go up and above that wall. Mixwell will be in trouble if that happens. Good Paranoia, it's returned on, and the ult is even available. Redgar can just get out of dodge. He's gone to the back of the site. He's playing right up behind them, and they have no idea. They were caught by the Paranoia. It's gorgeous from Redgar. Only one found. Has he distracted them long enough? His team rallying through heaven, but they're met by Mixwell. Evolva with one from afar. And finally, Team Heretics have found that second round. They took their time with it, but at least they've closed the half with a smile on their face.
Yeah, maybe
a single smile. One of them smirked.
Who is the one who's smiling? I want to know. But yeah, a rough half for them. Only managing to get 2 rounds on that defensive side. As said, it's been a real strength when it comes to Liquid. We've also had some pretty decent attacks as well. This is just looking like a strong map for them. And I think there was a world, realistically, where I thought we could get this map and Descent in the map pool. That probably would have been a bit more of a death sentence. I really just have to start hoping now that there is something on Fracture, because to bring this back is going to just take a monumental turnaround from the likes of Heretics, and I just don't know if they have it. I need to see Kellogg's really step up to the plate. Like, I feel like it can be a thankless job going into the attack side of Split, playing on that duelist and having to basically aggressively take space. I also want to see, like, how him and Zeke are going to sort of interplay with each other, because something I really enjoyed similar composition with the Raze and Jet was run by Vitality. Now, if you watch the way you get Twiston sort of dashing in, and then Molesy is almost there before him. Like, it's like this aggressive 1-2 punch. The timing of it needs to be sublime, and when you only have a Paranoia to get you into the site, your executions have to be perfect. They have no room for error.
Yeah, honestly, the win conditions here, they just keep on piling up against Team Heretics, and we saw earlier on the comparison of what it's like in these moments when the IGL has to step it up, pull the team together, identify some of those flaws, whatever it may be. And from Zeke's side, it was a really interesting dynamic where the whole team just shuts up. They listen, he commands their attention. Redgar seems more like your pal, right? He's much more relaxed. Like, guys, we should be doing this. Why are we not doing that?
To be honest,
seems to be more like a drill sergeant.
I feel like Safe is almost like the Zeke of their team.
Yeah,
like giving more of the the classic team talks.
He does some of the mid-round calling and stuff as well, right? Safe takes some of those responsibilities, from my understanding at least. And I think when I look at Heretics, though, in this moment, 10-2 down, it's got to be one of the biggest challenges, not just for Neil Zeno, who's there on your screens, but for Zeke as well, to step in as a man who's always been filling roles for teams. Now, well, he's doing that in a leading sense, but the reality is, this has got to be one of the bigger tests for him mid-season, an important game, one that could come down to qualify or not later on. And he's got to talk the team back up from a 10-2 deficit, moving on to attack side split, the next map up being a map that they basically never play, that they insta-ban. That's a pretty tough time to give a motivational speech, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, especially when we're looking at like 5 wins being not even guaranteed qualification, but a decent margin, and you're going to be 1-4. If you lose this one.
Yeah.
So that's such a death sentence. Like, you have to be basically winning out the remainder of your games, and even then that might not be enough. So to keep their own, basically keep their own lives in their own hands, this needs to be a victory in the series, and it has got off to a poor start. Pistol round, maybe that can be the start of turning things back. A pacey take into mid, Paranoia through, but in the meantime, Liquid, as ever, have already taken themselves B main control.
Yep, lose B side, take B main. Gotta make sure that you trade it out for something, and they have done just that. A kill onto Avova, smokes removed, Paranoia gone, and most importantly, the site. They can now fight from multiple different angles. That push from Safe was ambitious. It might have opened up a bunch of control for them, but instead, it's left them on the back foot. And look at the aggression out of Zeke. He's going all the way through. Mixwell's got 2. That looks like it might be it. Heretics need this pistol, and now it's in their grasp.
Yeah, the remaining couple of players seem far from doing anything. Soulcast, he's had a pretty decent game so far, but this would have to be one hell of a clutch. Time ticking away, 3 players playing at different angles, some elevated. He would have to try and isolate, and well, he manages one, but the double swing from Heretics is sublime. A pistol round at least goes onto the board, but it's still a very, very long way to go.
Yeah, look, a pistol win is very little in the face of the challenge that they've got mounting up against them. 20 seconds on the clock before we go in. You know, there's going to be a lot on their minds, but Team Liquid pulling out an eco round right now would be devastating. I'm always curious to see if they decide to take some of these gamble plays that we've seen throughout that entire first half. Heretics run a lot of ecos, and they were consistently stacking, especially the A side. They were very heavily centered around that A side on their low buys. This time, Team Liquid, well, they've taken it a different direction, stacking B early. They haven't seen contact. Now, Tom, it's only been a couple seconds, right? They haven't seen contact, and they are sprinting to the other side. I don't know if they have a read that Heretics either go fast B or A in rounds like this. They certainly have an idea that they're on their way to A, and there's a kill for Safe to start it off well.
I wonder if it's something to do with Nats's cam. I can't see it placed, so I wonder if he's just put it down early in the round, spotted the team, and then just basically called a complete rotation off that alone. Either way, there's still a lurk on the other side. Avova deep in mid. If he finds the kill onto Soulcast, they almost definitely try to swing back over to the other side, and with full heaven control, that won't be the biggest difficulty. The thing is, Soulcast is playing like an absolute rat.
He will never peek that, and the weapon that he has doesn't allow him to peek that unless they really desperately need the information. But even then, if he peeks and confirms they're there, he loses his element of surprise, and again, it's pointless, so he just won't do it. Oh, he got him! Kellogg's, he's got 29 HP and he kept going for that fight. It's just, and he's dashing in, taking the space. The man's not got a damn to give. And they can't kill him either. He's got 29 HP. Finally, someone's dealt with him. And it's left them in a winnable position, 1v2.
Don't worry, Solkas will be there in 10 minutes. Is there a gun?
There's
it's another
shorty.
There you go, Sheriff. Something to play with. Couple of players tagged up, although Vova not so much. Still needs to be the headshots. Bulldog's retrieved as well. Even just the cost.
Does he know he got a Bulldog? I don't think he realizes.
Maybe he doesn't need
Maybe
it.
he wants the Sheriff, looking for the headshot. I don't know, up against 2 opponents, though. Either way, they're going to be double peeking him any moment now. Moving around. Just glued to each other's side. You know, getting both shots off is just never going to happen. In fact, he can't even fire one. Another round for Heretics. They're going to start to build them up, but it's the economy of Team Liquid. That was a round they were willing to forfeit. This one here, not so much. Full rifles.
Yeah, and the fact that that round got as scary as it did, a decent stack up of players, and ultimately it came down to some just dancing from Kellogg's within the smoke. I don't know how he comes out of this situation with 3 kills, but that is just the Kellogg's way. And probably, even though it's up against an eco, even though it might not necessarily be the biggest thing in the world, it's a confidence booster for Kellogg's. And any confidence going in the direction of Kellogg's is always going to be beneficial to the team.
As we said, you know, he is a key part of this roster for sure in a map like this against a team like Liquid with Safe being honestly, I think in every statistic, he's in top 5 and top 10. Like, Safe has just been looking unreal all season long.
Oh, he's gonna go through. It's bold. They've all fallen off of it though, so he can actually call this as a bit more of a rotation to the team. Nobody currently playing around middle. He's desperately low on HP, but still going back for more. You can see the almost parallels between him and Kellogg's in the manner in which they're playing. And Heretics trying to almost fake rotations back. They've walked straight into what is a 3-man stack right now.
They're away. The blitz in, the blast back to right side, caught as well. No ground for Heretics. They are stopped in their stead, and it's Safe for 4! Knocking them down on the way through, making it look easy. And 11 on the board. You had a confidence booster in the previous round. I think that one's just smacked them right back into their place.
Yeah, he was dropped down to, I think, sub 50 HP, got a small heal back up before going back in for these fights, and then just decimated them. And Jumpy was sort of just chilling at the back, just almost like, okay, bro, yep, keep going. I'll hype you up. I'll clap you as you manage to just clap the opposition, it seems. And now just look at the purchase on the other side. The damage of the prior round comes back to haunt Heretics. A single rifle for Zeke and pistols for the remainder. It is not a good scenario for them. And honestly, this could be leading them to the end of the map.
It definitely feels like it is. At this point, we're on the home stretch. Team Liquid have the win conditions lighting up. A plethora of them already in their pockets. And for Team Heretics to make that comeback, I mean, really, we were looking at them just launching into this half. That's how they had to do it. Win
no
the
room
pistol,
for mistakes.
win the second, and follow up. And for Safe to find 4 kills, remember, one of the only rounds, I'll exclude the last one, the only round that they got in the first 11 was off of Zeke just popping off. That was a 3K. Safe's come in on the 3rd round and done him one better already. So at this point, you just start to wonder, it's not about what do Team Heretics need to do to win this. What do Team Liquid need to do to lose at this point? Because that's how it feels. This is their game, and even when it comes down to some of the individual plays we're seeing come through, they shouldn't be happening.
Yeah.
This is like guys dashing in and one-tapping. I know it's on Heretics' side, but well, they'll need a lot more of that.
I think the danger as well is, although he's had a lot of very good maps, so I don't know necessarily if this is true, but going into Fracture, I think that's where he had his best performance. I think he was something like 20-something and 4. So like that was just one of the absolute blowout maps he played. So if he's playing well today, which to be fair, he plays well most days, unless he's up against Fnatic, it's very, very scary times. Again, I'm sort of looking at Heretics and going, if you're picking your permaban, this has to be something either you've been hiding or that you've just tried to come up with ready for the week. But whatever it is going into their split game, which they haven't had to change, they are struggling.
Oh, here we go.
Storm at least.
Oh!
Okay, that's a decent start. That's a rifle picked up as well.
Very strong start indeed. Yeah, that rifle can go to one of his teammates even, allow the Bladestorm to carry on. Mixwell, he's alone here, sitting inside of the smoke, waiting to catch a play, but instead, he's caught some bullets, lead flying his way. Redguard, though, he's completely surrounded. He's gonna use his teleport to get into B main, hold that control, safe, spotting them on their way through the cloudburst to deter, but they are not deterred. Instead, staying close, he's making a bit of a play of his own, trying to confuse them and offset them. Redgar's got a second of the round. Good damage done to Kellogg's as well. Sure, we're still neck and neck, still even, but they need space, somewhere to go to. And an attempt out of Boo to secure Heaven, but he's heard the camera. It's not somewhere they can sneak in for free. The B site could be retaken at this point. They've just got nowhere to go, Tom.
Yeah, the thing is, it almost seems like this is just a ruse. Pop the camera, try and fake it out. The flash just gives them the information right back that there's still players within this B site. And actually, instead, it's just going to be Kellogg's just going, okay, I've got to get this plant. I've got to give us something to play around. Spam not going to really garner anything, but this Heaven play from Boo, it has to be massive.
Not even one. Not even one to be found. Low HP on Kellogg's. The pressure's on Avova. The Blade Storm's dealt with immediately. Hasn't even got support now. It's all on his own. And Nats closing out that round for his teammates. Almost a 1v3 the way he played it. That's 12 on the board.
The thing is, though, it's not, in my opinion, it's more of not a 1v3, a 1v1 3 times.
Yeah, but that's like, exactly it. Exactly.
It didn't look like a spot where it was basically, okay, can Boo catch someone on the off angle? No. Can there be anything done by, I think it was Kellogg's to the Blade Storm? No. And then it's just like, okay, now can Avova 1v3? It's like, those are scenarios where I just feel like you needed a little bit more in terms of team play, a little bit more proactiveness from the side of Heretics. And okay, again, that round comes a little bit closer than it should have done. But now they need to win 8 rounds in a row.
Quite the challenge for any team on any map. Heretics on split, maybe even more so. And they've lost Zeke. Blink and you miss it. That was an attempt to take fast control over Heaven, and he was just spotted from afar, taken down.
Nice
There's
shot.
The dash tap. Good stuff from Kellogg's. And again, they look towards this B site. Redguard did well, holding this with a Bulldog. Managed to find 2. This time, he'll find nothing, leaving the site.
Yeah, the neural theft has actually given them so much information, though. They knew that Redguard was the only man here. He gets pinged up the second time around as well, so they can get themselves into an afterplant. Both teams realizing that there isn't a lurking behind, and Avova just about managing to win that duel. A man advantage for Heretics.
Smoke going down in Heaven. Again, this could cause problems. He could potentially sneak back across. And it's just going to slow your push. All the while, Avova's just selling it as misinformation. That's really smart play. And I think even in the extra couple seconds, it costs them. It makes it so hard. What is that from Nats? He's on the side already. 3v2. The advantage is theirs. And Team Liquid, they've managed to clutch these back again and again. Surely not. That flash is great, but Kellogg's holds strong. That might be the kill that actually wins them the round, that allows them to hold on to it. In fact, he'll have a few more chances and 4 kills. Matching that of his opponent. The same performance Safe had just a few rounds ago. That's 1 of 8 required. It was a little close.
Everyone died.
A few more chances for Team Liquid to close this out, I think it's fair to say. They've got the op up, and even the damage done there.
This is absurd. Just the gall to jump through that, find 2 kills, but it's just this crossfire in main. Even a last bullet headshot, it didn't matter at that point. And that's what we like to see. Kellogg's getting that a little bit more pumped up. Their money is screwed. Like, they lose every single player in a round where they were investing everything. It's still going to be a little bit tentative on the other side, but winning this is not going to be easy. And I can only assume there's...
So winning this was going to be tough before Kellogg's got 1 tap.
Hey, Zeke upgrade is gone. Wait,
yeah,
he just found it on the
that's
floor.
Great.
I don't know how he found it.
Do you remember how they won the last round, Tom? Who got a 4K?
There you
I
go.
can't remember. He's back. He's back and he's here to play. Okay. Team Heretics, 4 versus 3. B site control isn't there.
He got his gun back as well.
Zeke, can you die? Give me that back, bro. Look, at the end of the day, what they've lost for this is just fine. I think it's not a great early round, but you got 1 tap through a smoke, so burning your res for that is okay, really. It's an ult that's going to save you from just an RNG moment. With 45 seconds left, though, they're moving towards A. Success.
The read is good again.
Success has been really tough to come by. They've ran into this site versus Stacks. They've ran into it versus light players. I think this time, though, having Nats and Yumpy 2 flashes ready, this could be incredibly dangerous.
Nats has been unreal so far. The flash is decent, but Yumpy goes down for nothing. We've seen this man dance around his own utility many a time, but not this time. a decent clear out and leaving Safe alone. He's got a Blade Storm. He's been feeling it all game. But I think they're going to have to make a mistake before he really goes for much more.
Yeah, that Blade Storm, look, it's safe, so maybe I shouldn't try get in his head, but I'm pretty sure he won't be using that unless you do get that kill.
If he got an immediate kill, he's in there,
Instantly.
dashing into the
He's
side
already on
with
the
a Blade
side.
Storm. But
Before that body hits the floor, he would be on the side. But short of that, and short of someone just absolutely legging it into the open, this is how it ends. An attempt to save an AWP out of Safe, and yeah, he's out. Look, it's just not worth the risk, right? Look at their money. They've got 50 credits moving up in intervals of 50. I don't think this is somewhere that they can feel comfortable, even if they got all 3 kills on exits. If you lose that AWP, it's not worthwhile.
yeah. And the fun thing is, when it's Liquid, he could just give that up over to Yumpy. And yeah, sure, he's playing Sky, and you might be thinking, why would you have your Sky play an operator? It's Yumpy. I feel like that's, yep, there you go. It's like, why are we not even surprised by that? Doesn't make sense agent-wise, but it makes sense Yumpy-wise. And that's enough for me to believe that this round is possible. Again, just effective trades in the end of this aggressive push. And I think, well, there was still a moment for a second where I was like, Nats is going to kill everyone, but not happening this time. Still 12 and 6, 6 rounds needed. A pause going into a round where ultimately I don't expect much more investment coming out for the side of Liquid. I'd be blown away if there's anything more than that operator and a Blade Storm. But that might be enough, genuinely.
It definitely could be. And look, when you got 6 chances to deploy it as well, you choose what round you want to bring that into play. And timeout as well. It's an interesting call. I saw Safe is still playing with a shorty as well.
He's playing Blade Storm 100% this round.
I imagine this
He
is
dropped the operator, bro. He's playing Blade Storm.
Drop the op over to Yumpy. Run your shorty.
Yeah.
Have your Blade Storm close range engagements as well. We've seen both him and Yumpy love that weapon to sit inside of smokes, try to catch players as they take map control. We saw it out of Solkas earlier, just holding up in heaven. The impact could be huge. But I think for Team Liquid, you know, the way they've been approaching some of these early rounds as well might even put them to, they might change it. They might work around some earlier aggression, moving straight down through one avenue of the map. I wouldn't mind seeing it. And look, at this point, I'm just looking at the mini-map. There's only one player towards the A side. They got to try something. He is keeping the Bucky. I kind of thought that was getting sold, but all right.
Oh, straight away, Blade Storm. The thing is, they've got the gamble wrong. Initial control for Heretics is going to be outside of this A site. But mid not spotting anything, they're just going to go straight in. They've actually read this perfectly. A retake in this sort of round is going to be so difficult for Liquid. They're not going to want to invest too much utility into this sort of round because ultimately, like, getting anything here is going to be tough. You're kind of just looking at what can Safe do? What can that operator do? And the question becomes, do they just save it?
He was heard. Redgar was heard moving through spawn. They've even pinged it as well. They're fully aware that he is in this position. This should be an impossible fight to win. Look at the off angle for Avova as well. Redgar seems semi-aware of it, though. There's a second player behind in the form of Zeke, though. And that just makes it impossible to come out on top. On the dive through the site as well, so many open angles to consider. This Blade Storm's got to go huge, and it finds nothing. The geometry getting in the way. Good damage, though. Good damage from Nats. How has he gotten away with 2 on just a ghost? They make this competitive. It's actually winnable for Yumpy. 50 HP, a flash in hand. He's moved around with the wall. It's blocking him in, giving space, and giving the round with it. Look, it came. Oh, no! There was a moment. There was a chance. It was possible.
He realized he wasn't getting away.
But again, way too close.
Yeah.
Way too close.
The thing is, though, we've been saying that a lot, and these rounds are starting to climb back. Like, ultimately, if Heretics can continue to buy, they continue to get these ultimates online, yeah, sure, it's going to make a lot of these buys weaker than they could be, and eventually you still feel like they're going to get it over the line. But I still feel like they'll be gaining confidence. I don't think they're going to be more nervous now than when they were sat there with 10 rounds to go.
I'm with you there, 100%. I will say, let's remember that the first 3 kills that happened there was Bookie, Ghost, Ghost, right? And then they almost won in a 1v1. That's kind of crazy. The Blade Storm didn't even really do anything for them. So it was just terrible weaponry. And they somehow come incredibly close. They did have an AWP as well in Yumpy, but that wasn't used till late in that 1v2. At this point, Team Liquid, they got to be feeling pretty comfortable with the damage they're able to get done when it comes to low buy rounds. Now, time to do it with rifles in your hands and a showstopper in the back pocket for Team Heretics.
Yeah, they're going elsewhere. Picked up, so I can only assume, yeah, they're going to just look to try and counter mid control from elsewhere. Obviously, it's walled off on the other side, so for Liquid, they're not really too worried about this. Wall going to be utilized on the other side of things eventually, just to try and split round through screens. This has been something that Heretics have tried a couple of times, and it seems like it's being watched already by Soulcast. However, he is under some serious pressure and going to take so much damage before he can really do anything.
Oh, great dash out as well. Just makes it so uncomfortable for the player that's actually on the site to get anything done. Late rotation as well from Safe. He's going to take a long time. He had pushed up in B main and got them a ton of information. And okay, great paranoia that leads to a kill. It's something. It's a building block, but there's still so much more to be done here with 4 alive for Team Heretics. Backside having a lot of presence, and then a thorn in the side of Mixwell sitting down in that cutout area. He's heard the drop. He'll get the kill. Oh, even the second as well, his 3rd in the round. Spinning on a dime to take down Safe. Must have been Spidey senses activated for that one. I don't know how he even thought to check that angle in time.
Yeah, I really like the way that they're actually using that wraparound every single time. Like, we've seen that wall so often just to try and segment the player watching from mid. And then just the player on site, in most cases Nats, is just absolutely screwed because you've got to deal with players coming in from every single angle. The A-site execute from Heretics at the moment is looking pretty decent, and I wonder when the moment comes from Liquid that they go, okay, we need to fight deeper for some of this map control. We need to try and deny them some of that pressure, because a lot of the time they've surrendered up heaven. They've gone, okay, you can have this. We're going to hold on to the backside and the site, and that's just not working for them. I feel like they need to hold on to heaven a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the approach, and the second that it gets red, you are in a
Daddy Mixwell finally waking up. Let's go, big boy.
But we saw the wall up in heaven. You play super passive around there. You push B main. I don't mind fighting for alternative map control like that, but it is something as well that if Heretics get a read on that, it'll be the first thing they look to exploit.
Straight away from Liquid, just pushing deep into main. But again, it's just a switch up from Heretics. They're changing that attack round almost every single time, and Nats has been the one under pressure in the majority of rounds. Now he's got himself the rounds. Now he's got himself the rifle. He is spotting all that info. First kill comes for free, and now he's going to reveal where the rest of them are. Has support coming for... Ultimately, Reko's going to be forced off, and that res is there again.
They'd already used their paranoia to get up there, but Nats didn't give a damn. He just starts getting in their face, spraying through the smoke as they attempt to retreat, taking their map control and running. But they don't get very far. 3 men left standing on Team Heretics. Make that 2. Avova with a sliver of health. And he's trying to sneak his way in. The spike is on his back, and now it's on the floor. That should be it done. Boo is dealt with 13-8. And Team Liquid, they came into this map, and they did not let go of the accelerator. Unbelievable performance from them, and I think Heretics, they showed us some signs of life towards the end, but we're going to hope for a lot more on map number 2.
I think it's a good sign, though, that they were able to at least build back into the map a little bit. Like, this very easily could have been another sort of 13-2 split blowout. Would have been too happy walking away from that one. But we saw some of those stars start to come online a little bit. A few moments from Kellogg, Zeke having a pretty good map. Even Mixwell starting to wake up a bit towards the end. And I think that's much more important going into map number 2. Like, okay, we came in a bit cold. It was a little bit rough for us. But at least now we can go, okay, let's now try and execute on our map, on the map we've chosen, and a map that ultimately they probably weren't expecting coming into today.
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, when we saw Split come up, we knew that this was a map both teams should be prepared for. And we've got to see what that looks like. I really don't know what to expect from the next map and preparation levels. And there's almost something exciting about that. We saw some good individuals here on map 1.
Nerve-wracking, exciting.
Well, depends which side of the arena you're on, which side of the Coliseum. We're going to toss it off to a break. When we come back, we'll find out what map number 2 looks like.
Let's go! Oh my god! Whoa! Isaiah! Get out of here, bro. What you doing? Ring around the rosy! Nice fight! Nice! Sit down! Woo! Oh my goodness! Nice! Sit the down! Sit the down! Padre! Wake the up! I want to play against the player. Let's go!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
What? What is this from EA? He is currently unstoppable. He is just a consistent demon. El Diablo.
Hey guys, it's EA. Welcome to my course on optimal Valorant training. I'm going to be demonstrating now some angle clearing. I'll slowly come around the corner as well, making sure no one's on these off angles.
It got a little bit dicey there towards the end, but Team Liquid, they managed to close it out. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Cougar and Lothar. Honestly, I thought maybe it was going to be less close than that. I thought maybe an early day for us, a 13-2, 13-3 or something. But Cougar, when the sides swapped, Heretics really came online.
Yeah, exactly. We can see, you know, the glimpse of what they wanted to do, especially on the attack as we are talking about it. The different things that they were bringing, the different executes, Zeke and Kellogg's, you know, holding hands and just using a lot of util. Actually, pretty well balanced, but it's that first half, I think that Liquid deserved this map from, I don't know, starting round 6.
Yeah, I would just like to say and preface that for the past 2 years, I'm saying that split on attack is actually, it's based on attack, on the pro play. You know, it's 52% actually now, right now in our season, just saying. But
Yeah, that might have skewed it even more.
Well, the other games were also with KC, so it could have skewed it as well. But both ways, because they were all either winning on attack or losing on defense.
Yeah.
But the thing is, with here, I feel like Team Heretics had a big issue on the defense because they didn't have utility to take aggressive space on defense when they were, like, let's say it was necessary to gather info against Team Liquid, and they never had anything because of the way they built the composition. The Sage was very passive, but also like didn't deny because she couldn't get any passive info from the other agent, and Liquid on the other hand had that with Yampi on Sky.
Yeah, and also the Sage on the attack side, I think Solkaz, we spoke about how a lot of the fans were a little bit too harsh towards his performance, but on the first half, Kukuka's, you cannot complain about this.
I think that this is a head-to-head, him against Mixwell, that we were expecting to see really brilliant here, as you say, on the attack. Literally just on this pistol, getting 2 kills, but also being very easy to rely on him. Also, I feel like everybody else was making it easy for him, but they could have definitely not do it without his patience and his awareness of the situation.
Yeah, he got actually 13 kills on attack and only 2 on defense, but they played less on defense. But not only that, he was an actual target for on the defense side because he was the first line of defense when he was just swarmed over. So, and you can think, well, Sage is kind of equipped to stop a push. It doesn't really matter when there's 2 agents with mobility and they just go on him.
Exactly. You do have the slow, but there's a paranoia and there's 2 duelists. There are literally, as you said, you're the first stop towards the win of the round. So we can understand that even though Solkaz had a cool time against K-Corp, it was not going to be the same against his composition.
I mean, we spoke about Redguard versus Zeke as well in that leadership IGLing role. We do have a round actually from Liquid's attack as well, where there was a really cool TP. And let's listen to the comms a little bit and see how they actually plan this out.
Okay, how are you gonna do that? I TP to spawn and we play.
Yeah, make a TP. It's not gonna trigger it.
Let's go.
Careful choke.
Can you flash?
Yeah, I can flash, but we need to tempo them. Pushing. Not close, not close.
Here ramp, I smoke ramp.
Let's go side. I'm pushing hell. Pushing hell. I wanna
okay, I smoke CT.
Careful trap. Can be ramp, behind ramp. Ramp.
Pot clear.
Can we smoke heaven or
clear.
CT? We have to push CT,
smoke
we have to
CT.
push CT. They have giant
They're ramp, they're ramp. CT right side.
Using ult.
I know
I'm holding choke now.
30 seconds left.
I'm planting for...
They're on Eager.
Yeah.
2 people on Eager.
Eager, I'm trying to...
Nice,
boys!
Well, it was an idea that started by Redguard, but we also know that Safe, he does like to mid-round call. And, I mean, listening from the comms, Lothar, what did you take away from that?
One thing that I'd like to take out of this is something that was being gathered before even this decision made was by Redguard, because he pinpointed the moment to TP into the spawn when no one was able to hear if he's actually going to spawn or not, because the players were using utility on the defense in that moment when he was doing it, so they knew that the players are actually a little bit more forward towards the sides than backwards. Because of that, he gathered so much space and he literally drew all of the defenders back to him. It was amazing.
I took out 2 things from that clip that we just watched. Number 1 is the fact that the Safe asked Redguard, how are you going to do that? Like, what's your plan? Redguard comes with an idea, but he has to, get that approval. But the moment he gives the simplest explanation, he says, okay, let's go. And Redguard then goes into his zone, and he is only doing the thing that he's supposed to be doing, which is covering. We hear the rest of the team talking about how they get control of the site, and he won't speak one more word.
Yeah, it's definitely, I think, a lot better from some of the other moments we've seen from Liquid as well. But Mixwell, he had a couple of pretty unfortunate moments, I would say, on this map. And it's definitely something we don't expect from a player of his caliber, of his experience as well. And I think Lothar at times has maybe been the reason that Heretics, they've just looked a bit shaky because a couple of their players have been doing this.
Well, I feel like that's the thing that is, it's like a plague in Team Heretics. They don't feel that they can rely on the other agent that is next to them, and you can see like there's a lot of situations where there's exactly that happening. You have a duo that is taking a little bit of space, but they're not covering each other perfectly. So there's like a little bit of that synergy missing. And yeah, some of the rounds were unfortunate, but that one on Safe, on Heaven, when he just looked at him, he was like trying to connect the dots. That's an opponent? No. Okay, goes back, but yeah, it's another opponent. So
yeah, I mean, we're going to maybe be moving on to Fracture here, which is really interesting because this is where the vetoes kind of deviated from what we thought was going to happen. And at least from our side, we did not think that Heretics, A, were going to leave it open, and 2, going to be the team to actually choose it. However, we do have some data from Team Liquid, so I think it would be kind of useful for us to break down what we saw from Liquid and how maybe Heretics can exploit that.
Yeah, and this is something that I think is going to be very interesting. We're going to take first 20 seconds of the round, and I'm going to show you the positioning of the defenders. Remember, Team Liquid only played this map once as a 13-2, 10 rounds won on defense. But Kakuka, what do you think is most interesting from this map right now?
Yeah, let's try the viewers a little bit here. You can say that the color light blue is going to be safe. Rats is going to be there with the red. And if you see all the control that they're putting towards Dish, you can also see the split and who is going to be playing towards what side. But you can see that the pushes are going to be coming and controlling this zone the most, and also here on A main.
Yeah, and the thing is that this is something that Heretics can read into because the roles are very defined. We see the Omen anchoring A side, and if Omen is anchoring deeper on side, then the push is happening on Dish. So there are some tendencies that Heretics can learn from, and then also anticipate that the B side is actually played in most rounds on a retake, which is a very big thing.
Yeah, exactly. And we can think, I think that we can see some pushes here. You were talking about the 10 rounds that they get on the defense. It was actually some of the pushes that, you know, were not the best coming in from safe and actually being maybe extra aggressive.
Yeah, the thing is that on the rounds that were lost by Liquid, this is round 7, they pushed into B main aggressively on defense and 3 players died from Liquid. The 2 rounds that they lost on defense were because they overpushed the same angle, which is something that now Heretics can also learn from. But I think the most important that we think we can learn from is if we're going to bring up positioning from Nats.
Yes.
So we're going to turn off everything else, and we're going to only show Nats positions on the map in the first 20 seconds, and then I'll pay attention to the trips. Those are the trips locations right now. So you can see that they're on B main, arcade, on Dish, and on A main. So those are the only positions that he used in that one map, right? But now take a look at the cameras.
Yeah, the cameras are always going to be situated. These are the green dots that you're seeing on the screens. They're always situated towards that right side of the map, always towards A and gathering that extra information. It makes sense, right? Because he can react instantly to this information himself, but the Trapwires can help the rest of his team.
Yeah, and you can see that this is the outcome of the Dish push. Essentially, it's something that we didn't see Heretics do on Split, gathering the space on the defense and one of the angles. It's something that Liquid is proactively doing on Fracture. So I think by playing a little bit slower, if Heretics are able to play a little bit more defaulty, they can punish Liquid overpeaks in those areas. But if they're, you know, aware enough of that happening.
It feels like a classic Na'Vi, right? Like if they could play like what Na'Vi do on this map against Liquid, it might be something that they can exploit the ways that you guys said. We do have an Aim Labs warm-up right now with Zeke. I'm hoping that he's shooting heads, but also we're also anticipating that because they chose Fracture, they've left it open once before, they've definitely gone over the footage of how Liquid play. So surely, Lothar, we are expecting some good plans. We're expecting game plans, even if it doesn't work, but we're expecting to at least see it come to fruition.
Look, I refuse to have any different reason for picking Fracture for Heretics, then we are prepared. If I am playing in a team that bans a map 3 times out of 4, and then we pick it, there's no other reason than we have been sitting in the lab, cooking up some stuff, and now we're ready to show it. That has to be the logical option, like logical conclusion. So I'm anticipating some really interesting compositions. If I'll see a Sage in there, I'm gonna be mad because it's just like that's a. You choose Sage on Fracture if you don't know what else to do with the composition.
When it comes to you guys speaking about them getting punished, is this just a Kellogg's job, or is that also a Boo thing, you feel like?
I think understanding both of them. I think that the first step that they had to take today was deciding, because they had the choice of choosing if they were going to be Team A or Team B. It started with that veto. We talk a lot about the surprises. They decided to maybe put themselves in this situation where you're one down. You know, you can start with that 0-1, and it's not easy, especially mentally, for some of the players to undergo that. But if it's under their plans to even take this here to Fracture, I don't know if they're ready to take it, because they've mentioned in the past their biggest concern is their mental.
Yeah, but Kellogg's, that's actually a very good question. What do we expect from Kellogg's to be playing on this map? Is he gonna go for Jet? That's his comfort pick, right? And it's a very playable engine on this map.
Are we going to see double duelist?
Yeah, are we gonna see Neon on him? Because if he's gonna be playing Neon on him, it's such a character that dictates the way that you should be playing the attack. That you cannot really rely on punishing overpeaks from the defenders. You are more likely to be like, we are spearheading an attack. So it's like a actual tell for the defenders more. So this is going to be very interesting, to some maybe degree, a peculiar agent select. And I'm very excited to see what's going to happen.
I am as well. Kellogg's will be the first person to lock his agent in, so he's going to be able to answer your question very, very soon. And it is going to be
Jet.
the Jet.
Okay. I mean, I'm not unhappy with it.
Avova Killjoy?
But I'm super happy
this is
Killjoy.
the first time that Avova plays Killjoy.
Avova KJ boost gone.
I'll tell you one thing, the Killjoy pick is something that I'm very happy about, because Team Liquid so far on Fracture and the one time didn't play a Breach, right? And then they don't have the ability to take the space aggressively unless with the Sky. So the Killjoy value goes through the roof. You're able to ultimate on Dish, you're able to ultimate on Underpass as well. There's no way of comboing utility to destroy it, because just so you guys I want to remind you, the damage from the utility was changed. One Aftershock doesn't delete it anymore. You have to combo 2 pieces of utility. So Killjoy has stonks through the roof.
Emil is laughing. I know that we were talking to Tom about this earlier. He didn't want to see the composition from Loud, but I think that he's going to have to live with it.
Well, I can't wait to see what we're going to get from an Avova Killjoy debut, Mitch and Tom. What do you make of this?
Let's get Loud up in here. This is going to be exciting, getting to see this comp.
I'm so scared.
What a better team. Really, if anyone's going to improve on this comp, I think we might have them down there. Loud will be at home. If not watching it live, they'll be watching the VODs.
I sort of joked with like Lothar and Bear. I was like, okay, yeah. I'm liking the fact that Team Heretics can play a double duelist. I think Zeke is a good raise. I was like, okay, who's a team that's played double duelist on Fracture and made it work? Loud. Now, the difference is Loud have this kid called Kawazi, who is a crazy fragging Breach who basically manages to put up duelist numbers while also playing a very supportive agent. That's a lot of pressure to put on Mixor to do exactly the same thing. And I am very, very worried that they don't have the same sort of thing as Loud do in their locker. And the reason I'm worried about that is because no one does. I don't think any other team realistically can play a lot of the compositions that Loud do, because you have Sadak, who almost plays a supportive Raze, which sounds mental, but it is what he does. And then you have Aspas, who might be the best duelist in the world.
Well, Tom, either way, we're going to see if Team Heretics have what it takes to emulate some of the best in the world on their own composition. Moving on into Fracture, Team Liquid defensive start, and that means they've got Kellogg's to deal with. He's already around the corner, but Solkus leaves him there. Well handled, good reveal as well. Nat's going to look to punish on the way through, but no shots fired. Instead, Team Heretics get the site.
Yeah, they've already managed to turn this into a 4v4 scenario. Is the Tiger actually going to clear? I think. Yep. Zeke just basically tagged it. He just completely stuck in the mud. It's such an easy kill for Safe, and he's already got his nade back online. So he could try and section this player, or pushes him straight into Yuppie, and then Avova, well, good luck Avova. He's left into a 1v4. Yeah.
Some beautiful decision making, man. Safe sees that there's a player behind that box once the Tiger makes it around, and his response is not to nade that player, it's to throw it up above. Because what's going to happen? That player sat down below, he's screaming, they saw me, I'm under pressure, help me! As they come to help,
they had a paranoia as well. They had a paranoia that went into heaven before that, so that the player up there, I think, was completely blinded as well.
Well, if he ain't blinded, he's certainly forced forward into the nade. It's just so beautiful, man.
This is Mel's favorite sign. You're going to be seeing this a lot throughout the game. Of course, Mel is our observer. I've noticed this whenever I cast Fracture. I'm going to see this sign 45 times a game. So, yeah, look forward to that one in between the rounds.
tough start. If you're Team Heretics, it's the last thing you want to see up against you, is a confident round like that one that's just going to get the adrenaline flowing on the other team. The smiles all around. Now, Team Liquid have their one round. Important thing here being not to lose too many more players, right? In this one, they've invested into a rifle and 2 Spectres, but they've also got 2 Ghosts. So it's something that they can fall back on. Losing 1 or 2 won't be the end of the world. With 1:05 on the clock, they don't really have a ton of info. That flash is going to change things, though. Some players towards north side, and if they're being caught by that, you know they were probably just outside of Dish.
This is something that Yumpy does incredibly well. It's just basically playing that initiator to get them all the information when they kind of stack up on the other side. He has spotted so many players now. Could just look to try and call for the rotation. Now, bear in mind, both him and Rega are actually the ones with the pistols. So it would be pretty dangerous if they went pushing into the other side of the map. Instead, though, they're going to go pushing into what is basically a double Sentinel setup. Sure, Viper, not the conventional Sentinel, but in this aspect, normally is.
Yeah, the early round all just about picking up those orbs. Now it's time to punish, and that they will.
Okay.
Well handled by Zeke. He managed to bypass that utility, get them heaven control, eliminate the Viper wall that they would have had to push through. And then even some damage coming in. I said 2 kills already. We're past that point, and it's only the 2 Ghosts that are left. They've got to close in the distance now. 6 seconds on the clock. That planter is actually going to get away with it. This has turned out into a fantastic round for Team Heretics. They almost have the weaponry advantage. The shields, they certainly don't. That flash didn't catch him. He might have snuck in. They certainly don't know he's here. They'll clear it, but it gave him a chance. Still, in the end, 2-0. Team Liquid with 2 alive. They've saved the rifle, but it was very costly.
Yeah, I want to see how much they actually invest going into the next one. Because that's going to be the interesting thing here is, okay, you had a couple of pistols, a couple of Spectres. Ultimately here, you've lost a Spectre. It's not the end of the world, but are you now going to buy rifles on the players that didn't invest into anything? That's the main change-up.
Yep.
This is a very good round for Heretics, though. Like, again, just getting some extra orbs onto Zeke is always going to be helpful. He was one of the main sort of, like, mainstays on the other side, and it's always good to see Yumpy joining in on the chance.
Oh, there we go. We found another sign. Isn't that fantastic? There's one in the middle of your screens as well, the Logitech G power-up round. And this is the opportunity for Team Heretics to capitalize on the damage done in the previous round. We've got a rifle invested into, 2 in fact, over in Yumpy and Safe. And for these guys, the fact that they've got 3 rifles on Team Liquid, yes, it's a decent buy. It's a round that they can very much compete in. But for Team Heretics, it does give them that opportunity to knock down the economy that little bit if they can come through here with a lot of success. Still, a buy would be faced in the round afterwards. Every little helps right here and now, and they've just spotted a player above, barely making it out alive.
Eventually they're going to get the kill. The reaggress has achieved absolutely nothing. A good stack up of players. Solid utility to take as well. Like having the Nano Swarm to clear out the top side. I believe they also had an Aftershock go through to clear out bottom. It's a nice execution from Heretics, and now they're just cleaning things up. Last man standing is Soulcast. Financially, not the greatest position for his team to be in, so he may just opt to hold on to the gun.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised here. In fact, I would be surprised if I see him diving in towards the site. Good damage was done. I think at this point, though, we are starting to look towards like the fact that Team Heretics have 5 guys online. Where can you go as Solkas? Like where you're going to reliably get exits, and there's so many avenues they can take it down through. Just better for him to hold on to this, have that little bit of extra cash injection coming into the next round, and maybe even they'll go for an operator early on a map like this, though. It ain't too common, and especially when Heretics are going to have tools at their disposal, like your Rolling Thunder. Straight away, Mixwell having this coming into round number 4 could cause a lot of damage and a lot of headaches for Team Liquid.
Yeah, I almost want to see how Liquid are now going to adapt. Like, how are they going to play going into this next round? Like, is it going to be a scenario where they try and get that a little bit more aggressive, they play retake? Like, this is something, especially with these Cypher setups, that can be quite nice. Is obviously, I feel like when it comes to sort of the lockdown, that's definitely going to be the more powerful ult. That's why we sort of compare the two. But in terms of retake setups, a lot of the time you're just going to play very, very passively in towards middle, and then try and catch someone with a trip and kill them on the cross. Give yourself a man advantage, so to speak, on that side of the map. The buy, though, actually does look a little bit shaky. I feel like this is almost a decision, though. Like, I'm looking at Yumpy with 2 500 credits. They could have got something else other than a judge, but assumingly you're just going to have Redgar playing so almost just tanking the ult and just sitting up there. If they try and ult on towards that B site, he'll just get the kill with the judge.
They're sitting super passive. You know, considering the attack from Heretics, you want to see these guys moving around, presumably getting control under B. Like, with your old cycle where it's at, I really would be surprised if they don't decide to entry on the Rolling Thunder. But I think that's why Team Liquid are so passive. Their adaptation
and the judge.
Exactly, the judge, right? But playing up in heaven the way that they are, so far back, Redgar might have this opportunity now as they close in. Because they, oh, the boom bot, that's a problem. They might not think he's here. That's the thing. And now he's fired off early. He pre-fired it. Unfortunate stuff. It could have worked out for plenty of dividends. But instead, they're caught trying to make a surprise strategy. And I think if that boom bot doesn't go in, I think he might even wait out the flash on that one. But having that close in the distance, clear it out, you know there's players about to barrel around the corner. He fired off, and once they knew it was there, it's too easy to deal with.
But that's the thing. I think almost because Liquid was so prepared for a Rolling Thunder setup, the fact that it was almost just, okay, we're going to throw a blast pack initially, destroy the close trip, and just walk into the site, I think that's just a very good read from Heretics. Like basically going, okay, you're expecting us to play into this ultimate, lean heavy into it, so you're going to try and adapt to us. We're not going to use it. We're going to do something else altogether, save it for a post-plant.
Post-plant or maybe a future round. Either way, just having it online is the thing, because you've had that adaptation in the previous round. Now they're going to have to think about it again. And if you don't use it this round, they're going to have to think about the next one and so on. At the end of the day, though, the impact is really found by burning it up, by using it, putting it on the table. Right now, moving in towards the A site, limited information, it might be the time. And indeed, you can see Mixwell, he's got it primed and ready. Rolling Thunder's caught Redgar. Good luck to you, sir. That smoke. Oh, he's managed to evade. Caught by Mixwell. But the rocket, it was smart play. You love to see it. Where's the spike? Is it going to get planted anytime soon?
That's the thing, though. There's still quite a lot of investment. I'm surprised they use a Rolling Thunder and a Showstopper in a round versus Eco. Like, you're basically spending up a couple of ults. Yeah, sure, it guarantees you the round. Maybe it gives you that extra boost in finances, but they're in a pretty good position anyway, so.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't mind it just because, well, maybe not the double invest, but the single invest definitely, just because I don't want 5 ults on mine,
It's more both, like using the Showstopper as well. That's what surprised me, but hey, they're keeping this round nice and clean, gonna get themselves off to a strong start. Not really seeing too much just yet as well. And because they're being so direct, a lot of the time, Liquid are quite good at sort of finding out early information off of Yumpy, and then they rotate someone like Safe into position to actually take a lot of those fights. Because they're being very, very direct in their plays, they're actually not being able to do that. And a lot of what is working for them is just, okay, Avova, you're lurking, the rest of us are 4-man taking into the rest of the map.
Watching some of those replays as well, I mean, it's definitely seeming like a fresh-faced Heretics coming onto this map. We have so many questions around their preparation level and what kind of Heretics we'll get to see. Indeed, even the composition they're running. The merits of the comp are without question, but in their hands, we don't know what to make of it. We don't know how they'll be using it. And so far, I'm liking what I'm seeing, but it's early days still, coming in around number 6. Early aggression on A main. 3 players pushed up. And look, they're getting the information. They'll have, I'm not even going to say an early flank. These players are going back through under. Look at them on the attack. They're moving to south side. They might set up a lockdown, something like that. And that is perfect for these flankers. The timing here should be sublime as they make their way around that corner. And it's the spike that's sitting on this side. For these players, Safe, Nats, Redgar, they have got all the info they need, and that's the push stop. They've used their lockdown and got nothing for their trouble. Sure, a kill onto Yumpy, but they've got to fight back into main, back into the spike. Well, Safe just ran through, so never mind.
A 2v2 scenario, though. An opportunity here, especially with the spike down. It's going to be a little bit tougher for Heretics to try and get back into position. Paranoia, even just to delay them that little bit more. Let's see if they can clear the corner. Smoke might give a little bit of extra space, but Redgar's found the kill again.
And again, 3rd in the round. Now look, lovely stuff for Team Liquid, and I think really you get it on the setup. The A main push, the 3 players come in flank. The fact that Spike is left to go its own way there when they've got no control over Southside, that's the kind of round that I expect to see if you've got a trap wire. Obviously, they don't have trap wires, but if you have something covering A main, if you have a piece of utility guaranteeing that these players are not there.
Yeah, it's one of those scenarios as well, though, where it's like, how often can this work for Liquid? Like, they tape the initial orb. Now, obviously, a lot of this is down to Heretics being very direct in their plays, being able to catch them on the flank, and even having the Seekers. But the fact that they managed to counter quite a few ults as well, facing off against that Heretic side, it's a very good round for them. They're doing it again. They're actually just pushing all the way through A main, looking for where these players are coming from, and an instant ult as well, but a tasty shot from Avova.
Well handled. The team is blitzing into A, though. The space taken from Heretics, and they're going to compete for Sands as well, much to their detriment. That's another player lost before the spike goes down, and it looks like they want to retake that control, with Zeke coming around the corner ahead of the flash. But the dink was not enough, 10 HP still, and he'll hold on to Sands. They've got so much control now.
A few low HP players, but the spike planted. Zeke, oh, he's actually going to get the kill before the flash. Doesn't get anything more, but he was the man who was tagged, leaving it into a 2v2. Make that just 1v1. Yumpy trying to find out where that last man is, but Boo is just playing the time. He's been spotted, and he's even going to pre-fire on the way back through, winning out that 1v1 for Heretics and an instant response.
Very well handled. Round number 8, neck and neck. Team Heretics attack here, looking good. I mean, look, some of the problems we had that round, they used their lockdown. It's been a little bit too tunnel vision, or it's taking that calculated risk that they won't push A main, and it didn't work out that one time. If that continues to happen, then you're just a team that's lost, that doesn't have responses, doesn't have pivots, and the fundamentals wouldn't be there. But already seeing them back on the horse and like one ahead, sure, it's not great, but it's a whole lot better than what we saw last time.
Is it a prancing horse?
Prancing pony.
Maybe. You know, Zesh sat there probably enjoying that one, but yeah, a timeout, and I think it needed one. Like, you're talking about the round that has managed to be won by Liquid. It's ultimately based off a complete flank paying off and catching them trying to use a lockdown. It's not a lot of success when it comes to these actual purchase rounds, and again, just basically having that single lurk of Avova, it's definitely a risk, but it seems to be working out for him so far. Like, this is a role, again, that we talk about him not really playing. He's always been a controller player. For years, he's been a controller player. I will say as well, I'm very happy to see Boo back on that. Because he's been someone as well that you go back to, like, London, or OG London United, so it's a nice long name. But he was a controller player, a very good one at that. So the fact that they're sort of willing to switch up these roles a bit, it's looking good so far. But Liquid have now given a little bit of a chance to Emil. And you know what? I have quite a bit of faith in that man.
Yeah, he does tend to know what he's talking about. We'll see what the game plan is to be applied here. Interestingly, coming into this round, I saw no paranoia for Redgar. Not going to be working with that flash, just the one for Yumpy. Moving a few seconds into the round. Team Heretics, well, they're actually moving their way towards A, but again, this is all going to be orb play. This attacking side team seems to focus very heavily on getting those orbs online in those first kind of 30, 40 seconds of the round. We saw it from them when they had a pistol buy. We're seeing it from them here, and well, the value could be immense as they have a very, very high ult economy. I mean, every single player on that team has a ton of impact to bring to the table, and Mixwell, one away from that Rolling Thunder already.
Yeah, he has just been farming up those ultimate orbs, and we've seen, especially in these eco rounds, how they've liked to sort of remove the pressure for themselves. Now, the flash, that's actually going to be huge. That's so much information that they can actually start pushing back around. The problem is they haven't made that rotation into the B site. And because of the aggressive cam and this heavy lean into Dish, again, Heretics are basically just going to have a free B site unless Safe can catch something on the cross.
Yeah, well, that smoke blocked them out from really taking any peeks.
30 seconds left.
Any crazy plays. Late play, though, in through main. That's it for Safe, and he's caught them. Okay, one found. Rolling Thunder used. They're committing it all the way. The nade tries to keep them back. There's just nothing to be done. Well, that's something to be done, all right. Good shot from Nats. They're going to go back in here, try to retake the space, try to retake the weapons. But Solkas now is in trouble. Good return from him.
Even still, weaponry disadvantage of Redgar. He's actually just going to start this defusal, and Nats is just blocking. There's nothing he can do to actually deny this. The spam will achieve absolutely nothing as well. And after the praise given to Heretics almost feeling out the round, Liquid actually make it work in the retake, but I sort of say retake. It was actually more just the aggression that came through on the other side of thing wasn't as successful as maybe they hoped it would be.
And it might seem like a silly spot to have planted in, but they didn't have main control, right?
No.
When they put it down, so they had to go for somewhere safe. Unfortunately, Safe was there and able to rip apart some of that push, sneak their way onto the site, and have an angle to cover on the way through. A great round out of Nats. And for Team Liquid, coming into round number 9, they're looking to take that win, take the victory, and take the lead back into their hands. And I think, you know, the ult economy, we said on Team Heretics, is incredibly strong. Any ult they have can change around. It's not the same for Team Liquid, but they are coming in here with that Viper's Pit. And that's B-site lockdown.
Yeah, just blocking off that initial control. Tiger even going to spot that they're still trying to pressure in this direction. 4 players already here. Just heavy reliance on Nats to basically hold off the other side of the map. But they are just slowly walking in.
Oh, that certainly wasn't expected from Redgar. Showstopper, it's looking the right way. Good night and sweet dreams to Safe. What a fantastic early round from Team Heretics, and well, letting it slip seems unlikely. They're running back into the A site, though, and it's Nats who's managed to sneak his way back around to Sans. He caught one a moment ago. They expect him to be around this area, but they've got to cover every single angle, and that leaves them open. The spike now on the floor, the ult pop for info, and Nats is just going to reposition yet again, catching off a 1v1 in main. It's close. The bullet's whizzing past Avova's head, but as Boo falls, he's forced forward. He has to take down Nats. They need this space. There's 20 seconds left, and Nats is firing on all cylinders. Just one man left. He's got the spike, but no chance when he meets this man. 5 on the board for Team Liquid, and they're doing it with style.
See, I remember I did the cursed thing, and I had a look at Reddit last week. I'm sorry. I'm going to apologize in advance. But I saw a thread that was like, guys, do you think maybe like Nats has lost it? And I want people to watch this round, because 4 kills is nice. 4 kills is good. It's great. His positioning, it's just, this is what we always loved about this man. He is taking individual fights, repositioning to somewhere where he again gets another individual fight. He is being pressured by the entirety of the team, and Emil getting hyped because right now he is showing a masterclass on Cypher. Like, I agree with what Lothar said about Killjoy, but if this man plays this well, I'm never going to tell him to stop playing this agent.
And look at that, they have players absolutely everywhere. You can't even get out with the blast packs. Decimation in main. And Team Liquid, they got out of that one flawlessly as well. For Team Heretics, look, they had a good start to this map. Hell, they're leading 4-3 at one point. But this is the problem. This is what we were worried about. When Team Liquid show up and they start to play clean, clinical Valorant, Team Heretics don't have a response. But not so far, at least.
That's the funny thing. That last round I'll give you, the round before, I don't think it was clean and clinical.
It's an individual.
It was prime Nats. That's it.
Yeah,
and that's the thing with this Liquid roster. Like, we're talking about if they can get everything working in terms of synergy, in terms of raw caliber of these players, they could be one of the best teams in the world. The thing is, right now, we're still looking at some of it being segmented. They had a 4-man stack the prior round on one side of the map with a Viper's Pit that basically got 2 entries the other way, and then Nats just wins them the round anyway. Like, that is some sort of depth of talent that there's barely any teams that can pull something like that off, and then they springboard themselves back into life. Like, this was a game that started off with them winning the pistol and then losing a load of rounds in a row, and Heretics looking like the better team. Look at the last 2 rounds and tell me the Heretics look like the better team.
You start to forget about the start of the map. Like, maybe it's recency bias here, but look, when you've got a guy like Nats popping off, sure, Boo had a couple good rounds, but this guy can individually hold down half of the map. And it's not just that. After his first 2 kills, he will spend the rest of the round making sure he isn't peak until he's got a teammate to swing with him. It's unreal.
The best thing is, like, normally he has to hold A main and dish. In that round, he had to hold the spawn as well, and he comes out with 4 kills and doesn't die. Like, I just want to highlight, I know that it's ridiculous, but that's so absurd. They deserve to lose that round, but Nats.
But Nats, yep.
They're doing it again, by the way. Like, it's just one side of the map, and then he's just chilling.
Well, this time, Tom, I don't think his hold is going to be quite as bulletproof. He's sitting back over towards A now. After that lockdown comes into effect, they've spotted 3 players north side pushing, and that pretty much confirms they're good to go.
Everything just to get into an afterplot. Like, that was a lockdown to clear, and then they also use an orbital strike just to hold off those rotations. This is still a full retake, and they haven't bought that much time. They have got space, though.
This is why they wanted to use the orbital strike. They wanted to try to find some extra control elsewhere. Ult's going through Redgar while he's caught. Evova's seen him try to go through B main. At this point, all the angles are starting to close off. Nats in a super late play through Spawn. Still hasn't made it past the halfway mark. That's how patient this guy is. And maybe Zeke will start to second guess it if he was up against anyone else. Still Nats wins the fight, but he's in a 1v3. Time is an issue. He's popped his ult. He's running forward. Maybe time's not an issue. He doesn't seem to think so. Honestly, I started to believe. Once I saw that hat come off his head, I was tipping my own to him. But 6-5, still within one of each other as we come into this final half and final round of the half, and Team Heretics can still get it neck and neck. Look, it's not the end of the world by any means.
Yeah, it's one where I feel like they, especially with the streak they had, they probably should have come out with the half. But I like the using those two ultimates in tandem and then actually claiming the space as well. I've seen a lot of teams like sort of do that and then not actually take the space, but they have the double smokes, really good setup from them, and a good adaptive round that's really hard to play against because you gave them no opportunities to retake. Again though, now we see a bit more of a double up, at least in the initial stages, with Yumpy being so aggressive they can gamble stack in towards that A site, but once more, the eventual rotation is going to be mostly just Nats on this side of the map. But sometimes that's enough.
Sometimes. Most of the time thus far.
This is such an aggressive...
He's got it! Evova's so unlucky to be caught there just as he was peeking back around the corner. Now this blitz on a one-man lighter. One less target for Nats to take down, and look at that, there's a player beside him already. Good push out of Kellogg's. They've dealt with Mix well. That's dropping the spike and delaying the push a little bit, allowing for repositioning, and look at Safe right in through main. He's got his boom butt out. Oh, that's not what you want to see. Going back in for the angle as well. Zeke, I thought he might have caught Yumpy. That bullet was close. It whizzed by his head, but it didn't catch. And for Kellogg's, it's the timing game that he's won.
It's been such a back and forth. A 2v2 where trades have just been based off almost individual battles. Utility still a paranoia online, a smoke to try and isolate Kellogg's and leave Boo in a tough spot. He's had an amazing map so far, but they're gonna need him again. Cross being watched for and pulled out the shorty for Yumpy. Now it's left onto Kellogg's. Let's see what he could do here. Just dashed across, well, completely blind, and in the end it looks very easy for Liquid.
Yeah, I think that was his only chance. Once that paranoia hits, they could just diffuse it under your nose anyways. No need for that now, Yumpy. Get the little spray out. But there we go. 7-5 at the halftime. Team Liquid certainly looking good. Look, this was 4-3. Team Heretics were actually looking like the better team in the first quarter. But what a recovery this has been from both Team Liquid and individually just from Nats.
Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like it became a point where they could gamble so heavily on him being successful that completely changed how they were able to play this defensive side. Now, I'll be honest with you, should they have won the half? I'm not so sure. I feel like, again, that just a few swing rounds that completely changed things. But I did like that Heretics came in with some adaptive stuff, some fairly direct rounds, really impactful ultimates when they had them online as well. So definitely looking better than what we've seen from them prior on some of the other maps. I don't mind them coming in. But now I have to see what they've got with this comp, because a lot of what this is going to rely on is firstly Boo being able to anchor quite heavily on a Brimstone, which is not the easiest thing to do, alongside, of course, Evova, but then more so it's going to be the aggression that they have. You're running a double duelist and you have a breach. I expect a lot of set plays that involve taking map control away from Liquid, and Liquid, they're going to have basically the potential to have some very, very heavy lurks with basically playing not only a Viper, but also a Cypher. So it's going to be intriguing to me how they actually work with that, and if they're going to be able to maybe deny a couple of those players, catch them off guard with some of these pushes.
That's something I'm more worried about on the other side, is like, you know, seeing can Team Liquid cause and force those sort of decisions. The thing is, I don't even know if they need to force them out of Team Heretics. This is a team that they're behind, they're mapped down. I want to see what their ideas are for the defensive side, but I have a feeling that Team Liquid are going to come in here and dismantle them right off the bat. This is going to be a tough half for Team Heretics, and on a map like Fracture, there's really no slowing down. There's no opportunity to hit the brakes. These guys can just overwhelm you. Even if you're throwing all your utility to try and slow them down, it ain't gonna last too long on a map like this.
Yeah, I think we should be able to tell very early on. Like, my main worry is if you're going to be aggressive on one side, is that going to give space to someone like Nats to sort of just crawl through gaps in the map? Because there is a time where he was the best at that in the world. And the funny thing is, another player who's very good at that is Solkas. Like, he used to lurk heavily playing Astra on this map. So there's a lot of potential for them to just leave players behind and cause quite a lot of issues. And again, like, we've not seen a whole lot from KJ on Avova. How is his sight holds going to be? How is he going to work off that utility? How is he going to work alongside Boo? And then again, it's like, are we going to get world beater Kellogg's, or are we going to get Kellogg's we've seen so far this series?
Well, that's it. Kellogg's right now, he's third from bottom on the server. Not something you'll see every time, anytime, usually. But it's been a tough game. We spoke about some of the reasons why over on the desk starting out this series and in between, but
Avova's such a rat. He's just sat up there with a shorty. He's been watching some Sugar Zero. Paranoia out. Oh, okay. He's actually got himself a nano, it seems, to just delay them that little bit more. They're going to be taking a lot of damage on both sides, though.
12 HP left. He's going to have to hope they push him with the shorty. Big play. It was already seen on the other side when Team Liquid made this A main push. Now the reward is there for Heretics. 4v4. Damage done.
What's happening?
Avova's extremely low still, and I just want to see what he could possibly get done coming out of heaven with that shorty. Shots from afar should cause a lot of problems for him. There's a right click to take one down. Avova, just a sliver of health was not enough to hold on, and Team Liquid come barreling back in. Blink and you miss it. 8-5.
The frustrating thing there as well is they could have killed Redguard for free. Like, he literally got caught in the back, just walking towards Arcade, and then just runs through and gets 2 kills on the re-entry. It's just a little bit of a whiff. Again, there's something both teams seem to be enjoying, is just taking deep control towards Sport. It's something that was witnessed quite a bit from Heretics, but now, as you sort of mentioned, like, this is where things get very scary, because I don't think the call from them in that round was a bad one. They just didn't win a lot of the battles.
And, you know, you can sit back and say, hey, you know, you win some, you lose some, realistically.
Yeah.
But it's a scoreline here. It's where the series is going. And again, the impact of it, that could be there a little bit later on. Good kill from Zeke. Not a round where I'm going to put a lot of stock in these fights for Team Heretics. They're going in with classics for the most part, and they should just be dealt with very easily. But he's already managed to drop Yumpy, making it a little bit more difficult. Entering in here with more limited flashes, certainly just the paranoia. Now they're going to get a sense of what it's like to play as Team Heretics. But I mean, at the end of the day, less utility, but you're only up against the classics.
Yeah.
Unless it's going to be someone like Kellogg's popping off. They are on the A main flank right now.
They've already been spotted. And there's still a trip that they have to bypass. Maybe he could try and get over it, but he doesn't have enough drops. Somehow Avova's managed to get a kill. There's been a couple of 1v1s that have got a little bit weird. Like that initial classic shot out from Zeke as well. This is already more costly than I expected it to be. They do quite well to isolate Mixer. That's to see the spike down in the open as well. And now that flank from Kellogg's is finally spotted. And so much damage being done on that cross.
He's up to 12 HP. He's going to be scared to go anywhere at this point, and indeed he should be. There he goes. The nade primed and ready. They don't know where safe is. If anyone was to clutch this, it's certainly that man on his screens.
Seconds. He's got 15 seconds.
He doesn't know where the second player is. He could even be in heaven at this point. Planting this seems, well, I would say impossible, but he's managed to commit it. Gambled it, rolled the dice, the nades on him, and he's gone. That is such a good round for Team Heretics. They walked in there with pistols. I said I couldn't put much stock in any of the fights they took. And hell, I think it was 10 seconds later I saw Avova swing out on main with a classic into 3 people and get a kill by just tapping his whole mag out. Crazy. Oh, they had a flash that time, by the way. That was why they were so slow.
So Zeke took an initial battle with a classic, upgrades to a ghost, and that upgrade was enough for him to almost single-handedly win them the round. Like a good stun combo, but again, just like the spike being dropped in the open and players just being completely caught off guard. That is a huge mistake coming out of Liquid. Like I don't know how they've managed to let that one slip. And now you look at the buy, like, okay, Yumpy had a bit of extra money because he didn't buy in that round, so he's going to come in with a Guardian. But other than that, this buy sucks.
Yeah, Team Heretics certainly do have the Logitech G power-up round. Team Liquid on a bit of a budget version. They are coming in with, well, yeah, 3 pistols, Stinger, Guardian, and a whole lot of aggression. Running it down through Sands, not to find too much off of that. Progress in mains being limited. Late play from Nats up through Dish, not really that late. But I think the idea here is they hear all the noise on site, the plant coming down, maybe Nats can pick off one of them. He won't. At least they do get the plant for their troubles. Look, they've set themselves up for success here, Tom, but it's very hard to convert it. All right.
That's one down. And in fact, you're going to see Soulcast looking like he might actually go for the gun, but they're trying to just hold on here. Now, the problem is where the spike is planted. Like, that's going to make things a little bit more difficult. In fact, they're just sticking it. They're just holding it down all the way. They're covering off. And actually, Zeke let go for a second, maybe doubting the teammate. That gives them a chance. And although they're going to wipe out the majority, Heretics do still win the round. It's not pretty. It's not a round I'll say I enjoyed, but ultimately they did win it.
It is a round where look.
It is a round. I think that's it.
It
really.
was a round. Yes, it was a round. I like that. I like that. Now I really think it's hard to define a winner in a round like that, and in fact, it might even be impossible because it's not dependent on
Heretics. Theirs went up by 1, so they won the
round.
round.
I missed that. Never mind then. Yeah, I guess it is possible. Let's talk about a little bit more philosophical, on an abstract level.
Oh, okay. I love abstract.
I think that you win that last round here, right? This is where the real success is found because your opponent's now having to invest that little bit more, having to dive in. And the victory for Team Heretics, it wasn't huge because they're still against a full buy and they had pistols on the other side.
That's the thing, though. That is a man that you want dead. Yeah. I think, what, 21 kills or something for Nats? Him being gone is definitely going to be a huge bonus for them. Getting ever closer to the Seekers as well onto Yumpy might be something to play with. And even going to try and TP into the site, but I think Redgar may be realizing that that would have been a bit of a gamble.
Was that him canceling it, or was that the shot coming out of Avova?
I'm not sure.
Because he is a Phantom. I thought I heard a Phantom shot. Either way, certainly a good thing he didn't commit it all the way. I think he would have been in a whole lot of hot water. The A site now abandoned as Team Liquid will look to bring it all the way around to B. They've got 4 players. Some of their utility was burned up earlier. In particular, they've loved to use their nade up towards heaven. That's not going to happen this time, but no players in position. Zeke watching on the cross. He's got the nade, primed and ready on the shot. It's going to land well. It could do damage. It will separate out these players, segmenting their push a little more, maybe making it easier for them to capitalize, but Kellogg's is surrounded.
Yeah, so much damage done. Showstopper being held as well, basically stopping them from pushing out. Look at the time. 15 seconds left, orbital strike. They're all going to be forced out. They basically now have to try and go through without actually holding on to that control. The cross finally being made, but all they have to do is try and deny this plant. It's so aggressive, and he did let go, but he's still managing to stick it. The spam not going to stop Redgar, and they will keep this in a 3v3, but within seconds, it goes down to just 2.
Yeah, Redgar was never making it out of there alive. Not in the game plan. Solkis and Safe, the last 2. Very limited here. Just a blast pack to play with for Safe. That wall that was in play. It's not going to be having any impact. They're already past it. They've lined up for Solkis, though. And with just a sliver of health left, Mixwell, he might not want to go for this anymore. Oh, what a devastating round. If you're in the Team Heretics camp, it looked like they had a moment. A flash in the pan as it transpired to be. A blast pack almost gets him. The bullets from Safe certainly do. 9 rounds on the board for Team Liquid. And the real impact of that one, the true victor of the round before, Tom, now seems to be Liquid. They've got a 2-round lead and their opponents struggling for cash.
That would have ended it. That kill right there would have ended it. But also, I feel like they just tunnel visioned in. Like, the turret was shot out by Solkast. So one knew he was there. Then they put the stun through. I don't know if they just assumed. They were like, okay, that stun got him. Now let's just go and clear everything else. Let's just pressure on to Safe. But it looked like they were completely tunnel visioned in on that one player. And because of that, Solkast just go, okay, 2 free kills. Thank you very much.
And I don't know if Redgar heard the sound himself of the blast packs in or whether someone was screaming like he's pushing you. But whatever happened there, very well read. Very well handled by Redgar to pull off the spike, grab the kill,
run away,
fade out. And that's his 10 HP, but he runs into Avova, which ain't going to help him all too much. Good night and sweet dreams to him. But Team Liquid are in their spawn, and they're looking to take this one right the way around to A. You push north side, that's fine. We'll take what you leave behind.
That's the thing, Blade Storm for Kellogg's. Lockdown, if they somehow get in a position to use it. If they manage to isolate the kill onto Safe, I wouldn't be surprised if they do. He might actually be the first one to take contact. That paranoia has hit so many players. A chance for Safe to just farm. An easy triple kill in a round where they don't have much weaponry, but a needed one. a needed few kills for Safe, bringing him back to the table, but more so making sure that round didn't get out of control.
I'll tell you what, getting inside their heads as well, even though this might be a low buy round for Team Heretics, now left with just one man standing. Oh, Volva! What? Okay, it's back down to just him and Solkas. This should never have happened. There's no time, surely, and with the utility down, there certainly is. What the hell just happened? I can't even remember what I was going to say before that. What? He got through all three of them. Oh.
Please tell me we have his POV of that.
Yeah, I'm going to request a replay.
The worst thing is, well, this wasn't a surprise. He got jiggle peeked. And,
it's a mistake. It's a mistake.
I feel like Redgar was meant to jump first, and just they mistimed that horrifically. Because he's going out with his knife. So there's no way that he's not going out with his knife last. Yeah. He would have to be an absolute psychopath.
You guys swing him and I'm going to knife him afterwards, all right? When he reloads.
You've seen a lot of weird stuff.
Well, hey, look. Redgar's down to his last credit and Safe.
That's a big kill early.
Unlucky. I'll tell you, you pop that, you try to run in through with the showstopper, and you're met before you even round the corner by an op shot. You're going to be pretty pissed. I'll say that, but hey, he's got plenty more rounds to take out his anger on them. For now, 3 in between them. Team Heretics have the advantage. They even shot that, and I don't think they saw Zeke now. They're not going A main, so it won't matter, but that could have been massive.
Yeah, I wonder if they're almost playing retake as well on this side of the map. They've got the lockdown available, which is going to basically trap them in if it ends up on that B site. A lot of utility to try and delay. Well, a turret traded out for Redgar's life. He actually had the spike as well, so they're going to have to go and get that one.
Barrel spotted by Boo as well. So he knows for sure that Nats was sneaking his way. Maybe not that it's Nats, but he certainly knows someone was trying to make their way in and around this area. You can see he's being so cautious of it. And this might be one of the few scenarios that we see where Nats is patient.
30 seconds
it doesn't
left.
pay off. At least it should. Not in the same way. That spray certainly gives away that they're cautious of it, but here's a flash and a push through on the back of it that has not worked out. Good spray. To still leave Team Heretics with the strong advantage of a 5-4v2.
Yeah, it did. I think they just have to save at this point. Like, you got 10 seconds left, get an orb, like at least farm something up. But ultimately, Heretics are starting to climb back into this one. Some shakier rounds from Liquid, and ultimately, towards the end of it, having to take some huge risks. Just hoping that the individual brilliance of Nats could take them home once again. But just great work there from Heretics. The initial kill coming through, making things quite a bit easier for them. And then ultimately a setup that kind of just looked like, okay, I'm going to make sure that you're not going to be able to get into this site with ease and even play for some sort of retake if necessary. Now we look at the purchase coming up for Liquid. It still seems like they're investing into this one, but there's going to be a few pieces missing here. No ultimates online either, which that lockdown is still standing for Avova if he ever decides to use it. But again, they're not just going to throw it into the wind.
Cage triggered. No, you're going to need the right moment to be using that up. Nice little poison orb to block off Zeke. That's a headache for sure. The A main control they wanted early, not really theirs. Do they make up for that here? Because I mean, Calox is holding down Arcade nicely. They have a passive Killjoy set up on B main, so that's not where you're going to be pushing out. The only place they could go is Dish. There are 3 players sat at the bottom of that route. Yeah, Zeke probably didn't want to make that jump. I think he missed that on purpose. Don't worry about that. So they're not going to go Dish anyways.
Boo's fragging. Like, Boo had that. He was just confident in his teammate, you know? Full faith.
I think that might just be Zeke's way of like, hey, they're like, we really want to go Dish, and he just misses the jump. Oh, we have no time now. Unlucky. Well, he sat down on the A side anyways, and he has made the right call. That lack of a Dish push, they would have walked into 1 player, a tough fight with Yumpy. Instead, they are stacked up ready for the push to come through.
Yeah, and the thing is they know there hasn't been a push on this other side because the trip is still there. Going to slowly start making their way through. Information, now that the tide is coming in onto the site, it's not actually going to tell them too much. And with Safe already desperately low, the nade's going to do so much. The aftershock combo as well. 25 seconds left on the clock and they are being slaughtered, but a build kill for Yumpy might help them out a bit.
Like they still need to deal with Zeke, and they just can't get him out of that position. Eventually, the kill comes through, but look, 20 HP left on Safe, 5 on Nats. They are so low, and Yumpy
Well, he has the heal, but no chance to get that heal off. Hey, he's going to try. Oh, barely reached it, and it looks like he's got the... Yeah, you know, while the rest of the team over on Heretics are clearing out the map control, they're checking all their corners, and now they come up against full HP opponents who are willing to crouch peek them just like that. Kellogg's with an operator, and I don't think he fancies the 1v3. That's going to be 11 for Liquid. And again, reaching the home stretch, this time on their opponent's map pick, and already with a map under their belt. Beginning of the end for Team Heretics if they're not snapping out of it pretty quick.
Yeah, I'll be honest, they recovered very well from that position. Like, Yumpy from above, just being able to find a high-impact kill, and then just clearing out Zeke. Like, Zeke, I'm not even sure how much damage he did in that round. I want to say it was edging towards about 300, and still not being able to take things over the line. Kellogg's at least going to be able to hold on to that weapon, and with the amount of finances they'll have, there should still be a purchase here, but this is a perfect time for a pause. Crunch time. You lose this round, you're basically playing with nothing going into what would be match point.
And not only that, there's a ton of avenues in front of them here. Like, Heretics have, I think, 3 players who are just 2 away from getting their ultimates. We already discussed how impactful that ult economy can be. I'm almost more a fan of that Heretics comp coming in here just because of the fact that we're on Fracture, we got 4 orbs, and the way that they're playing, at least attack side early round, was competing for those orbs, was getting those ultis online early, and we saw the impact that that had. I like it, but at the same time, like for them now coming into this timeout, they have to decide how best to utilize it, whether it's going to be the orbs that they're fighting for early on in the parts of the map control they're competing for, and who those orbs are going onto as well. I think even just take that out of the game entirely, they can't afford to have a stack up on a site, to have a good start to deterring a push, and then end up consistently losing out on that site in a close situation.
The only thing that's been a little frustrating is just having that lockdown online. It's so powerful in retakes on either side, but specifically on the A side just because it's that little bit smaller. And having a player play so deep, like, don't get me wrong, Zeke did a decent job in that round, but I just think, like, okay, if you have him being able to re-aggress and have the lockdown to shut them out, that just seems like a more valuable tool to have for them here. So I do wonder if they're going to lean a little bit further that direction. Instead, it looks like they might even try and pinch the lower half of the map. At least in the early stages, that seemed like the plan, but a bit of counter-utility might have just deterred them instead.
Yeah, I think they definitely know this time that that trap has gone down inside of A main. Over on the defensive, on the defensive side, I think they heard the sound cue. So for Zeke, I think late round objective will be to push up and destroy that PC utility. There it is! Solkas. But for whatever reason, he didn't go into the angle the first time, but he wasn't so lucky the next one around. Oh, Shrouded Step right down below. That's heard. So presence around this part of the map confirmed. But that's not the kind of part of the map you're going to go back out to fight.
Oh, no, they don't even need to. They're going to use an Aftershock to force him all the way back. Small piece of utility used early, but just the control that it's removed from the side of Liquid is actually going to be quite impactful. They are sat back with next to nothing. Starting to wrap back around and walking right into the crosshair of Kellogg's, who's waiting, and it's a dry peek. Almost too easy for Kellogg's in those sort of fights.
Yeah, they're out of here as well. They're realizing just how easy it would be for Kellogg's to pick off the rest of them if they went barreling through main. As we said, not a team that's likely to make the same mistakes we'd seen before, and re-peeking, dry-peeking those angles.
Good stun.
Nate is good. Look at that. Redguard dealt with, and you see how confident Zeke was in the utility that went down to re-swing into the angle to force the fight. And now to have that final 1 versus 1 fight to close out the round. Very well handled from Zeke. And that is a round they needed on Team Heretics. They've also managed to win it, keeping over some of their ultimates.
Yeah, I like the fact as well, like, obviously you're going to look at the scoreboard, see Mixon near the bottom of it, but he is getting a lot of sort of high-impact pieces of utility. And that was one of the main worries I had. Like, Kawazine is known for that sort of fragging capability. But if he can set up players like Zeke like that, in a position where he's up against 3, a stun comes through that ultimately gets a free kill with a nade, it makes things so much easier for them. And especially if Kellogg's is going to start finding a few more picks with that operator, this becomes a much, much tougher task for Liquid. Again, their economy now completely on the back lines, and instead, a lovely little setup, a snake bite to try and block off the retreat of Zeke. He's been fighting this position alone early, and in fact, he's actually going to use his showstopper to try and deter them here.
Oh, he got him!
He got Yumpy! Oh, that's brutal.
He was in the Tiger! He sent it in to try and find him. Instead, he got a rocket right on his head.
the advantage, I mean, quite clearly in Team Heretics' hands right now. At 23 HP, Redgar's the last man standing. What a devastating round. Again, only the one ultimate used from Team Heretics. This is looking good on the way back in. And Zeke even covers it with a flawless kill. 11 to 10, one in between them. Team Heretics far from gone out of this one.
Yeah, I think the frustrating thing as well for Liquid there is the setup was almost purely to kill Zeke. Like, you had the initial, I think it was a paranoia thrown through, leaving him blind. Then you also had a snake bite, and he just completely just retreated all the way out of there, holds the showstopper, and then as you mentioned, here's the Tiger coming, just goes, okay, I'm just gonna gamble, shoot it through the smoke. And then, well, Boo just styling on them definitely helped. He is having a great map. I will say, I love seeing Avova on a controller, but if Boo's gonna play this well every time he's back, let him play it, man.
Kill. Good stuff for Safe to start off this push, but nobody else able to reclaim the space when he goes down. Again. Yeah, that's the thing. It's the utility that comes through that stops them from being able to provide the support they want to. Oh, that timing! That was gorgeous! Okay, Aftershock's gonna cause some problems. You are in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, they've actually used the Viper's Pit. Look how weak the buy is, and they're still throwing this in. Side control. They know that they haven't crossed because of that over to strike, but I think the steps will definitely be heard now. It's going to give an opportunity for Redgar to plant, but I think he realizes this needs to be for main.
The Molly, it's not going to hit him. It's a little too far past, so Redgar, he's alive for now. Yeah, they're buying time. That's what this ult is all about, buying time, running the clock, and allowing Yumpy to make it all the way through. He's still quite far away, though, and they're about to make the push happen. This isn't going to be ideal. If they lose that pit, everything could fall apart. They have to hold on site. Solkas just about clinging to life, and he goes down, but it's into the 1v1. This can still be one. Yumpy, one bullet away. Mixwell was so low. The decay was in. Rolling Thunder is dodged. That is gorgeous from Yumpy. 12 to 10. One of the last chances here for Team Liquid to push up to map and series point, and that is how they do it. Pistols, an early ult, and chaos, sheer chaos on the site, but they thrive within it.
Yeah, and all it really starts off with is just two individual plays. Nats finding one, jumping through that smoke, and then also just that initial kill from Safe as well. That gives them enough space, and just the time bought as well. Heretics are going to be absolutely kicking themselves. They had a chance to build into this, win this in regulation. Now, they're fighting for OT.
Devastating. And this time they did use their ultis. They did use the Rolling Thunder. Safe. He's actually saved by the cabbage and the nade. Handy stuff. That flash could have been devastating. Otherwise, they're looking to gear up for another push in, and Solkas already dealt with. The fights seem to be going Heretics' way, and they continue like that till Mixwell falls and the plant goes down. Team Liquid now sitting in a 3v3, spike planted, and full site control.
They still have lockdown. They've had it for such a ridiculously long amount of time. But the one man that could put a spanner in the works is going to be Nats. It's only going to be the one, though. Yumpy now isolated to the site, but we've seen him in this position so many a time, and he can just try and almost sit back. It's going to force him into a singular angle. He almost has to try and find something off the back of this, and I don't know what's happened with Kellogg's. He's gone out with a pistol in hand, but somehow, just about, Avova has managed to hold on to that one. That almost cost them the map.
I'm trying to process it. I'm trying to come up with reasons. They thought he was low. They heard a step close. I mean, hell, if he's going to be anywhere, it's in the back of the site, away from the Killjoy ult. What kind of madness was that? Either way, maybe they thought main. I really don't know. But I did not enjoy that. We got out of there anyways. I guess maybe the shorty in most fights would give him a better chance than dropping with an AWP. Maybe that's the idea. Who knows? But either way, that man there, Yumpy, he had the chance to close it out there. He's the reason that they are sitting here on 12 in the first place. Dodging that Rolling Thunder, the movement he showed to pick up the weapon as well in that moment, just beautiful. But anyways, now we have one round left to play for in the half. And whether it's Yumpy or someone else on Team Liquid, they're gonna need someone to step it up to stop them from pushing this all the way to overtime.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think everything, realistically, is in the hands of Heretics. I just worry if they have the stones to take this one over the line. Like, that's the thing. We've seen it now a couple of rounds where just a few individual plays have been enough for them to crumble. we know that Liquid have that in barrels. Like, they are a team that are known for those sort of clutch situations. Financially, I'm not sure how this is going to be looking. I don't know if there'll be too much weaponry because of the back and forth, but remember, Liquid did win an eco round, so that's going to have given them at least a little bit extra to play with here.
Well, you'll see it pop up there in the bottom of your screens. The rifles are, yeah, there's some weaknesses there for Team Liquid, a Guardian, a Bulldog. The showstopper for safe, though. I mean, this is the thing. Team Heretics have constantly had ultimates to fall back on. This time they don't, and Team Liquid do. And right, never mind fall back. They'll fall forward. It's the showstopper right away, looking to take down one, but it's Mixwell to catch him off. That was not necessary on the repeat.
Yeah, maybe a bit of an overface, an overcook from the side of safe. This lurk coming through. There's still a player up above. That was the spike, but it's spotted out of over at least. I don't think that was ever going to be stuck, but for a second I was like, it is Redgar, and he has done stuff like that before.
I also, somehow when he was spinning left and right, I just didn't see Killjoy pop up on the screen. I don't know if he just didn't look down that one lane, but it certainly wasn't looking good for a moment. Deep flash, main cleared. They got to pick up the pace here. You know, after that flash popping already and now some steps, you're going to are they going back again? Where are they going? Waiting for the information to make a decision. They've seen a 2-2 split, so not really a correct way to go. That flash was good. Great work from Mixwell. This has been a stellar round from him, and what better time to show up like this.
Ooh, does Boo overpeak this? I don't know if they'll necessarily expect Yumpy to be playing. An operator swings out, and actually they've stopped watching. He's been able to get away with one for free. The TP across is going to be a nasty surprise. Again, Redgar just pulling out those TikTok plays into a 3v2 scenario. Yumpy playing so aggressive, and there's no way he gets away with that one. The nade kills off Redgar as well, and we are heading to overtime on Fracture.
Heretics have done well. You know, when we were listening to the desk earlier on, we heard Lothar say that this is somewhere that they've just been cooking. But we don't really know what they're cooking. I don't know if I like that recipe. Right now, I gotta say, they came in, they picked a comp I didn't think they'd be able to match what we've seen on the international scene at least. And so far, they're taking it pound for pound up against Liquid. That ain't the Heretics that I think we saw in map 1, and it certainly isn't the Heretics I expected to see here today.
No.
Big hopes for them, high hopes.
And I think we're seeing some strong performances out of players who at times have had their struggles. Boo has looked fantastic. Zeke being back on the Rays, it almost looked like he'd never left. Avova, again, not really seen him in that sort of Killjoy position, has been having a strong performance. And I want to give credit over to Mixo as well. Like, I feel like a lot of his supportive stunts have been great, and even over the last few rounds, he started to step up individually as well. This gives me some real hope that they can actually take this map over the line. But again, can they sort of get through it under the pressure? Because when it came to that first half again, I feel like they struggled when it came to isolating someone like Nats. Now, he hasn't been anywhere near as impactful when it comes to the attacking side. That could be difficult being a sort of lurking Cypher. I'm not going to take that away from him. But it's whether or not they can sort of get things done in that defensive side now that they don't have that sort of pistol boost to get them over the line.
I'll say, especially when we move back to this Team Liquid defensive side, one of the big things that's been catching my eye is the impact coming out of Redgar, not just on the server in the round-to-round, but his utility as well. Remember, Mixwell, he's coming in with 18 assists, but his entire utility belt allows him to pop those assists. When it comes to Redgar, a little bit harder, and he's sitting there on 10. I think all 10 of those were paranoias that were extremely well placed, so annoying to work against. And a lot of the time it comes down to, like, he's assisting these kills that are coming out of like safe with a nade and stuff like that. It's not even I'm helping my teammate who's then shooting them in the head. It's the game plan is all set up to avoid even fighting. Just kill.
Here we go. Back in on the attack for Heretics. And it's looking pacey. The lurk on one side, and in the meantime, it looks like an almost immediate rotation as well.
That B main push was spotted instantly. In fact, they tried to take it. The flash was seen. They're waiting. They're calling it. And now they're looking to contest on the other side of the map. But look where the spike is. Where's it going? On the floor. That's where. Good kill from Yumpy. ×2. Well held. And Team Heretics have to fight back now with a massive disadvantage. The back foot, most certainly what they're on, with the spike dropped in the open. And the final two players nowhere near entering into this site. This is going to be tough.
Clearing out. Even just Soulcast. It's going to be difficult, having to wait for that poison orb, but you know that he's likely just around this corner. It's being cleared. A lot of damage done on Taboo, and he'll eventually get it through. It doesn't take any damage. And there's still plenty of time to play with. That's the one thing that Heretics actually do have on their side, is they don't have to rush.
Yeah, 40 seconds. As we said, the spike's down in the open, but it's retrievable. One smoke. That's all they had, and now they've burned it up. A wide angle left open towards the spawn. Devova's just going to creep his way up and creep his way back. Spike now retrieved, dodging the bullets as he goes, but whether that was blind or not, Boo's being taken down, and Avova has to do it all alone. The nade is still online, and that's going to cause no problems whatsoever. A whiffed nade, a mistake that hopefully won't come back to cost them. Team Liquid, yeah, they close it out anyways, 13-12. One more needed here in overtime.
Yeah, and that's the thing. The initial push forward, Yumpy not really being cleared out, just the sort of surprise of him swinging back through, and the sheer pace that was attempted. It was a risky play. We saw some strongholds individually. Oh, that was actually what caught him. I think there's still a trip left that late into the round. That's just brutal. That's
really
so
count for
nasty. 13-12. As said, though, we saw some incredibly strong defensive side rounds out from Liquid. Now there's the main pressure. Okay, what have you got on the attack? Because Nats' setups aren't really going to be helping you out too much on this side.
We did see Nats help them out, though, himself. Never mind the setups. Good flash. It's actually stopped any sort of a push coming out of Team Heretics. It is going to be the early Paranoia burnt up, and because Kellogg still has that dash to work with.
He's here.
Yeah, you know, he loves to get aggressive. He really does. And again, that dash is starting to decay. He has to swing now, and there it is! Wide into Solkas.
He peeks past the cam. They even know he's there at that point, and even still Solkas is going to take a bullet to the head. He definitely seems like the cursed child in this one, but hey, that's a huge kill for Heretics early.
No, it most definitely is. Taking out the Viper as well. So much more utility just left them. There goes your second controller as well. Redgar now on the floor. He'd used his Paranoia, but he won't be able to get any more smokes up late into the round. They're starting to fade as well, so holes developing in this push, and they need to find some leg to stand on the way back through. That just hasn't been offered up, with Mixwell doubling down on his sight hold. And with two players still close by, this seems to be an impossible scenario for the utility-less safe. First one, certainly safe with him.
30 seconds left.
The 1v5 still to be had.
Yeah, they're just not going to give him anything. Like, he's even expecting people to be in the smoke at this point, but everybody just basically playing passive, watching for where he will be in a good round from Mixwell as well. 13-13, scoreline equalized. This game continues to go that little bit further.
Overtime.
And again, it comes off just that start, that aggressive push. Like, this is the thing. Like, Nats goes, he's there, bang! Like, the flash as well just leaves Solkas blind. I almost feel like if he wasn't, he might get away from that one.
Maybe.
But even still, it's another big round from Mixwell coming up when they need him. He was, like, I think he was like 5-17. He's now 15-19. Like, that's an absurd comeback on the stats, which, again, it's not the most integral thing when he's playing Breach, but I'm sure the Heretics fans will be very pleased with it.
15-19 with 19 assists as well, right? Like, he is matching. If he dies, he'll make sure that he's taking the other guy down, at least through one of his teammates. With 13-13, an impressive performance from Heretics so far, but again, we go to that defense where Team Liquid have found so much success. Both teams struggling a little bit to get those attack rounds on the board. And I think at this point, if you are Heretics, you have the spike, they're trying to, you just saw an attempt to break any utility on the way through B main, but that was a failed attempt. And so now you've just walked there, made a little bit of noise.
Oh, the Tiger just gives them everything, though.
Like, they've taken it all back. Yep.
That's the thing. That one Tiger has just gone, okay, there is no one on this side. They're now going to push Arcade. They're going to spot no one on that side. They know this is an A-take. 100% all in. Nats is set up, already waiting, holding on to Dish. This is very, very one-dimensional, but Safe goes running through. Just gets caught out straight away. Again, it comes down to this man on the side. How many can he take? How much can he hold? Maybe not. Redgar's found a double, and now Nat springs to life. Even just keeping that man advantage going, and the spike still needs to get into position. Get that plant down, but both players are on the site.
Snakebite already fired out. Boo knows that he's got opponents coming from drop. He's good on the fight to start with the damage, but he's not able to convert a kill. Nobody is, except for Team Liquid. 3 left alive as they take that defuse, and another shot, another opportunity
to finish it here, to avoid going all the way to Icebox and giving Heretics that map win. At this point, they fought so hard for it. They've got to defend again on their defensive side. And look, Heretics have had some really nice rounds. This in particular is where we're starting to see a lot from Mixwell when they're on that defensive side. He's been holding down the B side like a beast.
Yeah, it does almost seem at this point as who's going to be able to pull off that attacking round. The defensive side from either side have been strong. Again, they set up to pressure initially on A main, and a paranoia going through, but that's where the utility setup is. And this is a push that's not really happened too often. An arcade play. They've got to be fairly careful that there isn't somebody wrapping around behind them. Yumpy might go down for free, but I feel like they almost have to fall off this soon. This is now a fairly risky angle to hold.
And the Tiger as well, crucial to avoiding getting picked off by that off. Even though Kellogg's had fallen back as he used his dash a little bit earlier, you still see how important it was to avoid some of the mistakes we've seen from teams earlier on, the dry peeking angles, the attempting to take space for free, only to find out Kellogg's is holding it down, locking it down with a rifle that he's now going to need to use to defend Heaven. These players up close to him. But Redgar's unlikely to lead this push. He's got the spike. Look, players coming around him close, and he pulls out a smoke at just the wrong time. That's a disaster. The spike's down up top. It's going to go retrieve it, and they have no chance of getting in.
They're the full force now rotating. Mixwell expecting aggression, just waits for them to walk into his arms. This round is just screwed. They have to try and reclaim Tower with next to nothing, and all the meantime trying to work out where everybody else is. They've only spotted those two players, but that's been enough. They know where Boo is, but Nats can't save them this time. Again, a blunder for Liquid. Timing is as bad as it gets, but just having that spike isolated alone, it just throws the round away.
Setting up for the smoke, and there's no teammate there to cover. It's just crazy. But these are the tiny, the minute mistakes that you make. I thought they changed the animation on the shorty for a second. I was like, he's fired, and he's just holding his hands up. What's happening? But pulling out the smoke, man, literally could not have been worse. Quarter of a second either way. And, well, I mean, he would have just been killed in the smoke if it was later, I guess. But maybe his teammate would have gotten up there. Who knows? Well, 14-14. 28 rounds played so far, the 29th in front of us, and you're seeing Team Heretics look for a pretty quick A split. They're stacked up to creep their way into Dish. There's going to be a trap bar waiting for them. Once they break this, that should be the silence.
Well, again, Yumpy is just finding early information. He's gone all the way through, flashing super deep in toward Arcade, so they can now gamble these players on this side of the map. Kellogg's opting to take the space, but again, it just looks so easy for Nats. Don't go near this man's sight. Just decimates them on the entry. He's called upon so many times in this series. And while Zeke of Over, how do they turn this? How could they possibly turn this?
You got three guys on top of you. They've got the spike. The spike's on the high ground as well. You're going to have to jump to get that. Or at least wrap around, look at it, and pressure F. F is exactly it. All in the chat. 15-14, Team Liquid. That round right there, again, comes down to timing. Just look at that. When he swings out and sees two players crouched on, I don't even know what you call that. A little boxy thing that you jump up to. It's a position on the map used exclusively to get from point A to point B. I've never seen anyone stand on that and hold it. Maybe if they're fighting up the dish with a shorty. But that's exactly it. They pump the brakes. There's a 2-second window where they're like, well, we're going to wait here and just hope we don't get killed. That'd be a bit silly. And then by the time they can see again, they're already dead. 29-19 right now, Nats is.
We've been told many a time that Nats stands for no access to sight. And again, it just seems to be the main issue for them when it comes to this attacking side. Yes, the supportive utility has been great, but he has just been unstoppable when it comes to defensive rounds. And I think we are about to go back into this week's episode of who can win an attack round. Liquid are going into this one, taking themselves a pause. And I don't blame them. They're just going like, okay, Emil, what's the cheesiest round? I want you to go all the way to the back of your notes. something that you basically saved. You locked up, you threw away the key, you went, we should never do this. Now's the time to try.
Well, yeah, if they've got anything crazy up their sleeves, I think deviating from the game plan.
Shorty up in tower, please.
No? You're not thinking with the spike alone?
No.
I'm thinking, and then we just start pulling out utility. That's kind of my play, but I don't know if...
I don't like that one.
I don't know if we'll see it again this time around. Round number 30. Another chance. I'm not going to tell you how many chances they've had, but it's a lot for Team Liquid. Push this one across the line. We'll move on to this, and, well, I have to say, Team Heretic's aggression in A main, this is something we've seen from a bunch of rounds. But with the operator leading the charge, it's so irritating, and he's just continuing to go. This angle's where he killed a showstopper before, and this time it was the, maybe that is the showstopper taken down of Nats.
That's the thing, it's either been Nats or Soulcast every time. I don't know how he manages to pick the side where they almost have that sort of double luck setup, but he does it every time. It's just infuriating. And they were about to sort of almost set and execute. There was a timing there where Mixo was caught crossing to site to try and defend for the rest of his players. Now, though, he doesn't need to so much. Avova left as that solo man up in tower. The cross has been helped many a time. We've seen this setup in a multitude of rounds. The problem is, it's been really difficult for Liquid to deal with.
Well, that same Nano causing problems, but he's up and in again! The spike is left up in heaven. Avova's holding on to it with next to no problem. The man's got a shorty in his back pocket to double down. If at first you don't succeed, just try the same thing again. What could go wrong?
10 seconds.
With 10 seconds left, I think they're finding out what could go wrong. That snake bite is even keeping them out of getting back through. That's right, that was an attacker snake bite that was sat, stopping them from getting into heaven
do you want to know what
for the last
my
couple
favorite
seconds.
thing about that round is?
Oh, you had a favorite. Go ahead, Tom.
So you know,
I'll let you take that one.
I think you actually looked away for the second bit, and that is the. So you got this, but then you've also got, there's the shorty, So you said you didn't want a shorty up in tower with the player holding the spike, well, instead you got the player holding the spike, and then a shorty player. It's actually a separate person. They split the roles. They split the roles between the two.
Now listen, I'm going to give them one little saving grace. Why did they not go together? The Nano Swarm. The Nano Swarm disrupts them.
Redgar wasn't scared of it.
Yeah, he wasn't. He should have been. And I think from now on probably will be. That was strange.
Right,
I didn't enjoy that, but we're back. Round number 31.
Yeah, I think
playing
episode
out here.
7 of who's going to win an attack round.
We're all the winners here, Tom. Oh my! Was that through the smoke? It must have been. Yeah, it was. Safe just firing away. That's a great kill. Look, Kellogg's down. There's a shorty up in heaven. I love that.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to matter. Spike down already on the site. Mixwell's at least going to be able to find one. Avova's caught another, but again, these trades are coming thick and fast. This battle with Mixwell might just be everything. The smoke fading could cause him a problem, but he's wary of that flank coming through.
He's going to get orb, play lockdown. It's the only way back in here when you've got that spike down on the site like that. They've given up so much space.
Look at the push. Look at the push from Yumpy. It seems like he's already expecting it. He's waiting for it. Flash there. Stun. I think that's actually caught his teammate in the swing in. There's a double player there. They're just going to pincer onto him from behind. Again, it's another defensive round as we run it back one more time. And Team Heretics, well, it's your turn. Who crumbles first? I'm not even going to talk about winning an attack round. I feel like it's more who's going to lose a defensive round.
It's actually looking a bit like a checkerboard there when we come back out to the timeline. Just nothing but green, alternating the entire way. But man, if I see Redgar with the spike move towards B Heaven this round, Tom, I might have to leave. But luckily, I won't. Good stun. It's still caught safe.
Oh, the nade. Oh, he's actually going to bypass it. It leaves him isolated. Second player of Kellogg swings. Takes so much damage. They're now just trying to delay. Zeke surely gets spammed here. Surely. This is a position that they know he was around this angle. Maybe expecting him to go back to side. It's going to get cleared. That's a huge kill from Yumpy. Might just be the beginning of the end. Mixwell left. Under pressure again. Has a little bit of support. TP already into the site. They know that Redgar's there. He definitely can't plant. He's going to have to try and swing off this, but the orb actually helps him.
He's got a position to plant it too.
And Nats has just picked off a bow, but no one's trying to deny that plant. Instead, they'll look for late round kills, but Nats is on his way through spawn. He'll be here in quite a while.
Beacon here.
But there's a ton of teammates to deal with as they look to make their push forward. Now they are watching their back. They know they were. He can't watch it all around, and as he turns, this guy comes around. Nats with 3 kills to close out this map, and that will be the series. 2-0 for Team Liquid as they take the fight to Heretics. They look unbelievable. But a bit more of a fight than I think a lot of people expected at home. We saw some serious signs of life out of Heretics today.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it just came down to, again, struggling to break down that one man when it came to their attacking side. Neither team really able to break the deadlock for such a long time. And I think for a map that we've not seen from this Heretics side, there was definitely some strength there. I think I enjoyed seeing Mixwell play the breach. I think Boo being back on a controller was a strength I'd like to see a little bit more of. And Avova definitely didn't look bad on the Sentinel, but the fact is it wasn't enough. And that's where we do see the depth and strength of this Liquid squad. The setup for a man that we have almost made a myth when it comes to this Sentinel play, and seeing him back in top form, that's always going to excite me.
Oh, it really is fun to watch him just dance around, use the map like his playground.
Yeah.
One of the most fun players that we've had within the EMEA scene to watch for a long time, and it's great to see him back on form. But man, I mean, going through that series, it feels like we had such high highs and such low lows as well.
Yeah.
Some of the plays there were hiccups. There were definitely hiccups, but the majority round around, that was enjoyable, I gotta say.
Yeah, I think especially on Fracture, like I think it's easy to forget. Like, we're gonna take a look at some of those Prime Gaming match highlights, and it was one of those quick first maps that basically felt like it was always gonna end in a fairly dominant fashion, very clean sort of Valorant coming out from Liquid. Then we move on to Fracture, a map where the last time we saw them play it dominated, and honestly, the Heretics put up a fantastic fight. Now, obviously, for their season, this is still looking very, very rough. Like, okay, you did well on Fracture, but ultimately now 1 and 4 down, it's not a good spot to be in. For Liquid, though, they start to climb up that table a little bit. I think that makes them 3 and 2 overall, edging their way ever closer to that sort of playoff spot. Now, obviously, both of these teams do have quite a few tough matches still to go. I don't think there's any arguments there. It's not going to be the easiest of games going forward. But even still, I think for Liquid, good sign, good chance of them making it towards the playoffs. Heretics, it's a rough one.
It's definitely looking shaky. This is a team that now has tough opponents, tough games that they have to deliver in. There's next to no room for slacking as they move forward. And even then, you know, at this stage of the game, it can come down to a matrix of other teams' results. And if that's where we end up in that kind of matrices, it is horrible to come in or to come towards the end of a season and think, not only do we have to win our games, we have to hope Team A and Team B loses theirs. It's out of your hands at that point, and it can be tough to step on the stage and make those kind of plays. I gotta say though, when it comes to the IGLs between these two teams, we had a ton of questions about the differences between these two. And I think when we came onto that last map, we saw not just the difference in IGLing, but even in the composition they're trying to run. We had some questions about whether Heretics would be able to make it work. Tom, how did you feel about their comp after watching, I think, more than enough rounds of it?
I enjoyed it. Like, genuinely, I would happily see them play Fracture again. I think that definitely a few pieces here and there, maybe working a little bit more on the attacker side, but ultimately, decent matchup for them.
Yeah, decent matchup overall, but unfortunately not the win for Heretics this time around. Liquid, though, certainly seemed to be in a pretty good mood. I saw some smiles out of Safe, and we're going to be catching up with him a little bit later. For now, we're tossing it to a break, and then we'll be back with the post-plant with Safe.
Let's go, Liquid. Nice! Nice, Ayaz! Ayaz back! Nice! My pistol is bulletproof! Nice! Ah! Let's go! Adios!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
What is this from EA? He is currently unstoppable. He is just a consistent demon. El Diablo.
Hey guys, it's EA. Welcome to my course on optimal VALORANT training. I'm going to be demonstrating now some angle clearing. I'll slowly come around the corner as well, making sure no one's on these off angles.
Oh, this is tricky because it's
Okay, it's not Sabrine.
Sabine? Sabrine? It's one of those two. It's not Sabina.
Sabine, Sabina.
I think it's Sabina.
Sabine.
Hiç Sabine tipi yok. Hiç. Viper'da öyle bir tip yok.
Sabrina? Ne the one?
Düşünüyorum şu anda. Viper'a yakıştırmaya çalışıyorum. Sabina diyorum ben. 3.
No, top one. She says Sabine. I'm pretty sure she says someone says Sabine.
Take the top one, Sabine.
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 Sabine. Because there's a voice on like Sabine, something like that.
Sabine.
Sabine.
Oh, the bottom one, Jean-Luc Picard.
How do I know this?
I don't know, but I will say Vincent.
Okay, let it be Charles Leclerc.
I hate Chamber.
Charles Leclerc.
Jean-Luc Picard. I hate Chamber.
Sana bir şey diyeyim mi? Vincent Fabro.
Charles Leclerc.
I'm gonna go Vincent.
En alttaki.
Vincent.
Bravo.
Nice, guess that one.
Neyse benim de rekorum böyle olur büyük ihtimalle. En çok bilemeyen.
Mine would eat them alive.
All seeing eye. What is that? Is she blind? No, surely not.
I don't know. I'll just go blindly. Her religious belief in all seeing eye.
Her ability to see enemies.
The first one? Her religious belief in an all-seeing eye.
B.
I'd say ability to see enemies.
Her religion maybe.
Protection.
Protection? For en alt güç. Of course. Protection.
Ah, rubbish. Oh my god.
Ooh.
Toxic pit.
Toxic pit.
Oh my god. Toxic pit.
I'm pretty sure the casters call it Viper's Pit.
Viper's pit.
I'll just go Viper's Pit. Yes.
Toxic pit.
You're so bad.
I'm so bad.
I'm going for 0 points in this game.
How many roles are there in VALORANT?
Let's see. Let me count. Sentinel.
Released.
Initiator.
Controller.
4.
Yeah, 4. 4. 4. 4.
4.
4.
Third.
4.
Nice.
At least 1 point.
Things 5. 4. How many knives does Jet Ultimate have? 5.
5.
5.
5. 5. I know this one. Of course, I'm Jet main. I have 1 knife right here.
Oh my lord.
Okay.
How hard is this?
Oh god. Oh my goodness. Those dates. This is like. I want to say 15th.
The first one, the 15th.
January 15th.
January 6, 2023.
Oh la 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 la. 10?
10 of January.
January 10th. Oh.
Yeah, let's go.
January 6th.
I think January 6th is too early, so January 10th.
Ay.
Close enough. 10.
Çok iyi tahmin ediyorum ya.
Amon, Kayo, Phoenix.
Breach. Gecko.
Reyna. 6?
6.
6 maybe?
I guess 6.
Yoru.
Okay, let it be 7.
My brain's fried now. I'm trying to think. I can't.
7 agents.
Okay, 7.
7.
Please, please, please.
Sky.
That's the one I didn't count. And I've hit 8, so 8.
8.
Good stuff.
Welcome back again, everybody, to the post-plant portion of our show. As you guys can see, we have a special guest. What did you say, Lothar? Your ranked teammates or
Yeah,
something?
those are the typical ranked teammates that I get.
Yeah, we can welcome that. And also Safe here as well, just on the back of a win. You explicitly asked us not to ask you about this, so I'm going to begin with asking you about
my God.
your Fracture comp.
Yeah, I mean, I love it. It's insane.
He literally said completely the opposite.
Guys, no, I like the I swear, I have nothing against the no, I swear, guys, don't do me like this on live broadcast again.
You're switching up so fast, bro.
Don't do me like this on live broadcast
again.
The comp is fine, but maybe how we played it was a little poor, but I guess it just snowballed. So.
Let me ask you a different question then. Is there a particular agent that you would like to try at least on your team on Fracture?
I love Fade.
Yeah?
I love Breach. I love Killjoy. Shout out to my boy Killjoy. See you soon.
Girl, but it's okay.
Girl. But yeah, I mean, that's what I would like to see at least. But obviously, like, I'm not making the decisions.
So, but when it comes to Fracture, and you're probably pretty surprised that they're gonna play Fracture, right?
Yeah.
And when you saw the compositions, were there any like conclusions or like you see the composition and you're like, oh, okay, we have to do this and that? Did you have any ideas?
I mean, I said they can't re-clear info because of their comp. Like once you shove them away from a map space, there's no way they re-clear it unless they face check. So they have a hard time with that. But I mean, we knew the issues they had, but at the same time, I swear, if we didn't die in defaults against this shove up push, this game would be over so much sooner. But obviously, like, yeah, I mean, we did a lot of mistakes. We weren't ready for certain angles. And that's the thing with double duelists, right? They're just going to be in your face all the time. And you have to kind of mentally prep for that always, which we weren't. So, I mean, yeah, we went to OT, but it's fine.
How much have you practiced Fracture this week leading up to it? Because we didn't think they were going to leave it open. And we also didn't think that even if they left it open, they would pick it.
I think we had like one frag swim.
Okay.
We didn't expect it either.
That's what I mean.
So they bamboozled us completely.
Yeah.
Insane.
In a good way?
In a great way. We won. So, I mean, we're here now. So, yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, you are here now and you won. I do want to say, though, again, I don't want to point out any mistakes, but I think there was one where, okay, Cougar is a Spanish woman. There's not many times that anything that happens that will silence her, I would say. It's very much the opposite. She's very loud. But there was a round where it completely silenced her. I've never seen her like that before. Lothar, you'll remember, it was when the second time the spike was dropped in B Heaven. It happened one time.
Tower.
Yeah, so Redguard died in B Heaven, the spike got dropped, and then 2 rounds later, the exact same thing happened again in Tower. Well, yeah, why did you guys take the spike there twice?
I swear, I don't... Okay, listen, from my POV, I don't know how he's dying. I swear, we're getting that nade in there. They're supposed to die tower, you know, but just it's not happening. And obviously that's from us, because we have like we have an idea that obviously tower should be clear after we do this, but it's not, and he died. And then obviously I don't want to carry the bomb, Jumpy doesn't want to carry the bomb, so Redguard got to be the bomb boy, and obviously it's unlucky that he died in tower.
It's one of those days.
It's unlucky.
It do be like that.
It's an off day, yes. It's an off day.
One person that didn't have an off day, though, is Nats. I think we were waiting for the resurgence of Nats playing like the Nats we know and love. And on this map, we have some highlights. He was just on a different planet. In a good way.
I mean, to be fair, he is always performing very well on defense, and you can literally see how he flourishes from the moment when the opponents have to push him. He's great at just changing the angles of the gunfight in every single second for his benefit. Like that 1v4 that he did when they were pushing for spawn was absolutely perfect.
Yeah, I do want to say, though, when Nats does these Nats things, is it just him kind of being like, I got this, let me do this, or is it more of a discussion?
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something big. Okay,
Oh,
listen here,
I'm
chat.
excited.
Everyone, listen. Nats, he wholeheartedly studies these scenarios as if he was born in these scenarios. He knows the intricate details of everything he needs to do, how he reacts, how he wants to go, because he just discipline after discipline after discipline, he understands exactly what he needs to do. So when he gets the chance, he's gonna crush your dreams, and he did this game. So that's awesome.
You think it comes from repetition and practice that he applies in every single scrim and ranked
yeah,
games?
I think definitely. I always see him doing the theory, like how he's thinking, how his ideas, he's always applying it to anywhere he can. And that's why he's always going to be consistent when he does get these scenarios, and that's why I think he's a great player.
I mean, he revolutionized Cypher, I feel. Like, everybody just, like, wanted to copy everything that he did. We also saw, I mean, we were showing some comms a little bit earlier as well. I know. No, it's all good. It's all good. Don't worry. Don't worry. We didn't expose any strats, so don't worry about that.
Nice.
So, obviously, Redguard is the IGL, but we've heard, you know, multiple of your teammates and your coaches say that you also, and not just on this team, but past teams, you do mid-round core, you do kind of contribute that way. What's kind of the responsibilities right now of your role? Are you always mid-round calling on every map? Or
yeah,
it's
a lot of question marks, I think people think, and my answer to that is my role is to basically take care of the mid-round, whatever happens, because obviously, like, sometimes the duelist is obviously playing with his initiator. My role is to basically take care of what me and my initiators are going to do and how we move into the map space and what we do thereafter. And obviously I suggest to Redguard, but I never take like final calls and things like that. No, it's up to him. Start round up to him. Suggestions are fine, but he controls where we go in the beginning and what we do, and then I'll kind of vein out from there and try to figure it out myself.
It's pretty cool to hear. Like, I mean, it really liked what you described of the duelist sometimes being the initiator, right? Because you need to like make the first step. That's something that many people misunderstand when it comes to that role. And I wanted to actually ask something completely unrelated to the game.
Okay.
But we had Boncold during the first post-plant show, I think, I remember, and he vividly remembered how you kind of like bantered with him in the backstage.
Lothar, come on, you trash talked him to like another dimension.
All right, you did say that he have his monitor off, right?
He has a monitor off?
No, it wasn't just Bonecode. Doombros also said that it was at a LAN when you were on Guild, that you
When
kind of
I was
like,
in Copenhagen,
you did a drive-by, like a little drive-by trash talk.
When I was in Copenhagen, I did tell Artis that the bus was waiting for him after and then shortly after he did defeat me and send me home. So I mean, guys, listen, I'm gonna say all these stuff, and I say it with all love, but I just want them to get excited, and I want to get excited as well.
No, I love it. I love it.
We all love it. I
Nice.
think it's fantastic.
Nice.
And you know what I appreciate the most? That you say that to their faces. Even not in front of camera or something. Because many people trash talk, but nowhere to be seen behind someone's back.
Yeah.
You know, it's like always somewhere detached, but you do it to the opponent's faces. I love that.
Yeah.
Is there any one that ever gives it back to you when you're doing a little, you know, BMing?
No.
Never?
I swear I've never heard someone give it back yet.
Not even like NA players?
Never.
People
I've
are
never
scared of
heard
you
anyone
then.
give it back. Maybe. No, actually, no. No one has ever given it. I don't know why.
Well-
I'm waiting for I'm waving across the stage. I'm just waiting for the other guy to wave back and be like, yo, you.
We have a challenge for the other players now,
Seriously.
other teams. You need to get back and shove it back into his face, you know?
Yeah, someone needs to at least like reciprocate a little bit, you know? Or you mean no one's ever even like instigated it with you?
I
like
mean,
never?
No, not really. I mean, Supan, maybe. Supan is like, Supan started the whole bus meme. Like about
the
going
bus
home in the bus. Like there's this little land in Sweden and he said we're going to take the bus there. And that's why I told him you're going to take the bus home.
Shopping?
Oh.
Yes, exactly. So he started the bus thing with me. And then, you know, I guess maybe him. But otherwise, no. People, I don't know why.
But you know how some players, like, I mean, you know a lot of players really well, so you know, you can probably gauge like how they would take it. I'm sure there's a couple of players maybe you wouldn't give it as much. Is there anyone that maybe either they're too wholesome or you kind of feel bad, you don't want to?
I can't give it to Boaster.
Why? Why not?
Because I love him. I mean, I think the guy has probably proven me wrong across like all my brain throughout the years. He's just definition of so much hard work that I envy him. Like, I genuinely envy Boaster because I am jealous of what he can achieve with the amount of work he's putting. And it makes me fired up because like if he's putting that amount of work, I want to double that. I'm gonna, you know, I just want to beat him. Like it gives me motivation. So that guy, I can't banter him because I respect him.
I feel like you got to banter even more. Take him down a peg, you know, like get the brain games in.
Yeah,
Get the mind games
But he just
in.
seems so happy and like dancing all the time. you can't mess with a guy that's just dancing at you. You
Yeah,
can't.
that is true. That is
It's
true.
like with the baby seals, you know, you just, they're so cute. You can't really do anything about it.
Yeah, I think, yeah, maybe when the baby seals are twerking at you, I feel like maybe it's not the most appropriate way. Who do you play next to you? I think you play...
I don't know.
I did write it down. It's gone somewhere. We're going to talk about it in a second because I do want to get you... I think it's Giants, I believe.
Oh.
Or someone like that. We'll get onto it in a sec because I want you to trash talk them.
Okay, I'll try.
But let's take a look at the top 5 ACS of the tournament so far. Safe, you've been pretty consistently #2 since the day you stepped on stage. Like, I don't think anyone is come to knock you off that spot. But having said that, there's one guy that's above you right now. It's him.
Yeah, it's the guy. I know this guy very well.
Yeah, and what do you think about that?
I think it's very fair. Obviously, if you play in a team that good, and being that good, you're obviously going to be better than me. I mean, like, obviously I'm not going to compare myself to Derke. He obviously excels in whatever he does, and you know, that's good for him. Like, but once I get to him, I'll probably match his level. But it really, it depends, I think. I think it depends, like, on your team and things like this, but there's no doubt in my head that he's, like, the best.
Is it, like I said, do you think it's because of his team that he's up there as best, or
Obviously,
just
I'm only good
individually?
because of my team. He's only good because of his team. Your front line is only as strong as your back line. That's what I tell the boys all the time. Like, I'm nothing without you, and you're nothing without me, because I need to move forward for you. So, like...
How is this the same guy that told Bone Cold that to turn his monitor on?
No, but like, I have a nice heart, I swear. I have a nice heart.
You're lovely, Safe. But I'm just like, I can't even picture you drive-bying, like, insulting artists just, like, on the way to stage.
Look, it has like this design of tilting the opposing player before they start playing. It's all strategic, you know?
I mean, if it works, it works. If it works, it works. Now, I don't know if you know this because you weren't playing a game. This happened during your actual series. But K-Core made a pretty big announcement. New Zero has now officially stepped down on their roster, and their assistant coach will be playing for the rest of the season. New Zero. It sounded like it was his decision. He tweeted.
New Zero's decision.
Yeah, he tweeted that he's going to explain a little bit more later on in the week. But this is official. Yeah, what do you make of this?
Also, before you go, Scream is not IGLing anymore. It's the assistant coach that is now playing with them, will be the IGL.
Okay.
There's a lot to unpack.
This is a lot. This
Yeah.
is a lot. Obviously, sad for New Zero. I feel like he just came in, it feels like. We just got to see him. Like, that's so early. But obviously, I think if it's his decision truly, and you're not comfortable in the environment you're playing in, walking away is the best thing you can do for your own sake. Like, you're going to feel bad that whole time, and why? For just the team? No, like, prioritize yourself. Feel good. If he doesn't feel that, like, he's feeling good there, then that's perfectly fine. Scream not IGLing, I kind of support that. I think it's valid. I'm not sure about the coach.
I mean, he's gonna have like a very tough position to fill because not only he's not a tier 1 pro that has a past in this environment.
The
yet.
last time he competed was 2020.
I mean, I think he could bonker it. Like, he could have insane util usage.
Oh my god.
What?
I mean,
can you
this is a...
Wait, I need him to finish what you said. Like, what does that mean? What does bonkering
So basically, bonkering means you don't really care about killing people. You just have insane utility for your team. It's as if everything just clicks instantly. Like, you don't need to do like the cool stuff that everyone else is doing. You're just in the backline giving your boys the best utility you've ever seen in your whole life.
I've never saw Bonker miss a fault line. Like, not
he's
one
amazing.
time. Legitimately,
he's amazing.
not one time. I mean, is that the way to fix things? So you guys played against Keiko already. What are the issues in your opinion?
Listen, I think the issues is obviously strategical. Obviously strategical. Because they have talent. They need to know how to work with that talent in a proper way. And it's obviously, they need to share ideas with each other. For me, it seems like someone came up with this alone. Because obviously, I don't think a lot of brains have meshed together to make their game plan. I think one brain has meshed together to make that game plan because it's so specific. It's so like, it's a very unique style that we haven't seen before. And if I was their coach and I'd be sitting there, I'd obviously say against it. So obviously, they need to just come together and make decisions together so everyone is comfortable with what they're playing with. Right now, I don't see comfort. I see people doubting themselves as they're playing. I see, like, when I played against them on split, I swear I saw Newzera. He was jump spawning from spawn.
Oh yeah,
he's not in market. He's not in market. He's not outside Vila. He's in spawn. That tells me he's scared to play the game because he's not confident in what's happening. So that's my 2 cents on it. Not sure.
I mean, the thing is, mathematically, even BBL can still make it. They're 0-4, but there's still a chance. Like, no one's locked in yet, no one's locked out. How realistic do you think that is for those teams that seem to be struggling to actually go to playoffs?
I'm not sure.
And if you were in their position, what would you do? Like, how do you fix this? Is it like a mental thing?
How do you fix, like, losing?
I guess.
I mean, I guess don't think about losing so much. Think more about how the whole year looks like.
I mean,
I think he actually answered it before, because the thing is, for KC, it's, as you said, the strategic aspect. They just approach the game without a game plan. There's like we'll just dry peek and just hold defaults, and if the opposing is not over pushing, you don't get any punishes, then you don't advance, right?
Yeah.
And it seems like very similar issues are happening at the bottom of the scoreboard right now. So your first answer before the question was actually asked was perfect.
I mean, you guys fixed it. Like, if we take a look at what you're doing now to lock in, you know, people, I think everybody saw your lock in was like, yeah, GG, not happening. And then after week 1, I think that narrative carried on, but then it's been like this since
then. Yeah, we're going upwards, so let's keep that upward trajectory.
Can you tell us a little bit more, like, what was the team environment when you had like not the best performance first, but then you definitely had talks about that, right? And how you approached the fixing of that situation?
I think just being honest with each other, and obviously, you know, I'm not gonna lie and say there were not rough times between all of us.
There's always rough times.
I'm not gonna lie when I say there weren't tensions or like, you know, things like this. But I think after actually like sitting down, the face-to-face, you know, the actual face-to-face and just talking about, boys, this is what we need to do. This is how we're gonna do it. And coming together, like I said, coming together as a team, that helped us enormously. Like, it's insane right now. So, I mean, yeah, we look better than Lock-in. We're not great, but we'll get there.
Oh, I mean, I think the way that the league is going, if we take a look at the standings, it is close, but also, again, mathematically, you can actually make playoffs with just 3 wins. We worked it out. It involves a lot of tiebreakers, obviously. You don't want to get just 3 wins. You want to get more than 3. But compared to week 1, you guys are really looking pretty good in the standings.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of threw the Vitality game, to be fair, after the Judge 3K. But yeah, I mean, obviously, we're looking pretty good, but there are some rough opponents coming up. So
yeah, Giants is next.
Nothing is granted.
Yeah.
You gotta fight for it.
Fnatic are also up there. You've played against them. And I think a lot of people are either in the camp of like, oh yeah, this is the greatest EMEA team ever, or it's still a honeymoon period. They just happen to sign those players. When you played against them, how did it feel and why do you think they're so good?
It's not a honeymoon period. It's they have their core. That's number 1 for me. Obviously, the game approach and ideology will be the same because they have the same core. And obviously, they have people, like in personality, I know Leo. I know Leo in and out. I played with him since beta. I know for a fact he's the best adaptive player you can have on your team. He understands intricately what map space you need to re-clear, what to do, how to do it, and it just meshes well together because these ideas bounce off each other with an identity. So the team already has an identity. They don't need to create one, and they're bouncing these ideas off each other, which creates more space for Boaster to call and makes things easier for the whole team. So I mean, yeah, it's talent, identity, it's the whole bag, and they got it. So
it does feel like Leo might have been the signing of the off season, perhaps. Like now we look back at it. I know he had a lot of other offers. I think you've spoken about it already. You miss playing with him? You miss him?
yeah, obviously I miss Leo. I mean, I miss a lot of people that were Swedish and were on my team, but Leo hits different because I mean, me and him had a long ride together, like through ups and downs and, you know, different roster and things, but my constant was him, and like I felt super comfortable with him, and he made me a better player, honestly.
I teared up.
Yeah.
No, it's really sweet. But I mean, historically, like international tournaments, Fnatic and Liquid always go together. It almost feels like Fnatic, they qualify, and then we're just like, oh yeah, Liquid are going to qualify now. They have to go together. Do you feel that way, you know, since your friend and someone you miss playing with is playing on Fnatic, that you kind of root for them a little bit if there's I guess the 4 slots?
I think definitely. I think I don't only root for them because of like having friends there, obviously. I think genuinely they're playing good Valorant, and there's no reason for me not to cheer them on. Like there's no reason for me to hate, because obviously you're so much better than me. I can only learn from you, and that's all there is to it. Like I respect them. I think, yeah, sure, my friends are there, but the team is great, and I'll always support that. So that's all there is to it.
We need to get Safe and Leo to Tokyo. I feel like I want to see it.
Lovely.
Yeah, there's a few guild boys. I feel like there's a few more as well. You could get the whole gang. I feel like the Gambit and guild boys, like even though they're not together anymore, we still see them at our tournaments. Let's take a look at the schedule, because we've got 4 more games coming up this week as well. Safe, you played already, but tomorrow we have a FUT versus Giants, what a game, and then Fnatic versus Koi. Predictions?
I think Footballist is gonna win against Giants, and I think Fnatic is winning Koi.
Why?
Footballist, I think a lot of things that help Footballist is that they speak the same language. I feel like at a LAN environment, when things are very hectic, they tend to come together a lot easier than other teams, make plans a lot quicker than other teams. And if Giants is not on their feet instantly, I'm not sure if they're slow starting or not, but if they are slow starters, then Footballist is going to roll them over.
And I guess the second game?
It's Fnatic. There's no other comment than it's Fnatic, and good luck to the second team.
I mean, the more you have like a streak, I feel like the more it's gonna, the end is imminent, right? Like they still have to play the Na'Vi, they haven't played FUT yet. My hot take is that K-Corp beats them. I feel like it'll be very, very Fnatic to do all of this.
That's so funny.
I mean, it is just I just feel it. I don't know why. I just feel like it's coming to an end at some point, right?
What a brilliant, you know, appearance of the assistant coach beating Fnatic.
I'm gonna look so smart when if that happens. Like I'm gonna literally look so smart. But looks like you were right. You are gonna play against Giants. We will give you the floor if you wanna, you know, talk some trash. I don't know if there's anyone on Giants that you're particularly close to, or you want to send a cheeky message.
I just think they're cool people. I mean, I don't know.
Come on.
I don't have anything to banter them with yet. I gotta find my. I gotta do my research.
Your research.
Market study, check the things out, like, you know, who's doing what, and then, you know, I'll just banter
find
them on
the
stage.
weakness and hit it hard.
All right. Can you teach us something? Because like if someone is giving it to me in ranked, you know, like what do I say to make them feel bad? Like how do I get the edge?
How do you get
Give
the
me
edge?
like a pocket phrase I can just whip out.
But not a teammate, and an opponent.
Opponent.
An opponent?
Yeah.
An opponent?
Yeah. What am I all chatting?
I'll be honest, I'm not that kind of guy. I would help you if I knew, but I genuinely just insta-mute. If so, I mean, I have perma-mute on.
That's what
I
do
have
as well.
perma-mute on. Like if someone's writing to me on MT, I won't see.
Well, I guess they can't get into your head.
Yeah, so they can't get into my head. But I'm playing both games. Like I know they can tilt me, but I know I can tilt them. So if I mute them and talk to them, they can talk back.
Yeah. Okay, what if Lothar's pissing me off? Help me.
What would I do?
Help me.
In game? Or
right now, like I'm just like, come on, Lothar. Why?
I'm not gonna answer that. Why are you
How do I take him down a peg, Safe? I need you to help me.
I think you just. Why are you making it so hard? I don't know. I told you I gotta do my research first, man. I gotta do my research.
It's alright. You can tell me later. You can tell me
it's
later.
Okay.
You can tell me later.
Tell him go do your lab.
Go do your lab?
Yeah, go do your lab instead of talking to me.
Yeah, Lothar.
Yeah.
I love doing my lab, so I don't mind.
Okay,
you stay in that lab.
Yeah, you stay in that lab.
Exactly.
Yeah. I feel like it's gonna we're gonna start bullying you now. But thank you so much, Safe, for joining us.
Thank you.
Another great 2-0 for you guys, and we'll see you back here next week. And Lothar, I will be back tomorrow, and we're gonna be back tomorrow for starting with FUT versus Giants. Get a good night's sleep, everyone, and we'll see you then.
Fakers with